Tonight, we're discussing what it was like to live through the Great Depression, one of the most challenging periods in modern history. From widespread unemployment and poverty to the strength of families and communities, this story offers a glimpse into the hardships and hopes that defined a generation. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel only if you enjoy our content. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Recently, we've been focusing on key historical periods, and I thought, why not include the Great Depression? It was a horrific time for those struggling to make ends meet. Now dim your lights, turn on something for some noise, and let's start. When we think of the Great Depression, we see dust storms and breadlines in sepia. Before we can appreciate the psychological impact of the economic collapse, we must remember the world that was lost. A world of extraordinary optimism and excessive consumerism that few today can imagine. By 1988, Americans believed in endless prosperity almost religiously. The typical manufacturing pay has increased by approximately 40% since the early 1920s. Most new urban homes have indoor plumbing, long a luxury. In less than a decade, car ownership rose from 8 million to 23 million. Perhaps most telling, 40% of American families, not just the wealthy but teachers, clerks and factory workers, invested in the stock market. We thought we'd discovered economic immortality, said Philadelphia radio salesperson Martin Steinberg. My customers bought Philcos and RCAs on installment plans with 10% down. I set up their new consoles as they discussed their investments. Miltman gave stock advice. Stock tips were given to the shoeshine boy. Those should have been warning signs, but we were drunk with affluence. Often forgotten is how boom times generated a strange isolation. Extended families that lived together for economic reasons split into nuclear units. Many young couples bought homes in new projects far from parents and grandparents. Americans' individualism and materialism damaged community institutions. Sunday became a day for new car drives, reducing church attendance. Local social clubs became commercial entertainment establishments. When the crash came, we discovered how much we'd sacrificed for material goods, remarked late 1920s Boston girl Eleanor Winthrop. At an insurance company, my father was well positioned. We owned a Packard, Frigidaire, and phone. We scarcely knew our neighbours. Everyone competed for new gadgets and things. We had little. When my father lost his job in 1930, we had limited resources. They didn't know us well enough to help, and we were ashamed to ask for assistance. American society's atomization would be deadly during the economic crisis. Many families suffered alone without community safety nets. American banks were unexpectedly vulnerable to financial instability's first tremors. In the 1920s, bank accounts were uninsured, unlike today's FDIC-insured deposits. Most Americans didn't know their deposits financed speculative investments. People viewed the collapse of rural banks in the late 19th and early 20th centuries as a local issue, affecting backward rural communities. Continental Illinois bank teller Harold Jenkins recalls the denial. Management assured us these rural bank failures in 28 were isolated cases attributable to deteriorating agricultural prices. The crucial connections were missed. Our loan officers approved mortgages with low down payments and margin loans for stock buyers. After the crash, our leaders claimed a correction. This institutional blindness included government. In early 1930, Treasury Secretary Andrew Mellon famously said, "Gentlemen, liquidate labour, stocks, farms and real estate. We will eradicate the rot." A virtually medieval understanding of economics held that economic hardship was necessary to purify and rebuild the economy. This approach would delay significant involvement until millions were bankrupt. The psychological modifications forced on everyday Americans were most acute. The 1920s influenced consumer behaviour significantly. Advertisements pitched products as conveniences and identity markers. A car or cigarette brand defined one's social status. Many suffered financial and existential crises when these material indicators disappeared. "We lost more than our money," said Mildred Hayes, a store clerk. "We forgot who we were. The life and future stories we told ourselves crashed. My husband was promoted to floor manager. We saved for a suburban house down payment. After his job loss, we moved in with his parents and slept on a fold-out couch in their parlour. How do you explain this reversal?" For millions of Americans, this cognitive dissonance between expectations and reality defined the early Depression. The world they were promised had vanished overnight, leaving them in strange territory without maps or goal guides. The financial collapse of 1929 to 1933 wasn't just about stock market losses affecting wealthy investors. What truly devastated ordinary Americans was the destruction of the banking system and, with it, their life savings. Between 1930 and 1933, over 9,000 banks failed, nearly 40% of all banks in the United States. Each closure triggered cascading losses in communities where those banks operated. Unlike today's news cycle, which might report bank failures as abstract statistics, those closures were visceral, community-altering events. I was walking to school when I saw the crowd outside First National, remembered Eunice Templeton, who was 12 years old in Galesburg, Illinois, when her town's largest bank closed. People were pounding on the doors, some women were crying. Mr. Hobart, who owned the hardware store, sat on the curb with his head in his hands. My father lost $800, his entire savings. That night, Mother cut up an old dress to make me a new one for school. "We have to be creative now," she said, her voice all tight like she was holding something back. What's rarely discussed in Depression histories is how the crisis transformed attitudes toward money itself. Before 1929, cash had been migrating from the mattress to the bank account as Americans embraced financial institutions. After the banking collapse, many developed a profound distrust of banks that would last generations. Communities responded by developing extraordinary alternatives to traditional currency. In Minneapolis, the organized unemployed created scrip certificates tied to hours of work. In California's Imperial Valley, farmers traded promissory notes backed by future crops. In Seattle, professionals formed exchange networks where doctors and lawyers traded services directly with plumbers and electricians. Wayne Thornton, a plumbing contractor in Des Moines, described his experience. "Money just disappeared. I had customers who needed leaks fixed but couldn't pay cash. I started taking chickens, home-canned vegetables, and even furniture in exchange for work. My secretary kept a ledger of who owed what. By 1922, I was only getting about 30% of my payments in actual currency. The rest was barter or promises." This collapse of conventional currency revealed something profound about money itself, that it exists primarily as a social agreement rather than an inherent value. When that agreement faltered, communities improvised alternatives based on trust and shared necessity. For children, the Depression's monetary lessons were particularly complex. Catherine Wagner, who grew up in San Francisco, recalled, "My father had been a successful attorney before the crash. Suddenly, he was accepting payment in firewood or fish. I remember asking for a nickel for candy, and my mother cried, not because we didn't have a nickel, we did, but because she understood that money now had to be hoarded, save for absolute necessities." The Depression's monetary transformation was also visible in how physical currency was treated. Bills were pressed flat, coins were counted repeatedly, and cash was hidden in increasingly creative locations. Laura Hillman, whose father was a bank manager in Cincinnati, described finding money throughout their home after his death in 1940. There were silver dollars sewn into the hems of curtains, bills tucked between book pages, coins in sealed mason jars buried in the garden. Father knew better than anyone how fragile banks were, and it marked him permanently. Beyond the practical aspects of money's transformation was a deeper philosophical shift. Americans who had embraced consumer culture and defined themselves through purchases now found themselves questioning the basis of value itself. The arbitrary nature of monetary value became unavoidably apparent when homes with $5,000 mortgages sold at auction for $1,000, and when a skilled labourer's daily wage fell from $4 to $1, if work could be found at all. "We realised money was fictional," explained former banker Thomas Whitfield. "Not just paper money, but the whole concept. A house didn't change physically when its price dropped 80%, but suddenly the bank said it was worth a fifth of what they'd claimed last year. A man's labour didn't change when his wage was cut, but now an hour of sweat was worth half what it had been. This change made people question everything. This questioning extended to authority itself. When Presidents Hoover and Roosevelt made pronouncements about the economy, many Americans had become skeptical of official narratives. Having watched sound banks collapse and blue-chip stocks become worthless, they developed a wariness toward institutional pronouncements that would influence American politics for decades. The Depression's monetary chaos also produced unexpected social effects. As cash became scarce, those who still had it gained outsized influence. Small-town bankers who had maintained liquidity, Landlords who owned properties outright, and business owners who had avoided debt found themselves with disproportionate community power. This shift created new social hierarchies based less on traditional status markers and more on financial prudence, a virtue that had been largely dismissed during the exuberant 1920s. The social order flipped, observed Harriet Crawley, a schoolteacher from Virginia. The flashy spenders of the 20s were now destitute, while cautious savers became community leaders. Everyone thought our principal was a frugal miser, but he was the only one who could provide small loans to prevent faculty members from losing their homes. His influence grew tremendously. The psychological impact of the Depression created wounds that statistics can't capture, invisible scars that shaped behaviours, relationships and worldviews for generations. While historians often focus on economic metrics, the true legacy lived in changed minds and hearts. For adults who had established identities and expectations before the crash, the psychological toll was particularly severe. Dr. Edwin Matthews, who practiced medicine in Cleveland throughout the 1930s, observed, "I treated physical ailments, malnutrition, tuberculosis exacerbated by poor housing, industrial injuries, but the most common problems were psychological. Insomnia plagued former businessmen. Digestive disorders affected women trying to feed families on inadequate budgets. I observed tremors in hands that had previously been steady. These stress-related ailments rarely appear in depression statistics, yet they affected millions. More startling were the invisible behavioural changes. People who had been outgoing became withdrawn. Decision-making became paralysed by fear. Marriages strained under financial pressure developed communication patterns centred on avoidance rather than confrontation. My mother changed completely," said Richard Neville, who was 10 years old when his father lost his accounting position in 1931. Before, she'd been the neighbourhood social organiser, card parties, community theatre, church events. After we lost our home and moved to a rental across town, she stopped seeing friends entirely. She'd say she was too busy, but I'd find her sitting motionless by the window for hours. The woman, once the heart of our community, became nearly mute. This social withdrawal emerged as a common coping mechanism. Shame about downward mobility led many to isolate themselves rather than maintain relationships that reminded them of their losses. This isolation often compounded depression, creating cycles of emotional decline that remained unaddressed in an era when mental health care was primitive and stigmatized. For children, the psychological impacts manifested differently. Many developed extreme risk aversion and preoccupation with security that would influence their adult decisions decades later. School teachers reported students hoarding lunch leftovers and school supplies. Children as young as 6 began asking anxious questions about family finances. Clara Mortensen, who taught 3rd grade in Omaha, noted, "Before the Depression, children would trade sandwich halves or share treats. By 1932, I observed students carefully wrapping uneaten portions to take home. They'd count crayons repeatedly to ensure none were lost. These weren't behaviours their parents had directly taught them. The children were absorbing the anxiety from the atmosphere around them." What's particularly striking about Depression-era psychology was the disproportionate impact on men. In a culture that primarily defined masculine success through providership, unemployment profoundly impacted the core of male identity. Women, though certainly not immune to depression trauma, often had secondary identities as caregivers and home managers that remained intact despite financial collapse. Henry Gladwell, who spent 2 years riding the rails after losing his factory job in Akron, described this gender differential. A man without work in those days wasn't a man at all. Women could still be mothers and wives without paychecks. Women faced severe hardships, but their experiences were different from men's. For us men, unemployment wasn't just economic hardship, it was emasculation. Some fellows I knew would leave home each morning pretending to seek employment, but would actually spend the day in the public library just to maintain the fiction that they were still trying. This gendered experience created lasting imprints on family dynamics. Children who watched fathers struggle with identity loss often developed complex relationships with authority and achievement. Many Depression-era children grew up to become workaholics, driving themselves relentlessly to avoid the vulnerability they had witnessed in their parents. The psychological impact extended to how people viewed institutions. Trust in banks, corporations, and government suffered damage that would never fully heal. For many who had believed in American capitalism as an essentially fair system that rewarded hard work, the Depression destroyed this foundational assumption. "My father was a true believer in the American dream," explained Catherine Oakes, whose family lost their Michigan farm to foreclosure. "He'd immigrated from Poland, worked 18 hours a day, and saved every penny. When the bank took our farm, something broke in him. Not just sadness. His entire worldview collapsed. He'd believed there was a moral order where virtue was rewarded. After that, he viewed all institutions with suspicion. He wouldn't even trust the post office with packages." This institutional distrust manifested in behaviours that outsiders often found incomprehensible. People who had survived bank failures might divide their modest savings between multiple hiding places. Important documents were kept at home rather than in safe deposit boxes. Government assistance programs were viewed with suspicion, even by those who desperately needed help. Perhaps most profoundly, the Depression altered America's relationship with possibility itself. The assumption that tomorrow would likely be better than today, a quintessentially American outlook, was replaced for many by a persistent expectation of calamity. This anticipatory anxiety became so ingrained that many Depression survivors maintained emergency preparations throughout their lives, long after economic recovery. Grandmother kept a suitcase packed until the day she died in 1992, recalled Tom Whitaker about his grandmother, who had lived through bank runs in 1931. She insisted every family member memorize a meeting location if things fell apart again. She maintained a pantry that could feed 20 people for months. When we cleaned out her apartment, we found gold coins sewn into the lining of her winter coat. The Depression never ended in her mind. When we examine the Depression beyond economic statistics, we discover how profoundly it transformed everyday routines and practices. Necessity forced innovation in ways that fundamentally reshaped American domestic life. Perhaps the most remarkable transformation happened in kitchens across America. Cooking practices that had been trending toward convenience foods in the 1920s reversed dramatically. Women who had never baked bread found themselves studying their grandmother's recipes. Complex systems for food preservation emerged in urban apartments never designed for such activities. Evelyn Carruthers, who managed a household in Baltimore, described this culinary revolution. "Before 29, I bought baker's bread and canned vegetables without thinking. After my husband's pay was cut by 2/3, I had to relearn everything. I converted our fire escape into a cooling rack for bread. I learned to make 5 different meals from a single chicken. Nothing was wasted. Potato peels became soup stock, and meat bones were boiled repeatedly. We strained the bacon grease and used it for cooking throughout the week." This culinary transformation wasn't merely about frugality. It represented a fundamental change in how Americans related to their food. The direct involvement in food production created new relationships with ingredients and nutrition. Despite financial hardship, many Depression survivors reported that their diets improved in quality as they replaced processed foods with scratch cooking. Home maintenance underwent similar reinvention. The service economy that had begun emerging in the 1920s collapsed as families could no longer afford repairmen, cleaners, or delivery services. This scenario necessitated a massive reskilling of the American population, particularly among middle-class men who had specialized professionally but now needed to become generalists. Robert Thornhill, who had worked as an accountant in Chicago, exemplified this transition. "Before the crash, I called professionals for everything: electricians, plumbers, carpenters. After losing my position, I couldn't afford 15 cents for a streetcar fare, let alone dollars for repairs. I traded accounting help to a hardware store owner for tools and manuals. I rewired our lighting, fixed the toilet, and rebuilt our kitchen table." My father had been a farmer who could fix anything, skills I'd dismissed as unnecessary in modern times. The Depression brought me back to his world with humility. This reskilling extended beyond maintenance to a complete reimagining of household objects. Americans developed ingenious systems for repurposing items that would otherwise be discarded. Flour sacks became dresses, car tires became shoe soles, newspapers became insulation, and cardboard was transformed into furniture reinforcement. Martha Simmons, who grew up in Tulsa, recalled her mother's ingenuity. Mum turned old wool coats into children's clothing. She unravelled worn-out sweaters to reknit the yarn into socks. But her most extraordinary creation was our new living room set. She couldn't afford upholstery. She needed fabric, so she gathered burlap coffee sacks from local shops, dyed them with walnut husks to achieve a consistent colour, and refinished our worn-out furniture. She stuffed the cushions with unravelled cotton from worn-out mattresses. Guests complimented our rustic decor, never realising it was born of desperation. Transportation underwent perhaps the most visible transformation. The automobile, which had become central to American identity in the 1920s, was now often unaffordable to operate. Families who kept their cars developed elaborate systems to extend their utility, adding cargo platforms to carry goods, converting sedans into pickup trucks by removing rear sections, and modifying engines to burn lower quality fuels. Many families returned to pre-automotive transportation. Urban bicycle usage surged. Alan Parker, who delivered groceries in Philadelphia, noted, "By 1932 the streets had changed completely. For weeks at a time people parked their cars up on blocks to reduce tyre wear. Meanwhile, bicycles were everywhere, often carrying entire families. I saw a father pedalling with his wife on the handlebars and 2 children on the back fender. People rigged incredible trailers to bikes for moving larger items. Leisure activities were similarly reinvented. Commercial entertainment, movies, nightclubs, and sports events became unaffordable luxuries for many. In response, Americans rediscovered participatory entertainment. Community singing, amateur theatricals, and storytelling circles experienced unexpected revivals. Board games enjoyed unprecedented popularity, with families often making their own versions of commercial games. The Depression also forced reconsideration of living arrangements. Extended families consolidated into shared housing, creating new intergenerational dynamics. In urban areas, apartment sharing became common among unrelated adults, creating ad hoc family structures that pooled resources and distributed household labour. Margaret Wilson, who shared a Chicago apartment with 5 other women, described these arrangements. "We each contributed what we could. Helen worked part-time as a secretary and provided most of our cash income. With my sewing machine still in working order, I made clothes for everyone. Dorothy had trained as a nurse and handled medical needs. We developed a system as precise as any factory, schedules for cooking, cleaning, and job hunting. We weren't relatives, but necessity made us closer than many families." Perhaps most significant was the transformation of time itself. The standardized workday, which had been increasingly normalized in the 1920s, disintegrated for many Americans. Work, when available, might come at any hour. The unemployed developed elaborate routines to provide structure to days no longer defined by workplace schedules. William Harrington, laid off from Pittsburgh's steel mills, described this temporal shift. "After 3 months without work, I realized time was becoming my enemy. Empty hours bred despair, so I created a schedule as rigid as the mills. Up at 5:30, breakfast, job hunting until noon. Afternoons for repair work or gardening. I dedicate my evenings to reading in order to enhance my skills. On Sundays, I dedicate myself to church and spending time with my family. It wasn't about efficiency, it was about maintaining sanity when the clock no longer ruled my life." This reinvention of daily routines wasn't merely adaptation, it represented a profound cultural shift in how Americans related to material goods, services, and time itself. The Depression forced a nationwide reassessment of needs versus wants, durability versus disposability, and self-reliance versus specialization. These values would influence consumption patterns and domestic practices for decades after economic recovery. The Depression is famous for individual hardships, but its most impressive story may be how communities devised survival strategies that changed American social organization. Together, these responses provided resilience where individual efforts failed. Highly sophisticated neighborhood support systems arose. Informal communication networks convey information about jobs, assistance programs, and local credit providers in metropolitan areas. These networks spanned ethnic and religious divides by using tenement hallways, laundry lines, and front stoops to spread information. "Before the crash, the Jewish families in our building barely spoke to the Italian families 2 floors down," said Williamsburg resident Sarah Goldstein. "Mrs. Esposito and my mother ran a soup pot for both families in 1931. After learning about the warehouse job, Mr. Esposito informed my father. Old boundaries fell because survival demanded cooperation. Mrs. Esposito lit candles with us on Friday nights because we were family, not because she was Jewish." Community cohesion led to practical assistance systems. Organic childcare cooperatives let parents switch job hunting days. Tool libraries let neighbours share expensive gear. Urban vacant sites become fertile land with communal gardens. The Depression also saw formal mutual help organisations grow. Many histories focus on government relief programs. although community-based structures delivered faster and more culturally relevant aid. Religious, fraternal, and ethnic benefit societies extended their roles to meet economic requirements. The black fraternal group Prince Hall Masons exhibited this expansion. Detroit Lodge officer Thomas Washington said, "Our organization traditionally provides burial benefits and social connections. We became a job office, food distribution center, and housing referral agency overnight during the Depression. Every working brother supported the unemployed. When the economy failed, our community retained dignity." Labor unions expanded beyond workplace activism to provide overall support. The International Ladies Garment Workers Union in New York sponsored health clinics, cooperative housing, and adult education. Michigan United Auto Workers Unemployment Councils organized direct action to avoid evictions. Later UAW leader Walter Reuther remembered early Depression-era activities. Hundreds of workers blocked the sheriff when a family received an eviction notice. Then we'd negotiate lower rent or payment schedules with the landlord. We'd return the family's possessions after authorities left if eviction was inevitable. Now we fought for community survival, not pay. Rural communities established unique mutual help systems. Besides advocacy, the Grange coordinated seed exchanges, equipment sharing, and labour pooling. Farmers formed communal lending circles based on European and African customs when bank failures devastated the conventional credit system. Transformations were especially profound in churches. Religion became aid distribution, employment, and housing coordinators in addition to spiritual assistance. When public education funds fell, church basements became schools. Religious communities that had focused on spirituality now addressed material concerns directly. Before the Depression, charity was a minor part of our ministry, said Dayton First Methodist Church pastor Michael Thompson. We turned our refuge into a nighttime dormitory by 1932. Our Sunday school classes became healthcare clinics with volunteer nurses. We broadened Christian responsibility from spirits to bodies. Theological consequences were huge. We couldn't preach about paradise while neglecting earthly misery. The cross-cutting aspect of these community systems was significant. Organizations that serviced ethnic, religious, or occupational groups expanded their reach. The result opened up social relationships across boundaries. Intentional communities planned cooperative living arrangements that pooled resources to foster security grew during the Depression. These included official ventures like West Virginia's Arthurdale community and spontaneous settlements like unemployed workers' cooperative camps outside major towns. According to Joseph Collins, who founded a cooperative camp outside Seattle, 60 families erected shelters from salvaged materials on vacant ground. We had sanitation, education, and food production committees like a little town. Everyone contributed skills. A fired teacher taught kids. Restaurant veterans ran our shared kitchen. We printed labour-backed scrip. It was more than survival. We were developing an alternative to the failed economy. These villages were social and economic innovation labs. Many tried cooperative ownership, labour exchange, and non-monetary economies to replace capitalism. Most of these attempts were absorbed into mainstream economic institutions, but they shaped American community organisation. Community structures generated psychological resilience that individuals couldn't, most notably. Mutual aid participants had lower depression and suicide rates than those who struggled alone. Community responses brought meaning to suffering that may have seemed useless. Chicago settlement house worker Margaret Wilson said, "Community connections kept spirits alive. A huge psychological difference existed between unemployed men who joined our workers' council and those who stayed alienated. Meaning and perseverance came from shared hardship. The council members endured hunger and pain with friends, not shamefully alone. These collective survival structures challenged American individualism greatly. They showed that interdependence, not self-reliance, determined economic disaster survivability." Long after the Depression, this lesson shaped social policy and community organizing. The Great Depression affected almost all Americans, although some events are forgotten. Black Americans suffered greatly during the Depression, but conventional narratives rarely mention it. Already discriminated against in work, housing, and education, black communities saw the Depression as a worsening of their poverty. Atlanta domestic worker Lillian Thompson characterized this continuity. Whites discussed the Depression like it ended the world. Historically, colored people were economically insecure. Last hired, first dismissed was our norm. We lost even our minimal security. My spouse and I saved $400 for a house. When Citizens Trust Bank failed, that money vanished. No government officials worried about black banks like they did white ones. Black agricultural workers suffered most in rural areas. In addition to chronic debt from sharecropping, they faced falling cotton prices and agricultural mechanisation. Mechanical cotton pickers eliminated thousands of jobs in the 1930s when alternatives were scarce. This agricultural displacement spurred the great migration of black Americans to northern cities, where housing discrimination forced them into overcrowded, poor dwellings. Many New Deal initiatives helped Americans find housing, but redlining excluded black neighbourhoods. Indigenous populations experienced the Depression through a complicated mix of economic breakdown and colonial policy. The failure of the cash economy had less of an impact on traditional subsistence tribes than on non-natives. Those forced into wage labour by previous government legislation were especially vulnerable. Joseph Blackhawk, an Omaha tribal member who worked in Nebraska meatpacking facilities, said, "Government schools and reservation regulations destroyed our grandparents' land-based abilities." Many of us relied on wage work that disappeared during the Depression. The transformation of our hunting grounds into farms and our plant-gathering sites into paved areas prevented us from reverting to our ancient customs. The simultaneous failure of both systems put us between worlds. The 1934 Indian Reorganization Act, despite its promotion as a progressive reform, resulted in increased economic dependency during the Depression. Constitutions that prioritize resource exploitation have reformed tribes, promoting outside interests over indigenous communities. Mexican Americans in the Southwest had particular Depression problems. Large producers slashed wages drastically, but still demanded hard work when crop prices plummeted. Mexican and Mexican-American workers faced violent suppression and deportation due to their organizing efforts. The federal government's repatriation plans demonstrate economic distress and racial targeting. About 60% of the 1 to 2 million Mexican Americans deported or pushed to leave the US between 1929 and 1936 were US citizens. The result was one of the largest forced migrations in American history, frequently without legal procedure. Elena Ramirez, whose family was deported to Mexico in 1932, said, "Immigration agents encircled our Los Angeles neighborhood and loaded everyone onto trucks. The fact that my brother and I were born in California and held American citizenship did not matter. We only had a few hours to pack. My father worked at the same factory for 9 years. Our church, school, and friends vanished overnight. We landed in Mexico as strangers. 20 years after my parents departed, we were considered pochos, neither Mexican nor American." Urban Americans rarely saw the hardship of rural white populations in Appalachia and the Ozarks. Economic deterioration in these areas began before 1929 owing to resource extraction and changing agricultural markets. The Depression sank economically marginalized groups into deep poverty. These regions emphasized the difference between deserving and undeserving poor. New Deal initiatives favored recent middle-class dropouts over multi-generational poor. Such multi-tiered assistance schemes occasionally excluded the most desperate. Disability during Depression is another underestimated pain factor. Family support systems and philanthropic institutions crumbled, putting Americans with disabilities in unparalleled hardship. When demand for disabled American services expanded, financial cuts deteriorated their facilities. A Massachusetts State Psychiatric Hospital's Dr. Margaret Chen observed this decline. "We were understaffed and underfunded before the crash. After state budgets fell, circumstances were terrible. Our patient base increased while staff shrank by a third. Food quality plummeted, treatment became confinement. We ran out of resources during acute illness. So many individuals who could have recovered were institutionalized for life." Depression devastated carefully developed support systems for physically challenged Americans living freely. When informal helpers focused on their own survival, disabled people who had retained autonomy through community networks were forced into institutionalization. The Depression produced new disability categories. Childhood malnutrition caused lifelong developmental problems. Safety requirements were abandoned to minimize costs, increasing workplace accidents. Depression-related psychological trauma caused untreated mental health issues. How economic disaster affected youth is often forgotten in Depression accounts. Schools in various locations cut academic years or shuttered due to budget limitations. Child labour, which had been falling for decades, rose as families required cash from everyone. Malnutrition at key development had lifelong physical and cognitive damage. Helen Morrison, a rural Kentucky teacher, saw these changes. Planting and harvest attendance was intermittent before the catastrophe. Many children vanished by 1932. I found them working full-time at anything they could find when I visited their homes. Some families had broken up, with children living with relatives or neighbours, while parents looked for jobs. Many of my students lost the idea of infancy as a protected period of development. These forgotten depression scenes show how economic disaster deepened social divisions. While popular narratives highlight shared pain that linked Americans, these forgotten tales show how crises reinforced race, region, aptitude, and age hierarchies. The Great Depression created enduring legacies that shaped American society for generations in ways few could have predicted. These influences transformed behaviours and attitudes that would persist long after economic recovery. The most visible legacy was Americans' relationship with financial risk. Depression survivors developed what marketers later called depression syndrome, financial behaviours that prioritise security over opportunity, even when economically irrational. Millionaires who had survived bank failures maintained multiple modest accounts rather than consolidated ones. Successful professionals refused mortgages despite having ample income. Families stockpiled necessities due to concerns about future shortages. Dorothy Klein, a consumer researcher in the 1950s, noted that conventional advertising could not persuade depression survivors. They evaluated purchases through a trauma lens. I interviewed a doctor who kept 25 pounds of coffee in his pantry. When coffee was rationed during the war, he'd developed anxiety about shortages. 20 years later, despite abundant supplies, he maintained this buffer against a threat that no longer existed. This security-oriented mindset was passed down to children raised by depression survivors. The silent generation and early baby boomers inherited their parents' risk aversion, despite growing up in unprecedented prosperity. This generational transmission of financial trauma influenced banking, housing, and retail sectors for decades, as these sectors unknowingly catered to customers whose decision-making was influenced by psychological patterns formed during the 1930s. The Depression fundamentally altered Americans' relationship with government. Before 1929, most citizens had minimal interaction with federal agencies. By 1940, government had become an everyday presence through relief programs, employment projects, and regulatory frameworks. This created expectations that transcended traditional political divisions. Frank Holloway, who administered WPA projects in Tennessee, noted, "Before the Depression, mentioning I worked for the federal government drew suspicion. By 1936, people welcomed me because I represented jobs and assistance. People who philosophically opposed government interference now expect government solutions. This evolution wasn't about liberal or conservative, it was at a fundamental recalibration of what government was for." Cultural expressions underwent profound transformation. The arts developed dual impulses that seemed contradictory, but often existed within the same works. Unflinching documentation of suffering alongside escapist entertainment. The documentary tradition emerged in photography, Walker Evans, Dorothea Lange, and literature, Steinbeck, Wright, while escapism flourished in Hollywood musicals and superhero comics. Playwright Arthur Miller explained this duality. The theatre swung between agitprop realism and pure fantasy. What endured were works that somehow managed both, acknowledging suffering while suggesting transcendence. Audiences needed both truth and hope, reality and possibility. The Depression created a generation that approached community building with deliberate intention. Having experienced how economic disaster could isolate individuals, many survivors became what sociologists later called intentional neighbours, deliberately cultivating community connections as insurance against future hardship. The explosion of civic organisations in post-Depression America, from PTAs to neighbourhood associations, reflected this impulse. While often viewed as expressions of 1950s conformity, these organisations actually represented lessons learned from 1930s isolation. Perhaps most profound was the Depression's impact on Americans' relationship with work itself. Employment became more than an economic necessity, it became psychological validation. The experience of involuntary joblessness created lasting associations between work and identity that influenced retirement patterns for decades. To Samuel Weinstein, who studied aging in the 1970s, found, Depression survivors approached retirement differently than subsequent generations. They often couldn't articulate why continued work felt essential. One successful businessman told me, I know I don't need the money, but I need to be needed. Their concern wasn't about income, but about avoiding the psychological state of uselessness they had experienced during unemployment decades earlier. Looking back, many aspects of American life we take for granted, from social security to bank deposit insurance, emerged directly from Depression experiences. These institutional responses to catastrophe became so normalised that their origins and crisis were forgotten, their existence seemingly natural rather than a response to specific historical trauma. What remains most remarkable about the Depression's legacy is how it demonstrated both human vulnerability and resilience simultaneously. It revealed how quickly prosperity could vanish and how fragile social structures could prove. Yet it also showed how communities could adapt and societies could reimagine themselves in response to catastrophe. As Depression survivor Eleanor Winthrop reflected, what stayed with me wasn't the hardship itself, but the discovery of what humans could withstand and create from ruins. We lost our innocence about economic security, but gained wisdom about human connection. The disappearance of the money did not diminish the value of the ingenious adaptations, extraordinary kindnesses, and communities forged in struggle that replaced it. The paradox of catastrophe is that it takes with one hand but gives with the other, and sometimes the gifts outlast the losses. And just like that, we were able to learn a lot together about living through the Great Depression. That, however, is only applicable if you haven't already fallen asleep. This is why we periodically timestamp both old and new content in our videos, ensuring that you can resume where you left off. I'm sure a lot of us are smart with our money and would know what to do in a time period like this, but who knows, right? Good night, my friends. It's time for us to get the sleep we deserve after a chaotic day. Take it easy and good night. Aurelia was born into a world that prized lineage above all else. It was the 2nd century AD, and though Rome's empire seemed invincible, quiet fissures ran through its foundations. Whispers of unrest spread from remote frontiers, contradicting the grand arches and bustling avenues that proclaimed Rome's superiority. Opulent banquets clashed with the daily struggles of the poor. This was a realm of paradox, where marble monuments stood beside rickety shacks, and philosophers debated lofty ideals while gladiators fought for public amusement. Aurelia's family occupied a respected but modest position. They were historians and scribes known for capturing events with honesty, a pursuit that could be dangerous in a city where power thrived on carefully polished images. Her father, Marcus Fabius Crispus, meticulously documented senatorial proceedings, while her mother, Tullia, emerged from a lineage renowned for skillful mediation behind closed doors. Both parents nurtured Aurelia's keen sense of observation, teaching her that true influence often came from knowing what others overlooked. From a young age, Aurelia found magic in small details. While other children lost themselves in street games, she lingered in corners of the atrium, listening to visitors' subdued remarks. A twitch of a senator's eyebrow might betray political tension, just as an offhand remark from a merchant could reveal bigger undercurrents. Tullia encouraged such watchfulness, stressing that words are surface, truth often swims beneath. At dawn, Aurelia took to wandering the forum, her stola simple enough to let her blend with the throngs. There she gathered tidbits from merchants hawking produce and strangers carrying rumours from distant provinces. Traders spoke of uprisings in the north or shortages along trade routes. The cacophony of voices painted Rome as a mighty tapestry stitched together by precarious alliances and quiet bargains. On her 16th birthday, Aurelia was gifted a small studious room in the family villa. Stacks of scrolls, wax tablets, and half-finished transcripts filled the cramped space. She revelled in sifting through tax records, legionary petitions, and memoranda from minor officials. Each scroll hinted at how carefully Rome balanced its grandeur. Soldiers complained of late pay, border governors requested reinforcements, and farmland disputes dragged on for years. Aurelia's father commended her diligence, but warned that too much curiosity can cast unwelcome light on things meant to stay in shadow. It wasn't long before she noticed the difference between the city's official image and its underlying truths. Public buildings boasted inscriptions praising the emperor's benevolence. But in the margins of her father's notes, Aurelia saw hints of legionary discontent and senators pushing private agendas. She learned that Rome, for all its majesty, sustained itself through 1,000 unacknowledged compromises. Tullia, meanwhile, introduced her daughter to the subtleties of social dance. At dinner gatherings, she guided Aurelia's gaze toward how swiftly the tone of conversation changed when influential guests arrived. A stray remark could be retracted in seconds if it threatened the delicate web of alliances. "See how they pivot," Tullia would whisper. "That's where real power lies, in the shift between what's said and what's implied." Still, Aurelia loved Rome. She admired the feats of engineering, the traditions of debate, and the vast spectrum of cultural influences streaming through the city gates. She believed that beneath the politics and strict hierarchies there was genuine excellence, a civilization yearning for wisdom, if only its protectors were not so quick to silence inconvenient voices. One hazy morning, as she strolled toward the forum, Aurelia noticed a disquieting hush. A handful of vendors had set up stalls, but the usual clamour was missing. People stood in small knots, murmuring about a legion commander who had refused an imperial edict. Though unconfirmed, the rumour cast a pall that lingered in every doorway. Aurelia felt a chill. Even idle speculation carried weight in an empire where fear could bloom instantly. She hurried home, intending to share her observations with Marcus. He listened intently, his stylus paused over a fresh scroll, then he gave her a solemn look. "We must be certain before recording rumours," he said. "Unchecked talk can stir panic or invite unwelcome attention." Aurelia nodded, but her curiosity wouldn't rest. That very evening, she opened her private journal and wrote every scrap of hearsay she had gathered. She sensed a reckoning forming at Rome's edges, like a distant thunder that might soon reverberate through marble halls. Even then, she had no inkling of how personal the storm would become. The tension Aurelia had sensed soon took shape in a single event. Nisia, a Greek-born olive merchant and one of Aurelia's most treasured confidants, vanished overnight. Gossip whispered that the Praetorian Guard had arrested her before dawn. Unsubstantiated talk claimed Nisia possessed letters challenging Rome's supposedly divine authority, an accusation severe enough to crush anyone caught in its net. Alarm coursed through Aurelia. Nietzsche had always been inquisitive, reading scrolls on Eastern philosophies and debating Plato's teachings with anyone who would listen. Aurelia couldn't imagine her as a threat, but in Rome's charged climate, curiosity often bordered on sedition. Desperate to learn more, Aurelia combed the forum's edges, interrogating acquaintances who might have glimpsed the arrest. Most merchants lowered their voices at the guard's mention, wary of drawing scrutiny themselves. At home, Tullia observed Aurelia's distress. Rather than scold her, she murmured, "Prudence is our lifeline. Inquire gently." Yet Tullia herself covertly sought leads through acquaintances in minor governmental posts. Marcus, on the other hand, reacted with carefully measured concern. He understood the stakes, but warned Aurelia that intervention might place the family under suspicion. Though well-intentioned, his caution left her feeling powerless, determined not to stand idle. Aurelia visited Petronius, an elderly scribe rumoured to have ties within the Praetorian administration. His cramped workshop smelled of ink and musty parchment, scrolls spilling off the shelves. After a furtive glance at the door, Petronius conceded that a woman matching Nisia's description had been held for questioning. He claimed that certain documents had been confiscated, referencing ideas unfit for Rome's ears. Aurelia felt her blood chill. She recalled how Nisia once mused that no empire should claim a divine right to rule. In a sensitive era, that might be enough to brand her treasonous. At dinner, Tullia calmly explained her plan, quietly leveraged the family's modest connections. They had distant cousins who dabbled in bureaucratic circles, perhaps able to glean Nisia's whereabouts. Aurelia brimmed with a mix of gratitude and dread. She knew that every whisper to the guard was fraught with risk. Still, she nodded agreement. Silence would only doom her friend. Days stretched into a week with no official word. Aurelia, restless, slipped back into the forum each morning. Vendors eyed her warily. Even the ordinarily gregarious fruit seller offered only strange shrugs when asked if he'd heard of Nisia. Fear was contagious. Aurelia felt its cold grip in every interaction, each half-uttered sentence trailing off as though a hidden listener stood nearby. Late one evening, Tullia tapped lightly on Aurelia's chamber door, carrying a note from an obscure court scribe. Nisia might still be alive, but faced indefinite detainment. That single line sent Aurelia reeling. She realised that in Rome, indefinite detainment could easily stretch into months or years. Those who stepped into the guard's cells vanished from sight. Outraged, Aurelia argued that they should confront the authorities directly. Marcus quickly admonished her, reminding her that the guard's power extended beyond senatorial oversight. Yet Tullia met Aurelia's anger with tempered resolve. "We'll find a path, but it must be carefully walked. Charging in blindly helps no one." Aurelia took a steadying breath, trying to absorb the lesson. In a city built on negotiations, brashness often led to ruin. Her next move was to visit a respected senator known for supporting intellectual pursuits. The senator received Aurelia in a private courtyard, where columns draped in ivy offered seclusion from prying ears. He listened, hands folded, as Aurelia described Nisia's passion for knowledge rather than sedition. Though sympathetic, he admitted that direct pleas to the guard rarely succeeded without formidable backing. He promised discreet inquiries, but cautioned that Rome's storms can swallow lone voices. One morning soon after, Tullia informed Aurelia of a breakthrough. Their distant cousin had arranged a preliminary hearing regarding Nisia's arrest. The Praetorians would permit a minimal review of her case. For Aurelia, it felt like breathing again after suffocating in dread. She and Tullia spent long hours preparing arguments to cast Nisia not as a subversive, but as a scholar enamoured with the world's breadth of thought. When the day of the hearing arrived, they were ushered into a dim annex near the palace. A junior officer studied them coldly. Tullia spoke with measured deference, emphasising Rome's proud tradition of wisdom. Aurelia added heartfelt descriptions of Nisia's harmless curiosity. The officer's expression remained as still as a marble bust. He finally mumbled that he would review the matter. Though hardly reassuring, it was a door left slightly ajar. That night, Aurelia's mind teemed with both apprehension and hope. She realised that Rome, for all its shining achievements, could be brittle when threatened by unorthodox ideas. Determined not to lose her friend to that brittle machinery, Aurelia clung to the faint promise of another day, another chance to pry open the iron walls of secrecy. Though the hearing had been minimal, word of it spread quietly among those who knew Nisia. Whispers arose, mostly from scholars and minor officials who harboured doubts about the guard's sweeping powers. The city itself, however, offered little comfort. Fear permeated the streets, heightened by rumours of legionary unrest in the provinces. More arrests took place, each one generating an echo of anxiety that reverberated in every tavern and alleyway. Aurelia redoubled her efforts to glean information. She spoke in hushed tones with a tavern keeper near the Circus Maximus, who said that soldiers returning from campaigns complained of harsh discipline and uncertain pay. A freedman who worked in the Palatine stables reported overhearing fragments of conversation suggesting the emperor was deeply troubled by murmurs of disloyalty. Piece by piece, Aurelia sensed that Rome's outward splendour concealed a precarious balance ready to topple under the slightest strain. Meanwhile, Tullia continued her shadowy negotiations. She attended gatherings where influential matrons exchanged gossip like currency. Over measured sips of wine, Tullia would mention Nisia's plight, emphasising that punishing harmless curiosity stained Rome's legacy of cultural tolerance. Some nodded politely, a few frowned, but no one leapt up to intercede. Fear, Aurelia realised, had a suffocating grip on them all. One day, a curt message arrived. Nisia had been transferred to a different holding facility on the city's outskirts. Alarmed, Tullia explained that such transfers often meant increasing isolation. "We must accelerate our approach," she told Aurelia, her eyes tight with worry. If they failed, Nisia would sink deeper into a labyrinth of cells and bureaucratic silence. Hoping to muster support, Tullia hosted a modest salon at their villa. A handful of guests who prided themselves on patronage of the arts and letters accepted the invitation. The plan was to steer the conversation toward Rome's intellectual heritage, and then segue into Nisia's predicament. Aurelia circulated, bringing mulled wine and listening for any sign of genuine concern. Yet most visitors offered only lukewarm platitudes. When talk grew too specific, they retreated behind polite smiles. Afterward, Tullia confessed her frustration. Ideas captivate them, right until they realise those ideas threaten the status quo. Days later, An urgent request beckoned them to Lucius Cassius Longinus's villa. The old lawyer's hair shone white in the afternoon sun as he paced beneath olive trees. Without preamble, he explained that the guard had intensified its crackdown, spurred by the recent reports of rebellion in a distant province. Any whiff of subversion, he said, would now be met with swift, unforgiving action. Aurelia felt a surge of panic. If the texts found with Nisia were deemed radical, the entire case could vanish into a black hole of suspicion. Lucius proposed a daring solution: direct petition to the emperor's councillors. He believed that, by framing Nisia's release as a testament to Rome's enlightened grandeur, they might circumvent the guard's hostility. Flatter the empire's self-image, he advised. Show them this is an opportunity to display magnanimity. Though it stung Aurelia to consider placating those who preyed on fear, she saw no alternative. That night, Tullia, Aurelia, and even Marcus painstakingly drafted the appeal. They cited historical precedents where Rome had pardoned scholars to champion its reputation for intellectual openness. Every phrase was calculated, tiptoeing around any hint of challenging imperial authority. Marcus looked older than his years when he finally folded the parchment. "We risk everything by the shining a light into these shadows," he murmured. They dispatched the plea at dawn, then settled into an uneasy wait. Days stretched, each rumour of unrest striking Aurelia's heart like a hammer. She imagined Nisia in a cramped cell, uncertain whether hope still flickered beyond the iron bars. Tullia paced late at night, her footsteps echoing in silent corridors. Marcus tried to focus on his historical transcripts, but he kept pausing to rub his temples. At last, a small note arrived. They had been granted a brief audience with the emperor's councillors. Aurelia's heart lurched. She knew enough of Roman power to realise how dangerous it was to stand so close to the throne. One misstep could brand them traitors. Still, it was a glimmer of possibility. If they presented their case skillfully, perhaps Nisia's fate could be reversed. Steeling herself, Aurelia recalled how Nisia once spoke of truth needing many voices to survive in a world that preferred illusions. As she prepared for the audience, Aurelia vowed that if Rome demanded flattery, she would give just enough to open the door. Beneath that veneer, her devotion to honesty and to her friend would remain unbroken. This moment might be the final chance to pry Nisia free from the jaws of secrecy. Weeks of waiting brought no definitive answer. Rumours circulated that the guard grew more vigilant each day, suspecting conspiracies in every shadow. Unsettled by the silence, Aurelia pressed on, scouring corners of the forum for any news. A fruit vendor claimed someone matching Nisia's description had been moved to a windowless cell near the city's outer wall. Another insisted he'd seen her on a prison cart heading north. Conflicting tales only amplified Aurelia's anguish. Tullia, determined to avoid stasis, scheduled another round of discreet visits. She met with a senatorial wife whose husband dabbled in legal reforms. She reconvened with an elderly diplomat known for bridging factions during prior unrest. At each meeting, Tullia deployed her signature tact, reminding people of Rome's vaunted tradition of wisdom. If an inquisitive mind can be silenced so easily, how does that reflect on our civilization? She would muse. A few listeners showed sympathy, yet none had the clout or courage to confront the guard directly. Marcus, meanwhile, hovered at the edge of involvement, torn between paternal concern and a historian's innate caution. He warned Aurelia not to speak too boldly in public. "The city crackles with tension," he said, tapping his stylus on a half-filled scroll. "One misplaced phrase could label you an agitator." Aurelia seethed at the constraints but forced herself to comply. She recognised that their window of opportunity to save Nisia was shrinking. A breakthrough arrived via a faded letter from Lucius Cassius Longinus. He advised that the emperor's councillors had at least acknowledged the family's petition. Though they offered no commitment, they requested more details about Nisia's background. Lucius suggested that Aurelia herself compile a short dossier, an account of who Nisia was, her upbringing, and her intellectual pursuits. "Speak to her virtues," he wrote, "and emphasise how her interests align with Rome's cultural mosaic." Over the next 2 days, Aurelia toiled in her study. She recalled how Nisia discovered her first Greek manuscripts as a child, reading them by lamplight in her uncle's cramped attic. She wrote of Nisia's fascination with comparing Stoic ideas to Eastern thought. never out of malice toward Rome, but rather an eagerness to understand the human condition. Tullia reviewed each sentence, gently rephrasing any hint that could be misconstrued as undermining imperial authority. On the third morning, a courier arrived to deliver the dossier to the councillors. Aurelia felt a pang of helplessness as she watched the parchment vanish in his satchel. They had done their best to paint Nicia as a curious mind, not a threat, but would it suffice for those who saw shadows of Rosellian everywhere? That afternoon, Tullia hosted a subdued gathering for a handful of respected scholars, hoping to quietly muster more support. A stooped rhetorician, famed for his speeches on civic virtue, listened attentively. After a moment of reflection, he admitted that he admired their stand but dared not provoke powerful figures. Aurelia bit back frustration, reminding herself that fear was a rational response in a city where dissenters could vanish overnight. Surprisingly, it was a younger philosopher who approached Aurelia after the gathering. His brow furrowed with concern, he confided that he'd heard about foreign troops on the move, possibly quelling uprisings in northern territories. "Each rumour of insurrection tightens the guard's grip at home," he said, voice trembling. "I fear your friend's case might be lost in the shuffle of bigger events." Aurelia thanked him, heart pounding at the possibility that Nicia's fate might be overshadowed by empire-wide anxieties. Late that evening, mother and daughter sat beneath a flickering oil lamp, rereading every letter, every note, every snippet of progress. Tullia rubbed her temples, exhaustion evident. "We've tried appealing to reason and honour," she said softly. "Yet reason often surrenders when paranoia sets in." Aurelia offered quiet reassurance. Even though her own hope dimmed, she refused to betray defeat. A new summons arrived the next day. One of the emperor's councillors, a figure named Albius Saturninus, requested a meeting. The messenger's words carried no warmth, only that further clarification was required. Aurelia's heartbeat quickened. This could be the pivotal moment. If Saturninus found their arguments lacking, Nicia could disappear from all records. If he chose leniency, perhaps a door would open. Guided by Tullia's calm resolve, Aurelia steadied herself. They dressed in subdued finery, mindful of appearances. Outside, Rome's ever-shifting tapestry of rumour and spectacle buzzed with energy. Yet Aurelia could only think of Nicia behind cold bars. As she followed her mother into the street, she silently vowed that she would bend every rule of flattery and caution if it meant freeing her friend from the darkest corners of the Empire's fear. Their meeting with Albius Saturninus took place in a cramped annex near the imperial offices. 2 Praetorian guards flanked the door as Tullia and Aurelia entered a sparsely furnished room. A single torch flickered on the wall, casting elongated shadows that danced across rows of scrolls. Seated at a wooden desk, Saturninus glanced up with cool detachment. Aurelia felt an instinctive chill, sensing he was no mere bureaucrat, but someone accustomed to wielding real power. He gestured for them to sit. Tullia opened by thanking him for agreeing to hear their case. She spoke calmly of Rome's legacy as a cradle of ideas, explaining how her family believed that preserving intellectual curiosity only strengthened the empire. Saturninus listened impassively, occasionally making a note on a wax tablet. When Tullia finished, Aurelia offered a brief testimony about Nicia's passion for scholarship. "She sees knowledge not as rebellion, but as a way to celebrate Rome's greatness," Aurelia said, each word carefully chosen to flatter the regime. Saturninus tapped the tip of his stylus on the desk. "You paint a virtuous picture," he said. "However, the texts found with this Nicia were not standard fare. They question the notion of divine right. Do they not?" Aurelia's heart pounded. She admitted Nicia once read scrolls that contemplated whether any ruler should claim sacred authority. Saturninus frowned. "Dangerous territory, especially with rumours of dissent roiling our frontiers." Tullia calmly pivoted. "Indeed, but we must distinguish between abstract philosophical debate and genuine sedition. My daughter can attest that Nicia has always shown respect for the emperor's role." Aurelia nodded vigorously, emphasizing that Nicia's inquisitiveness and metaboa aimed at broadening horizons, not toppling regimes. Saturninus continued scribbling, his expression unreadable. After what felt like an eternity, he lifted his gaze. "I will conduct a personal review. If I find reason to believe her curiosity is harmless, I may recommend leniency. But if these ideas have spread beyond her personal circle, clemency grows unlikely. Tullia inclined her head. We appreciate your fairness. She spoke the words with carefully measured gratitude, though Aurelia suspected it was only the faintest glimmer of hope. Returning home, they relayed the conversation to Marcus, who exhaled in relief that at least the door remained ajar. Still, a tightness clung to the household. Aurelia found herself plagued by nightmares, images of Nisia lost in a torchlit corridor of cells. She spent her days editing each draft they'd written, searching for any detail that might strengthen Saturninus's inclination toward mercy. One afternoon, an unexpected visitor arrived, the young philosopher who had once warned Aurelia about the rising clampdown. He carried a slim scroll, eyes alight with urgency. I managed to speak with a contact in the Praetorian Guard, he whispered. They say Saturninus is truly deliberating, but pressures from above are mounting. Another wave of arrests could come at any moment. Aurelia thanked him, heart heavy with the knowledge that Nisia's life hung by a thread. The days that followed were filled with confusion. Tullia arranged small gatherings, subtly reminding attendees of Rome's alleged commitment to enlightenment. She recounted the city's storied history of absorbing foreign traditions. If we punish those who explore new perspectives, do we not undermine centuries of proud heritage? She would ask, voice wavering just enough to stir emotion. Some listeners offered sympathetic murmurs, others averted their eyes, unwilling to align themselves against the growing tide of suspicion. Aurelia found solace in revisiting old notes from Nitia, who had scribbled translations of Greek verses about the pursuit of truth. Reading those lines by the lamp light, Aurelia vowed she would not abandon her friend to the machinery of fear. Even so, the unstoppable churn of Roman politics loomed over them. Each morning arrived with fresh rumours, a new rebellion in Gaul, a senator rumoured to be conspiring against imperial authority, or the guard arresting someone for uttering heretical claims. The city's mood felt like a drawn bowstring, ready to snap. Finally, on a cloudy afternoon, a pale-faced courier arrived with a sealed message. Trembling, Aurelia broke the wax seal. Saturninus summoned them for a final verdict. Marcus's hand gripped Aurelia's shoulder as she read the words aloud. Tullia said nothing, but her eyes were dark with both fear and resolve. The next morning, they dressed carefully in subdued garments. Stepping into the street, Aurelia noticed how the city seemed caught in a hush, as though bracing for some unseen impact. The approach to the imperial annex felt endless. As they neared the guarded doors, Aurelia prayed that every subtle argument, every measured phrase, every small gesture of respect they'd offered would count for something. And above all, she prayed that Nisia might yet walk free, rather than dissolve into the silence that swallowed so many fragile voices in Rome. Saturninus received them in the same stark chamber, with 2 new guards posted at the entrance. His expression remained inscrutable as he motioned them forward. Tullia bowed politely, Yesul, while Aurelia tried to steady her breathing. Aurelia caught a glimpse of a neat stack of documents on the desk, wondering if those silent pages summarized Nisia's life. Without preamble, Saturninus spoke. I've reviewed the materials and considered your arguments. By all accounts, this Nisia is intellectually curious, not openly seditious. Aurelia clutched the edge of her cloak, struggling to remain composed. However, Saturninus continued, the presence of anti-imperial rhetoric in her possession cannot be dismissed. The empire stands on uncertain ground. Any perceived challenge to its divine authority risks igniting greater discord. A tense silence followed. Tullia inclined her head. We understand the peril, yet we maintain that curiosity is not conspiracy. Saturninus tapped a finger on the scroll before him. I'm inclined to believe your friend poses no immediate threat. Under ordinary circumstances, I might recommend her release with a warning. He sighed, sounding uncharacteristically weary. And these are not ordinary times. The provinces grumble, the legions grow restless, and paranoia seeps from the highest ranks. Aurelia felt her hopes waver. Is there truly no room for clemency? She asked, voice trembling. Saturninus studied her, then spoke slowly. I can arrange for Nisia's transfer into a supervised residence, house arrest, essentially, under 2 conditions. First, she must renounce any texts that question Rome's sanctity. Second, someone must vouch for her continued good conduct. Tullia glanced at Aurelia, relief mixing with apprehension. "We will gladly vouch for her," Tullia said. Saturninus leaned forward, voice dropping low. "Be aware. If anything else incriminating surfaces, your family's name will be forfeit alongside hers." He let the warning hang in the stale air. Aurelia's chest tightened, but she would not abandon Nisia now. Tullia spoke with forced calm. "We accept the responsibility." He gave a curt nod and scribbled instructions on a small tablet. "I'll expedite the transfer. Expect to be notified when she arrives under guard." With that, he dismissed them. Aurelia managed to murmur thanks, though her pulse hammered in her ears. Once outside, Tullia squeezed her hand. "We did it," she whispered. Aurelia took a deep breath in relief. They hadn't truly won, but at least Nisia was spared a grim fate in hidden cells. Days passed, each one stretching with agonizing slowness. Aurelia and Tullia prepared a modest guest chamber, anticipating Nisia's arrival in guarded custody. Marcus wrestled with anxieties, pacing across the atrium at odd hours. "We've taken a risk. If the climate worsens, we could face the guard's wrath." Aurelia recognized the danger, but clung to the thought of reuniting with her friend. Finally, on a bright afternoon, the clang of iron at the villa's gate signalled the guard's presence. Aurelia rushed to the entry, finding 2 stern soldiers flanking a figure whose wrists were bound by a simple leather strap. Nisia looked thinner, her eyes shadowed with fatigue. Yet when she recognized Aurelia, a flicker of relief lit her features. The lead guard stated that Nisia was now under house arrest, pending further review. "Any attempt to escape or spread subversive materials will void the arrangement," he warned. Once the soldiers left, Aurelia guided Nisia inside. Tullia hurried forward with water and fruit, her voice gentle. Tears shone in Nisia's eyes, though she tried to maintain composure. "Thank you," she rasped. I wasn't sure I'd ever leave that place." Aurelia fought back her own tears, certain that the moment demanded steadiness. "You're safe here, as safe as any of us can be," she replied. Over the next hours, Nisia recounted her ordeal in halting tones. She had been interrogated repeatedly, pressed to name others who shared her dangerous viewpoints. She insisted she had none to name. Aurelia felt a swell of admiration. Nisia's loyalty to the truth had outweighed her fear, yet the cost was evident in every exhausted breath she took. As dusk settled, Tullia insisted that Nisia rest. Aurelia remained by her bedside, grappling with an odd blend of elation and worry. Though freed from the dungeon, Nisia now lived under perpetual threat. The looming presence of the guard was real. One misstep could hurl them all into ruin. "We must be careful," Aurelia said, her voice trembling. "House arrest is a precarious mercy." Nisia nodded, wincing at some unseen bruise. "I won't give them a reason to lock me away again, but I can't lie, I still believe what I believe." Aurelia reached for her friend's hand, heart pounding with the realization that this fragile respite might be the closest thing to victory they would find. For now, at least, they had wrested Nisia from the Empire's deepest shadows. Tomorrow would bring fresh challenges. Nisia's presence in the villa introduced both hope and new peril. Day by day, she regained strength, although she remained pale and silent at times. Aurelia noticed how Nisia jumped at minor sounds, as though expecting the guard to burst in at any moment. House arrest meant the Empire still held her on a leash, ready to yank tight if any hint of forbidden inquiry resurfaced. Tullia took pains to comply with the guard's stipulations. She dismissed most servants to avoid rumours, limiting outsiders' knowledge of Nisia's whereabouts. Family acquaintances who came calling were informed that the household required privacy due to an illness. Marcus withdrew further into his study, wary of inadvertently drawing attention. Meanwhile, Aurelia felt herself teetering between relief and anxiety. Free as she was to wander, she knew that one slip of the tongue could bring disaster crashing down. As Nisia recovered, they spoke in hushed tones about her prison ordeal. Guards had demanded names, twisting every conversation into a potential confession. "They wanted me to admit a conspiracy," Nisia said, voice strained, "but I had none to give." Aurelia bit her lip, recalling how dangerously close Rome's paranoia had come to extinguishing her friend's life. That same paranoia still loomed, ready to stifle any criticisms of imperial might. One afternoon, Tullia informed Aurelia that Lucius Cassius Longinus had invited them to a private supper. He wished to discuss a path to concluding Nicia's case permanently, ideally by persuading the authorities to close the file. He believes that with the right approach we might seal this matter, Tullia explained. No more indefinite limbo. Aurelia's heart lifted, though she feared illusions of finality. She had learned that in Rome, solutions were often temporary, compromised by hidden agendas. They left Nicia in Marcus's care and travelled to Lucius's villa under cover of dusk. Soft lamplight glowed in the colonnade where he waited, a discreet spread of bread, olives, and watered wine laid out. After greeting them, Lucius dove straight into the matter. Saturninus's arrangement is conditional. We must convince the imperial councillors that your friend is no longer a subject of concern. He paused, choosing his words. A formal statement disavowing any anti-imperial notions might suffice. Aurelia tensed. She knew Nicia's stance on the Empire's claimed divinity wouldn't change. Yet Tullia, ever pragmatic, asked if the statement could be phrased to avoid direct falsehood. Lucius nodded. We can craft something that emphasises loyalty to Rome's stability without forcing her to recant every idea she's ever held. Still, Aurelia sensed the moral quandary. Nicia would essentially have to tiptoe around her beliefs to survive. They agreed that Tullia and Aurelia would draft a declaration, referencing how house arrest had clarified Nicia's respect for Roman law. The next day, Aurelia presented the idea to Nicia, bracing for conflict. To her relief, Nicia gave a weary nod. I won't lie about my convictions, but if there's a form of words that satisfies them without trampling the truth, let's try. I can't return to that cell. Within 2 days, they produced a carefully honed statement. Aurelia wrote it by hand, ensuring each clause underscored compliance with Rome's order while refraining from claims that the emperor was divine. Tullia smoothed out phrases, injecting enough deference to placate suspicious officials. Nicia approved, though Aurelia noticed her fingers trembling as she scrawled her name at the bottom. Let's hope the city's thirst for scapegoats is momentarily quenched, she murmured. A courier delivered the statement to Saturninus, and a fraught silence followed. Meanwhile, chatter in the forum hinted that Rome's political storms continued unabated. A rebellious governor in the east caused unrest. A string of questionable executions rattled the populace. Against that backdrop, Nicia's predicament could easily vanish, overshadowed by larger crises. Aurelia felt a guilty relief that perhaps anonymity might shield them. One late afternoon, the fateful reply arrived. A letter sealed with the imprint of Saturninus declared that, upon due consideration and demonstration of loyalty, the matter is resolved. Nicia was released from official custody, provided she remained within city bounds and avoided any subversive gatherings. Aurelia's knees nearly buckled with relief as Tullia read the words aloud. Though the stipulations lingered, at least the threat of a renewed arrest had subsided. That evening, the villa filled with subdued joy. Nicia, tears in her eyes, embraced Tullia and Marcus, thanking them for risking so much on her behalf. Aurelia, overwhelmed, pulled her friend aside. "We did it," she said softly. "You're free." Nicia nodded, yet her expression was tinged with sadness. Free enough, perhaps, but the Empire's fear remains. Aurelia understood. Rome's might still loomed, and countless others languished in cells for lesser doubts. When dawn broke, Aurelia stood in the atrium, gazing at the mosaic floor. She recalled how she once believed Rome's grandeur resided in unwavering ideals. Now she saw that its splendour was fragile, maintained through half-truths, subtle negotiations, and a readiness to crush dissent. Still, she felt a spark of optimism. In saving Nicia, they had proven that compassion could pierce the Empire's armour, at least for a moment. Stepping outside, Aurelia inhaled the cool air and resolved to keep her eyes open, to document not just the marble triumphs, but also the hidden struggles that shaped Rome from within. The early 17th century, a time when Europe was a patchwork of kingdoms, principalities, and religious divides. At the heart of this patchwork lay the Holy Roman Empire, a vast and fragmented realm that stretched across much of Central Europe. For centuries, tensions simmered beneath the surface. as Catholic and Protestant states vied for power, influence, and the right to practice their faith freely. The spark that ignited this long and devastating conflict came in the form of a defiant act in the city of Prague. In 1618, Protestant nobles in Bohemia, angered by perceived restrictions on their religious freedoms under Emperor Ferdinand II, staged a dramatic rebellion. They stormed Prague Castle, seized 2 imperial officials, and hurled them out of a window in an event known as the Defenestration of Prague. Miraculously, the officials survived the fall, but the act was a clear declaration of defiance. This single moment set off a chain reaction, like ripples spreading across a still pond. Ferdinand II, a staunch Catholic, saw the rebellion as a direct challenge to his authority in the Catholic Church. Determined to restore order and Catholic dominance, he mobilized his forces, while Protestant leaders across the empire began rallying their allies in preparation for a larger struggle. What began as a localized conflict in Bohemia quickly escalated into a broader war, drawing in neighboring regions and foreign powers. Protestant princes sought support from allies in Denmark, Sweden, and beyond, while Catholic states turned to Spain and the powerful Habsburg dynasty for aid. The war was no longer just about Bohemia. It had become a contest of religion, politics, and territorial ambition. As the conflict unfolded, it became clear that this was not a war of quick resolutions. The early battles were fierce yet inconclusive, leaving both sides entrenched in their positions and more determined than ever to secure victory. The countryside began to bear the scars of the war. Villages burned, crops were destroyed, and innocent lives were caught in the crossfire. The 30 Years' War was born out of these divisions, and its origins reveal much about the fragile balance of power and belief in Europe at the time. It was a conflict rooted in faith, but also fueled by ambition and fear, a perfect storm that would rage for decades. Take a moment to absorb this beginning, the first ripples of what would become a vast and relentless storm. As we move forward, the intricate web of alliances, battles, and betrayals will unfold. But for now, let the gravity of this moment settle, a reminder of how one act of defiance can echo across history. As the conflict in Bohemia ignited, the deeper fault lines of Europe's religious divide began to widen, casting a shadow over the entire continent. At its core, the 30 Years' War was fueled by the tensions between Catholics and Protestants, a struggle that had simmered since the Reformation in the 16th century. The Peace of Augsburg in 1555 had attempted to create harmony by allowing rulers within the Holy Roman Empire to determine their state's religion, whether Catholic or Lutheran. Yet this fragile peace left many unresolved issues, particularly with the rise of Calvinism, a branch of Protestantism that had not been recognised in the agreement. As Calvinist states gained influence, the Catholic Habsburg rulers viewed them as a threat. Their growing presence felt like a challenge to the established order. When Ferdinand II ascended to the throne of the Holy Roman Empire, he was determined to restore Catholic dominance. His unwavering faith and aggressive policies further inflamed tensions, especially among Protestant states that viewed him as a tyrant bent on crushing their freedoms. Ferdinand's allies in Spain and the papacy provided him with support, reinforcing the Catholic position with resources and manpower. On the other side, the Protestant Union, a coalition of Protestant princes, mobilized to resist Ferdinand's ambitions. They sought aid from Protestant powers beyond the empire, including Denmark, Sweden, and England. These nations saw the conflict not only as a religious struggle, but also as an opportunity to weaken the Habsburgs and expand their own influence. The war spread beyond Bohemia, spilling into regions such as the Palatinate, Saxony, and Bavaria. Each new front brought devastation to towns and villages, as armies marched across the countryside, leaving destruction in their wake. The brutality of the conflict became evident in battles such as the Battle of White Mountain in 1620, a crushing defeat for the Protestants that marked the beginning of Ferdinand's efforts to reassert Catholic control. But despite Catholic victories in the early years, the war refused to subside. Protestant leaders rallied, drawing on the resources and military expertise of their allies. Sweden, under King Gustavus Adolphus, emerged as a formidable force. His disciplined armies breathed new life into the Protestant cause. The balance of power began to shift and the war escalated further. This was no longer a simple struggle between Catholics and Protestants. It became a war of ambition and survival. Smaller states and mercenary armies joined the fray, drawn by promises of plunder and pay. The war became a theatre of chaos, where alliances shifted and even traditional enemies found themselves fighting side by side in pursuit of their goals. As the conflict deepened, it transformed the very nature of warfare. The 30 Years' War was one of the first conflicts where civilian populations suffered as much as, if not more than, the soldiers. Famine, disease, and displacement became common, as entire communities were uprooted or destroyed. The war's religious roots became intertwined with the politics of power, and its escalation revealed the fragility of peace in a divided world. As we move to the next chapter, consider the human cost of these divisions, the lives touched by a conflict that seemed endless, yet always teetered on the edge of resolution. By the late 1620s, the Protestant cause seemed to falter, their forces weakened by defeats and dwindling alliances. But the entry of Sweden into the war, under the leadership of King Gustavus Adolphus, marked a turning point that would reshape the conflict. Gustavus Adolphus was not just a ruler, he was a visionary military leader whose innovations in strategy and tactics would leave a lasting legacy on warfare. Gustavus Adolphus believed deeply in the Protestant cause, but his intervention was also driven by Sweden's strategic interests. The Habsburgs' growing influence threatened Swedish dominance in the Baltic region, making the 30 Years' War a matter of survival and sovereignty for his nation. With the backing of France, which sought to undermine Habsburg power despite being Catholic, Sweden entered the fray in 1630, bringing with it a disciplined and modernized army. The Swedish forces brought a new energy to the Protestant struggle. Gustavus Adolphus introduced revolutionary military tactics, emphasizing mobility, coordination, and the use of combined arms, integrating infantry, cavalry, and artillery into a cohesive fighting force. These methods gave his troops a significant edge over the larger but less organized armies of the Catholic League. The Battle of Breitenfeld in 1631 was a defining moment, a stunning victory for the Swedes and their Protestant allies. Gustavus Adolphus's army decimated the Catholic forces, demonstrating the effectiveness of his strategies. This victory not only bolstered Protestant morale, but also drew new allies to their cause, shifting the balance of power in the war. Under Gustavus Adolphus's leadership, the Protestant forces began to reclaim territory lost in earlier phases of the war. They advanced deep into the heart of the Holy Roman Empire, challenging Ferdinand II's dominance and threatening the stability of the Habsburg realms. Gustavus Adolphus's charisma and tactical brilliance earned him the loyalty of his troops and the respect of his enemies. But his triumphs were not without cost. In 1632, at the Battle of Lutzen, Gustavus Adolphus achieved another critical victory, but lost his life in the process. His death was a severe blow to the Protestant cause, yet his legacy endured. The momentum he had generated allowed Sweden to remain a dominant force in the war, and his military innovations continued to influence the strategies of both sides. As Sweden's intervention reshaped the war, the conflict grew even more complex. Religious divides began to blur as political ambitions took centre stage, with Catholic France supporting Protestant Sweden to counterbalance Habsburg power. This shifting landscape of alliances revealed the deeper currents driving the war, a struggle not just of faith, but of power and control over Europe's future. Gustavus Adolphus's role in the 30 Years' War is a testament to the transformative power of leadership and innovation. His contributions brought hope to a fractured alliance and altered the course of a seemingly endless conflict. Yet, His death also reminded the world of the fleeting nature of triumph in the face of war's relentless toll. As we prepare to move to the next chapter, take a moment to reflect on the determination and vision it takes to bring change amid chaos. In the darkest times, even a single leader can leave an indelible mark, and yet the storm of history moves forward, carrying all in its wake. As the 30 Years' War stretched into its second decade, the conflict expanded beyond its original boundaries, engulfing nearly all of Europe in its relentless grasp. Nations that had once remained on the sidelines found themselves drawn into the fray, whether by alliances, ambitions, or the sheer inevitability of the war's momentum. The entry of France in 1635 marked a dramatic shift. Though a Catholic nation, France allied with Protestant powers like Sweden to counterbalance the Habsburgs' influence. This decision underscored how the war had evolved from a religious conflict into a broader struggle for political dominance in Europe. The stage was set for what would become one of the most destructive periods of the war. As alliances grew ever more complex and battles became increasingly brutal. Across the continent, the toll of the war was staggering. Cities were besieged and burned. Fields were left barren and lifeless, and villages were emptied as civilians fled the advancing armies. Mercenary forces, often poorly paid and motivated by survival, resorted to pillaging and looting, leaving devastation in their wake. Famine and disease swept through war-torn regions, taking more lives than the battles themselves. As you listen to this story, let the gravity of these events drift gently through your thoughts, but not linger. Imagine the chaos of the time slowly fading into the background, replaced by a sense of quiet reflection. Feel the weight of the war's hardship giving way to an understanding of resilience, a reminder of humanity's enduring strength even in its darkest hours. The conflict's scope seemed endless, with battles erupting in regions as far-reaching as the Rhineland, the Netherlands, and northern Italy. Yet amid the turmoil, moments of diplomacy and negotiation emerged, offering brief glimpses of hope. Peace talks began to take shape, though they were slow and fraught with challenges, reflecting the deep divisions and mistrust among the warring parties. Let these moments of negotiation remind you that even in the midst of chaos, there are always efforts toward resolution. Allow yourself to relax further, your breath steady and calm, as if tracing the contours of history's slow march toward peace. As we move deeper into the story, the resilience of the people and the shifting tides of war remind us of the impermanence of struggle. Take this moment to let your mind ease. Let the complexity of the 30 Years' War unravel gently, leaving you with a sense of quiet perspective and peace. After nearly 3 decades of relentless conflict, Europe began to seek an end to the devastation. The 30 Years' War had taken a toll unlike any before it. Economies were ruined, lands were ravaged, and millions of lives had been lost. By the early 1640s, the warring nations realized that no decisive victory was in sight. The war had devolved into a stalemate of exhaustion. Thus began the long and complex journey toward peace, through the negotiations that would culminate in the Peace of Westphalia. The Westphalian negotiations were unprecedented in their scope and ambition. For the first time in European history, nearly all major powers gathered to discuss terms of peace. Delegates from Catholic and Protestant states, as well as representatives from France, Sweden, Spain, and the Holy Roman Empire, met in the towns of Münster and Osnabrück. These talks would last for years, reflecting the complexity of the issues at hand and the deep mistrust between the parties. As the negotiations unfolded, the participants wrestled with questions of religion, sovereignty, and the balance of power. The Peace of Westphalia sought to establish a new order in Europe, one that would recognize the religious and political realities that had emerged from the war. Protestant and Catholic states agreed to a form of mutual tolerance, reaffirming the principle that rulers could determine their state's religion, while also granting greater freedoms to minority faiths. The treaty also redefined the concept of sovereignty. It marked the beginning of the modern state system. where nations recognized each other's territorial boundaries and agreed not to interfere in one another's internal affairs. This idea of state sovereignty would become a cornerstone of international relations for centuries to come. While the Peace of Westphalia brought an end to the 30 Years' War, its provisions were not without compromise. No side emerged as a clear victor, and many of the underlying tensions remained unresolved. Yet, the treaty succeeded in ending the immediate bloodshed and creating a framework for coexistence in a fractured Europe. As you listen to the conclusion of this chapter, let the idea of resolution fill your thoughts. Picture the weary negotiators, coming together after years of strife, finding common ground in the hope of a better future. Let this image remind you that even in the most challenging times, peace is always within reach. The road to peace was long and arduous, yet it proved that dialogue and compromise can overcome even the deepest divisions. Allow this lesson to settle within you as you relax further, your mind at ease, as the echoes of war fade into the calm promise of resolution. As the Peace of Westphalia brought an end to the 30 Years' War, Europe began to rebuild from the ashes of its most devastating conflict. The war left an indelible mark on the continent, shaping the course of history in profound ways. Nations that had been battered and broken emerged with new identities, while the concept of sovereignty laid the foundation for the modern nation-state system. The war's legacy extended beyond politics and borders. It changed the way conflicts were waged, highlighting the immense cost of prolonged war and the devastating impact on civilian populations. The lessons of the 30 Years' War echoed across generations, reminding humanity of the importance of diplomacy, tolerance, and restraint. This story of destruction and eventual reconciliation carries a timeless message. Even in the darkest of times, there is always a path forward, a path forged through perseverance, negotiation, and the willingness to find common ground. The 30 Years' War may have scarred Europe, but it also served as a turning point, proving that peace, though hard won, is always worth striving for. As we close this chapter of history, take a moment to reflect on the resilience of the human spirit. Let the story of the 30 Years' War remind you of the strength found in unity and the power of resolution. Think of the nations and individuals who rebuilt after so much loss, their journey, though difficult, leading to a more stable and interconnected future. Now let the soothing sounds of rain guide you to a place of peace and relaxation. Imagine gentle raindrops falling softly on leaves, washing away the echoes of history's struggles. Feel the rhythm of the rain bringing calm to your mind and a sense of quiet to your soul. Frederic Chopin's story begins in the modest village of Żelazowa Wola, Poland, where he was born around March 1st, 1810, though some documents note February 22nd. The region was steeped in cultural richness and political upheaval, with Warsaw nearby and the territory under the shadow of the Russian Empire. Chopin's father, Nicholas, was a Frenchman teaching language and manners to Polish nobility, while his mother, Justina, was a Polish gentlewoman whose calm sense of tradition anchored their household. In that setting, Polish folklore mingled with European musical forms. Even in infancy, Chopin absorbed these influences, as if the rhythmic footsteps of villagers and distant folk melodies wove into his subconscious. Though unremarkable at first glance, the family's small home resonated with reverence for art. The piano, a battered upright, became young Frederic's first beloved companion, opening onto imaginative worlds he'd conjure in quiet mornings. Around 6, Chopin's prodigious talent drew attention from family friends and local aristocrats. In a society that revered salon culture, a gifted child at the piano was mythic. He played short pieces at gatherings, shyly but assuredly, winning over curious onlookers who watched in mild disbelief. Even then, his playing transcended mere youthful charm. He displayed a depth that hinted at hidden wells of sensitivity. His teacher, Wojciech Żywny, noted the boy's special relationship with melody, which seemed to flow through him without the stiffness typical of child prodigies. Beyond his domestic sphere, Poland itself was navigating a fragile identity. The Napoleonic Wars had left scars across Europe. Although too young to grasp politics, Chopin sensed the patriotism and longing carried by adults around him. Through his mother's lullabies and whispered family stories, the notion of a lost homeland became a melodic thread weaving through his emerging consciousness. Chopin's sister, Ludwika, often joined him at the piano. Family duets turned into moments of shared creativity, honing Frederic's ability to communicate through sound. Here, his earliest compositions took shape, short, sometimes clumsy preludes to the refined expressions he would later craft. Yet these embryonic works already displayed what would become his hallmark: graceful lines and a certain bittersweet tension between major and minor. He performed publicly for the first time around age 7, playing a concert in Warsaw. Though such appearances could be dismissed as novelty, Chopin avoided the fate of child prodigies who fade once the novelty wanes. He possessed a seriousness and poetic restraint rare in children. Observers began to regard him as a symbol of Poland's hopes, a delicate, steadfast light for a land overshadowed by external forces. Despite the growing acclaim, the Chopin household valued stability. Nicholas and Justina refused to exploit their son's talent, allowing only select performances while ensuring a rigorous academic education. Literature, history, and language formed the backdrop to Chopin's musical studies, broadening his imagination and refining his sensibilities. Piano practice remained constant, punctuating daily life. Occasionally, he would present a short polonaise or mazurka at family gatherings, each piece tinged with local rhythms reframed through his evolving style. Youthful curiosity led him beyond his surroundings. Brief visits to Warsaw introduced a more cosmopolitan musical scene. Though still young, he encountered professional musicians, aristocrats, and intellectuals in salons. These glimpses of city life left a strong impression. He realized that an artistic future might extend beyond village confines. Yet he retained a deep tie to Poland's cultural soul. This duality, rooted in Poland's provincial heart while edging toward Europe's wider possibilities, would shape his entire career. For the moment, though, he was just a boy at the piano, enthralled by the promise of music that echoed far beyond any single room. Whispers about this gentle prodigy stirred questions. Could he be Poland's next great musical figure, a voice of national identity wrapped in delicate harmonies? Only time and Chopin's unfolding genius would reveal the answer. In these formative years, no one could anticipate the complex trajectory that lay ahead. But in the whispers of the local gatherings where merchants and travelling performers converged, an unspoken consensus emerged. Young Frederic was different, far from the typical parlour show-off. He conveyed a delicate empathy through his keyboard that spoke to people's private joys and sorrows. Each note he played seemed to carry a gentle sense of yearning, as though bridging the gap between ephemeral childhood and the adult complexities lurking beyond the horizon. His parents, though pleased by the modest celebrity he garnered, were deeply protective. Those who watched felt stirred in his recitals, as if Poland spoke through his hands. Chopin's teenage years were marked by a widening world, one in which he began to see the possibilities and pressures that came with his growing reputation. By the time he was in his early teens, Warsaw itself had become a kind of secondary classroom. He frequented the city more often, absorbing the salon culture in ways that surpassed mere piano demonstrations. He observed how aristocrats, intellectuals, and artists interacted, not just in the formal sense of performance, but in their private, candid conversations about politics, literature, and the future of the nation perpetually under watch. In these salon gatherings, Chopin was at first a curiosity, an unassuming, somewhat delicate figure who produced music that seemed too profound for his youthful appearance. But as he refined his style, he earned respect as a musician, rather than just a novelty. His performances, often intimate affairs, displayed a sensitivity that was starting to take shape in his original compositions. While still shaped by the classical frameworks he'd studied, his work also blended Polish musical elements with a new harmonic language. This evolution thrilled those who heard him, and the novelty of his youth gave way to genuine admiration of his craft. By 1826, Chopin enrolled at the Warsaw Conservatory under Józef Elsner. Elsner, a composer of some renown, recognized the uniqueness of his students' musical instincts. Rather than imposing rigid expectations, Elsner fostered a gentle discipline. guiding Chopin toward an understanding of form and counterpoint that would serve as the backbone for his stylistic experimentation. In so doing, Elsner fulfilled two crucial roles. He acted both as a guardrail, preventing Chopin from drifting into mere fanciful improvisations, and as a doorway, encouraging the young musician to trust his own artistic impulses. Yet Chopin's life in Warsaw was not all about study. He mingled with peers, engaged in spirited debates, and, according to some letters, even enjoyed the light-hearted distractions typical of youth: dances, outdoor excursions, late-night banter. This balance between earnest scholarship and playful socializing kept him grounded. Friends who remembered him from that time recalled a gentle, witty personality who could draw out laughter just as easily as tears with his piano playing. Still, a restlessness stirred within him. Poland's political situation seemed forever precarious, and he felt a tug to experience life beyond Warsaw's boundaries. A trip to Berlin in 1828 offered a hint of what awaited him outside his homeland. Though brief, it introduced him to broader circles of culture and music, sparking a sense of wanderlust. Upon returning, he began formulating plans to travel more extensively, both for artistic growth and for practical reasons. Warsaw, supportive though it was, could only offer so much in terms of career prospects. In 1829, he journeyed to Vienna, the Austrian capital, with its illustrious musical lineage. Mozart, Beethoven, Schubert was a magnet for ambitious young composers. Chopin found himself in a bustling hub where concerts and operas were daily fare. Overwhelmed yet inspired, he tested his mettle by giving performances, each carefully arranged to capitalize on the city's appetite for novelty. Although he was met with critical approval, he also confronted the reality that audiences here were accustomed to spectacle and virtuosity on a grand scale. Chopin's style, intimate and subtly shaded, was unusual by comparison. Nonetheless, local critics praised his nuanced touch and originality. Encouraged, he contemplated making Vienna his base for a longer stretch, but events in Poland soon demanded his attention. Rumours of upheaval floated through Europe, hinting that the Polish struggle for autonomy might erupt into open conflict. Torn between an ambition to explore foreign stages and loyalty to his homeland, Chopin briefly returned to Warsaw in late 1830. Around that time, the November Uprising, an armed rebellion against Russian rule, shattered the foundations of Polish society. While Chopin debated his next steps, friends and family urged him to secure his future abroad, believing that fulfilling his musical potential would serve Poland's cultural pride just as effectively as taking up arms. Thus began the departure that would define his life. In the autumn of 1830, Chopin left Poland for Vienna once again, carrying with him a small box of earth from his native soil, an emblem of his deep attachment to his homeland. As he travelled, he felt a swirl of emotions: excitement, trepidation, sorrow. He watched the landscapes shift as he crossed borders, his piano improvisations echoing the uncertainties of a life in transit. Yet at this point, few realised how profoundly this step would echo in Chopin's life. By the early 1830s, Paris had emerged as the glittering epicentre of European art, intellect and revolution. For Frederic Chopin, who recently arrived from Poland in turmoil, the city felt both overwhelming and inviting. He entered a community of writers, painters and fellow composers, all converging in the capital's salons, those vibrant, often unpredictable hives of conversation and performance. To a young exile burdened by homesickness, Paris offered both a refuge and a blank canvas on which to shape his public identity. Almost immediately, Chopin sensed the city's dual nature. It was as much a whirlwind of self-promotion and social manoeuvring as it was a crucible of high art. Hostesses of these gatherings vied for intriguing guests, and initially, Chopin's Polish origins and refined keyboard approach made him a sought-after novelty. Yet he soon learned that success in Paris demanded more than raw talent. It required a flair for presentation and the ability to navigate cliques. Determined to avoid being overshadowed by showier performers, he maintained his intimate style while allowing curious audiences to glimpse his romantic mystique. Fortunately, his music spoke on his behalf. Listeners were entranced by the delicate interplay of melody and harmony that defined his early works. Paris, still reeling from the July Revolution and swept up in a romantic fervour, was primed to celebrate emotion in art. Chopin's pieces, simultaneously subtle and impassioned, fit this cultural moment. Amid the murmur of conversation in cramped drawing rooms, he introduced a distinctly Polish flavour through his mazurkas and polonaises. These forms, coloured by folk rhythms and patriotic longing, offered a window into a homeland many Parisians knew little about. However, achieving financial stability was not an effortless task. Chopin turned to teaching piano, an enterprise he approached with meticulous care. Unlike typical drills, his lessons emphasised musical poetry, guiding students to hear the emotional undercurrent in every phrase. News of his abilities as an instructor spread, and soon wealthy families sought him out. Teaching, though time-consuming, ensured a steady income that freed him from the strain of large-scale concertizing, a format he never fully embraced. Indeed, Chopin's preferred venue was not the grand concert hall, but the intimate salon, where he could sense the subtle reactions of a small audience. His approach, sometimes described as whisper-like, asked listeners to lean in rather than lean back. Critics who anticipated bravura criticised him for his lack of force. Yet among the growing group of admirers, there was consensus that force was never his aim. In an era enthralled by more personal expression, Chopin's delicate phrasing offered a different kind of power, one that was internal, reflective, and quietly revolutionary. During these formative years in Paris, he forged relationships that would shape his legacy. One such bond developed with Franz Liszt, a flamboyant Hungarian pianist whose colossal sound and stage theatrics contrasted sharply with the Chopin's reserve. Nevertheless, the two men found common ground, admiring each other's artistry and occasionally playing together. Their contrasting styles reflected the diversity of Romantic music, Liszt's dramatic scale balanced by the Chopin's interior landscapes. Chopin also crossed paths with figures like Hector Berlioz, whose sweeping symphonies embodied the era's thirst for grandeur. While their creative visions diverged, these encounters deepened Chopin's understanding of music's many possibilities. In a city teeming with restless minds, he soaked up discussions of aesthetics, politics, and philosophy. Late-night gatherings could spark friendships or feuds, but for Chopin they offered continual insight into the forces shaping contemporary thought. Yet under the polished routine of teaching and performing, Chopin carried the weight of displacement. Letters reveal his lingering sorrow over Poland's struggles, an ache that wove itself into his most poignant compositions. Even as he gained acclaim in Paris, he wrestled with guilt at having left his homeland. This tension between a new life of opportunity and an old world in turmoil fueled his artistic spirit. Ultimately, it was this confluence of exile and acceptance, longing and fulfillment, that birthed his most enduring works. In the midst of this growing success, however, Chopin had no inkling that a dramatic personal relationship would soon reshape his life in ways even his music could barely foretell. It was within these circles of artists and intellectuals that Chopin encountered the writer George Sand, a presence as paradoxical and complex as the city itself. Born Aurore Dupin, she had already garnered both fame and notoriety for her unconventional lifestyle. Adopting a man's attire and openly criticising social norms, their first meeting, arranged by mutual friends, was anything but ideal. Sand's boldness startled Chopin, likewise. His delicate demeanour struck her as a feat. Yet beneath this awkward first impression, a shared sensibility lingered, hinting that fate had set them on a path of entanglement. Though their initial interactions were marked by tension, curiosity eventually eroded wariness. At salons, Sand listened to Chopin's performances with quiet intensity, fascinated by the subtle passion woven into his nocturnes and preludes. For her part, Chopin discovered in Sand's writing a candour that both unsettled and intrigued him. She wrote with emotional force, challenging societal expectations in a way he, a more introverted figure, could only express through music. In time, this mutual fascination evolved into a relationship that defied easy classification. Some saw it as scandalous, others romanticised it, envisioning two rebellious souls uniting under the banner of art. Sand's familial obligations, she was a mother with complex ties to past lovers, clashed with Chopin's need for a stable, tranquil environment. Yet for several years, they carved out a shared existence, spending summers at Sand's estate in Nohant, where Chopin found the kind of peace impossible to attain in Paris. The manor's sprawling gardens and rustic atmosphere gave him the space to compose free from urban pressures. Meanwhile, Sand continued to write feverishly, fueling her own literary output in parallel. This period yielded some of Chopin's most refined compositions. He built upon his previous works, deepening their emotional range while drawing further on Polish influences, especially in his mazurkas. The synergy with Sand took a curious form. She stoked his creative fires by allowing him solitude, yet providing companionship when he needed it. The letters from that era reveal a mixture of affection and exasperation, as they attempted to reconcile two strong-willed temperaments with distinct worldviews. Chopin's health, already delicate, showed further signs of strain. He suffered from persistent coughing fits and fevers, likely tied to a chronic pulmonary ailment. The exact nature of his condition remains debated, though tuberculosis is the commonly suggested culprit. At no hint, Sand took on the role of caregiver, even as she juggled her responsibilities to her children. The tranquil setting was both therapeutic and creatively stimulating. However, the underlying tensions in their partnership never fully disappeared. Despite these strains, they managed to maintain a semblance of harmony, returning to Paris for the social season and hosting a circle of admirers, including artists who found their alliance captivating. Rumours and speculations made the rounds, some exaggerated, others tinged with envy. Chopin, quieter by nature, often let Sand handle social negotiations. Her judgment-free nature and ability to navigate bohemian society made her well suited to do so. During their years together, Chopin continued to refine his technique. His works from this phase, nocturnes, waltzes, impromptus, resonate with a delicate balance between introspection and theatrical flair. He pushed the boundaries of harmony, exploring key changes that felt as subtle as shifting moods. Audiences in Paris, who by then revered him as a singular voice on the piano, embraced these developments eagerly. However, when personal conflicts flared, the same artistic brilliance that flowed in times of peace could also come to a halt. Gradually, the relationship showed signs of fracture. Sand's practicality clashed with Chopin's artistic fragility, especially as financial and familial burdens multiplied. Their differing life philosophies became harder to reconcile. Sand championed unconstrained freedom, while Chopin yearned for emotional security. Friends noticed simmering tension. Chopin's circle worried about his health, Sand's acquaintances questioned her choices. Neither could ignore the gathering clouds. Still, for a while longer, they sustained a delicate equilibrium. Each day a tapestry of quiet idylls and small quarrels, softened by the hush of the French countryside. Their bond gave birth to cultural ripples that extended beyond their personal story. The fusion of literary boldness and musical nuance sparked curiosity in those who orbited their world. The question was not if their union would end, but how the inevitable parting would unfold, and what toll it would take on the Chopin spirit, which had grown accustomed to Sand's presence as both muse and caretaker. As the 1840s advanced, tensions between Chopin and George Sand deepened. Conflicting needs frayed their once productive coexistence, culminating in disagreements that seemed trivial to outsiders but deeply impacted their bond. Financial strains became more pronounced. Although Chopin was still giving private lessons and occasionally performing, his medical expenses increased, and his capacity to maintain the rigorous schedule of a sought-after musician waned. Sand's responsibilities piled higher. She was not just an acclaimed novelist, but also a mother, whose children demanded her attention. Their seasonal retreats to Nahant were initially meant to be restorative, yet the countryside that once soothed them now became a backdrop for brooding silences and unspoken resentments. Chopin, increasingly plagued by ill health, found it difficult to cope with the emotional upheavals. Sand, for her part, struggled to reconcile her desire for independence with the role of caregiver and mediator. The earlier idyll of two artists inspiring each other gave way to a fragile piece held together by habit and reluctance to confront the inevitable. By 1846, arguments over the upbringing of Sand's children, particularly her daughter Solange, magnified the couple's disparities. Sand believed Chopin was overstepping his boundaries. He, in turn, felt marginalised in a household he had come to consider partly his own. As from this period paint a picture of two individuals trying to salvage a relationship that had lost its guiding clarity. The closeness that once nurtured Chopin's compositions and fueled Sand's writing now felt stifling, each partner perceiving the other as a barrier to personal freedom. When the final break came, it was less an explosive rupture than a slow unravelling. They were practically living apart by 1847. Their friends, once enchanted by the bohemian aura of their union, looked on with sympathy or weary resignation, depending on whose side they took. Though not bitterly acrimonious, the separation left Chopin emotionally drained at a time when he most needed stability. And then, broader European unrest intervened. The year 1848 ushered in revolutions across the continent. France, Austria, and various Italian states erupted in anti-monarchical fervour. Paris was engulfed by turmoil, with barricades springing up and many aristocratic families fleeing. Chopin's student base shrank dramatically, intensifying his financial worries. Weakened and anxious, he began to consider leaving the city, when a British admirer, Jane Stirling, invited him to London, promising new opportunities for performance and patronage. Chopin decided to accept, despite reservations about travel with his frail health. London welcomed him with a mix of curiosity and scepticism. In a musical scene dominated by large-scale concerts, Chopin's subtle approach found appreciative audiences, but did not ignite a mainstream frenzy. He gave a handful of performances, enough to dazzle connoisseurs and uphold his reputation. Though the city's bustling pace and cold, damp climate took a toll. Searching for respite, he travelled north to Scotland, where patrons offered lodging in their country homes. The bleak landscapes, while novel, did little to alleviate his mounting exhaustion. Letters from this period reveal his despair over deteriorating health and the emotional wounds of separation from Sand. He was haunted by memories of earlier, more optimistic days in Paris. The sense of exile he once felt upon leaving Poland now returned with even greater poignancy. Ironically, he was closer geographically to his homeland than ever before, yet felt more spiritually adrift. His performances, though still meticulous, lack the spark of earlier years. Composing came in fits and starts, yielding a few remarkable late works, but each effort drained his waning strength. By late 1848, Chopin concluded that London could not be a permanent refuge. He returned to Paris early the following year, an ailing figure who could no longer rely on teaching or concerts to sustain himself. Friends rallied to his aid, offering financial support and companionship. Still, each passing week saw him grow weaker, confined mostly to his apartment. Occasional visitors recalled the quiet dignity with which he faced his final decline, maintaining a gentle politeness and concern for others' comfort. He clung to whatever creative impulses remained, sometimes improvising a few notes at the piano, though coughing fits often cut these sessions short. Aware of the seriousness of his condition, Chopin is said to have asked for Mozart's Requiem to be performed at his funeral. The end came on October 17th, 1849, when he died at age 39. Mourners gathered at the Church of the Madeleine to pay tribute. His sister Ludwika, who had journeyed from Poland to be with him, arranged for his heart to be returned to Warsaw, a final testament to the love he bore for his homeland. The rest of his remains were interred at Père Lachaise Cemetery in Paris. In the hush that followed, those who knew him contemplated the delicate threads he wove between Poland, France, and the universal language of music, a tapestry that now, with his passing, felt both achingly complete and painfully unfinished. In the days and weeks after Chopin's death, Parisian society buzzed with reminiscences, myths, and debates over his true nature. Was he the epitome of the romantic, willing to sacrifice his health for the sake of art? Or was he a more measured figure, quietly shaping the course of piano music without fanfare? His friends, former lovers, and students offered conflicting portraits, a mosaic of impressions that underscored the complexity of a life lived in the margins between public scrutiny and private longing. Already, fellow composers and critics were assessing his legacy. Franz Liszt, who had championed Chopin's works, penned a biography that blended admiration with a certain poetic license. Hector Berlioz credited him with renewing the expressive power of the piano. Robert Schumann, based in Germany, had long praised Chopin's gift for capturing entire worlds of feeling in miniature forms. While the scope of Chopin's output was modest compared to symphonists or opera composers, its influence proved outsized, a testament to the intimacy he brought to every bar of music. Pianists marvelled at the technical innovations embedded in his etudes, preludes and nocturnes. Chopin transformed the piano into an instrument of whispered confidence rather than a bombastic display. His approach to fingering, pedal usage, and phrasing forced performers to abandon purely mechanical methods. Instead, they were compelled to inhabit the emotional core of each piece, a requirement that had made playing Chopin both a challenge and a revelation. Yet not everyone grasped his significance immediately. Some critics, particularly those captivated by grand orchestral works, perceived his oeuvre as devoid of grandeur. They questioned whether these delicate sketches deserved the same reverence accorded to symphonies. Over time, however, that perspective evolved. Younger generations of composers recognized that Chopin's genius lay precisely in his ability to convey epic feeling through slender forms. The preludes, each a miniature universe, gained particular acclaim for their structural and harmonic daring. Even Liszt's transcriptions of Chopin's works could not replicate the subtlety that defined Chopin's own playing. In Poland, still grappling with political subjugation, Chopin's music became a beacon of cultural identity. His polonaises, with their regal, march-like rhythms, and mazurkas, echoing the rustic dance forms of rural Poland, resonated with those yearning for national dignity. Over time, entire generations of Poles would point to Chopin as the embodiment of a spirit unbroken by foreign rule. In this sense, his legacy took on a patriotic dimension, turning him into a symbolic guardian of the Polish soul. While he spent much of his adulthood in Paris, his heart, both literally and figuratively, remained in Warsaw, ensuring that his reputation at home was burnished by an almost holy reverence. Beyond Poland's borders, Chopin's influence quietly seeped into the DNA of Western music. Claude Debussy and Gabriel Fauré, major French composers of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, drew upon his nuanced approach to harmony. Even Russian composers like Alexander Scriabin found inspiration in Chopin's coloristic chords. In the realm of piano performance, his legacy manifested in the demand that interpretation be a delicate art of shading and personal expression. Pianists from across Europe, and eventually the world, travelled to Paris or Warsaw to study Chopin's style firsthand. One of the more intriguing aspects of his posthumous fame was the almost hallowed aura surrounding his personal relics. Beyond the famed transport of his heart to Warsaw, people preserved his letters, locks of his hair, and even the pianos he played. Memorials and statues appeared, especially after political shifts allowed Poland to honour its favourite son openly. Festivals sprang up celebrating his birthday and revisiting his repertoire. A certain romantic mystique enveloped his image, the frail poetic exile whose life and death paralleled the vulnerable beauty of his music. Yet for all the mythologizing, Chopin's legacy rests squarely on the strength of his compositions. They remain staples in concert halls and teaching studios, prized not only for their emotive power, but also for their technical demands. Students labour over the waltzes, nocturnes, and etudes, learning to tell stories through rubato and carefully weighted chords. Seasoned performers return to them repeatedly, finding fresh nuance with each pass. In every corner of the world, from grand theatres in major capitals to modest community recital spaces, Chopin's notes continue to ring out, bridging gaps in language, culture, and time. Through it all, the composer retains an aura of intimate mysticism. His music, often described as capturing the soul's gentle confessions, remains deeply personal to each interpreter. And that may be his greatest gift to posterity, the invitation to find our own unspoken yearnings mirrored in his quietly revolutionary idiom. He left no grand manifesto, no flamboyant stage persona, but rather a carefully wrought tapestry of sound that persists in reminding us how powerful the softest voice can be when it speaks of truth. In the modern age, Chopin's significance endures, transcending the boundaries of Poland and France to captivate listeners worldwide. Yet the way we understand him today has expanded well beyond the initial romantic framework. Scholars delve into his manuscripts, tracing the evolution of harmonic progressions and fingering patterns. Historians consider the political and social milieus that shaped him, noting how exile sharpened his sense of cultural identity. At international piano competitions, from Warsaw's prestigious Chopin competition to events in Asia and the Americas, contestants vie to interpret his works with the perfect blend of fidelity and personal insight. In Poland, Chopin remains a national treasure. Streets, airports, and music schools bear his name. The annual festivals dedicated to his music attract visitors from every continent, turning the performance of nocturnes and ballades into a communal pilgrimage. His heart, encased in a pillar at the Church of the Holy Cross in Warsaw, is a poignant reminder of his last wishes. Locals and tourists alike pause there, reflecting on a life that, despite its brevity, resonates across centuries. The Poles see in Chopin a symbol of resilience, a testament that beauty can thrive even under oppression. In France, his longtime adoptive home, Chopin's legacy flourishes as well. Visitors to Paris can pay homage at Père Lachaise Cemetery, where he rests among luminaries such as Jim Morrison and Oscar Wilde. In the city's music academies and concert halls, his name is spoken with a reverence reserved for those who shaped an era. His image, the elegantly dressed yet fragile composer, forever perched at a piano, persists in cultural memory. Each year, recitals commemorate his arrival in Paris, recalling the sense of astonishment he once sparked in those crowded salons. Meanwhile, interpretations of his music have branched in countless directions. The early decades of the 20th century saw pianists like Ignacy Jan Paderewski champion his work with a grand romantic flourish. Later, Artur Rubinstein emphasized an elegant simplicity, stripping away sentimental excess. Contemporary virtuosos, bolstered by historically informed performance techniques, debate over pedal usage and tempo rubato, chasing an elusive authenticity that might approximate Chopin's own sound. Yet the essence of his composition resists rigid definition. Each generation finds something new in them, an unexpected harmonic pivot or a melodic gesture that resonates with modern ears. While classical music circles revere Chopin, other genres occasionally claim him too. Jazz pianists adapt his harmonies, weaving his chordal language into improvisations. Film composers borrow snippets of his melodic style to evoke nostalgia or refined emotion. Even pop and rock musicians have paid tribute in their ways, sampling themes or referencing him as a beacon of artistic integrity. That a 19th century Polish expatriate continues to surface in such varied contexts underscores the universal pull of his sound. At the same time, fresh biographical insights continue to surface. Historians have unearthed letters and diaries that shed light on his experiences in exile, his struggles with illness, and his sometimes overlooked humour. Discussions of his personal relationships, particularly his partnership with George Sand, have shifted from scandalised whispers to nuanced examinations of how two creative forces can both nurture and wound each other. Modern scholarship probes the idea that Chopin's poor health was not merely a tragic backdrop, but a driving factor in his artistry, compelling him to distill profound emotion into concise forms. One cannot overlook the importance of nostalgia and memory in Chopin's ongoing allure. His nocturnes, waltzes, and mazurkas possess a wistful quality that resonates with anyone who's experienced love and loss, yearns for home, or contemplates the transient nature of life. That sense of longing, so central to the Romantic era, feels surprisingly fresh in a world where technology often accelerates our daily existence. Through Chopin's music, many listeners find a space to breathe, to contemplate subtler shades of emotion less easily expressed in words. In a sense, the Chopin story is a bridge between epochs. He lived in the age of candlelit salons and quill-penned letters, yet his art continues to find renewed relevance. Grand competitions see young pianists from Seoul, Buenos Aires, Cape Town, and beyond interpret his scores with riveting originality, proving that music transcends geography and time. The constant reimagination of his work through performance, scholarship, and even casual listening testifies to the enduring power of a gentle soul who spoke most eloquently when seated before a piano. From Zhelezova Wola to Paris and back again, Chopin's journey resonates as a narrative of exile, creativity, love, and loss. He remains a figure both deeply cherished and endlessly debated, his spirit woven into the collective memory of Western culture. Each generation rediscovers him on its terms, drawn in by music that whispers truths about the human condition. And thus, Frederic Chopin lives on, a quiet but potent force, reminding us that even the softest voice can reverberate through history. Eleanor Roosevelt's name evokes images of a dignified First Lady, championing human rights and redefining the role of women in politics. Yet her story begins in an era marked by hushed assumptions about what women could and should do, and her journey from shy orphan to global influencer was no predictable progression. Born Anna Eleanor Roosevelt on October 11th, 1884, she entered a family steeped in prestige, but also riddled with private heartbreak. Her mother, Anna Hall Roosevelt, was renowned for beauty and social graces, while her father, Elliot Roosevelt, was the charismatic but troubled younger brother of future President Theodore Roosevelt. Some narratives cast her parents in stark contrasts: her mother's aloof manner, her father's erratic behaviour. Yet Eleanor recalled them both with a child's longing, craving acceptance. Her mother's criticisms of her looks haunted her, and her father's struggles with alcohol often overshadowed his tender devotion. These paradoxes shaped Eleanor's earliest perceptions of self-worth. By age 10, she had lost both parents. Her mother died of diphtheria, and her father, long embroiled in personal turmoil, passed away 2 years later. Left without their protective presence, Eleanor moved in with relatives who maintained the typical decorum of New York high society. She was a timid child, overshadowed by cousins who found her seriousness perplexing. She found some solace in reading, stories of daring heroines and moral dilemmas. Her maternal grandmother, Mary Ludlow Hall, insisted on conventional decorum with the hope that Eleanor would bloom into a proper debutante. Instead, the girl quietly internalized a sense of duty and self-consciousness. She learned how to host teas and navigate social niceties, but she also developed an inner resolve. The gulf between the confident girls around her and her insecurities never fully disappeared, but she forged a methodical approach to self-improvement. At age 15, she was shipped to Allenswood Academy, a boarding school outside London. There, under the guidance of Marie Souvestre, an educator known for fostering independent thought, Eleanor found a nurturing environment for the first time since her parents' deaths. Souvestre saw potential in her seriousness and urged her to speak her mind. Gone were the constraints of superficial society gatherings. Instead, classes focused on world affairs, literature, and critical thinking. Eleanor travelled across Europe, absorbing cultural differences, forging friendships, and learning to question assumptions. The timid girl from New York high society was awakening to the world's complexity. Returning to the United States at age 18, she struggled to reacclimate to the rigid expectations of debutante life. Gowns, balls, and polite suitors filled her schedule, yet she yearned for deeper substance. Family members urged her to embrace tradition, marry well, produce heirs, and carry on the Roosevelt name with appropriate decorum. Internally, she felt her convictions hardening. There was a broader realm where she might be of use. She began volunteering in settlement houses, encountering immigrants grappling with poverty and discrimination. It was her first intimate brush with social injustice. Around this time, she reconnected with her distant cousin Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a dashing young man set on a political career. Their shared family name and ties to Theodore Roosevelt added a certain inevitability to their courtship, yet their bond was more complex than a convenient match. Franklin admired her seriousness and warmth. She found in him a lively optimism that promised adventure. Despite concerns from his domineering mother, Sarah Delano Roosevelt, they married in 1905. Theodore Roosevelt, then president, gave away the bride, an event that overshadowed the couple's day with national headlines. Early married life plunged Eleanor into the complexities of the extended Roosevelt clan, dominated by Sarah's strict ideas about household and social status. As she bore children, eventually 6, one dying in infancy, Eleanor struggled to maintain her identity. She discovered that her new role often felt like a performance. The shy orphan recast as the society hostess and dutiful political wife. Yet beneath the formalities, she was observing, learning, and quietly resolving to find her voice. Her childhood taught her to survive loss and isolation. Marriage would teach her to navigate duty and compromise. By her mid-20s, Eleanor Roosevelt stood at a crossroads, respectable wife in a prominent family, yet privately aware of how little she truly belonged to herself. She'd endured tragedy and internalized criticism, and now balanced motherhood with a sense that she was meant for more. As her husband's political ambitions gathered momentum, she would face new tests of resilience and discover just how profound her influence could become. In her first years of married life, Eleanor Roosevelt found her space and autonomy overshadowed by the imposing figure of her mother-in-law, Sarah Delano Roosevelt. Sarah managed the household finances and even designed adjoining living quarters so she could oversee Eleanor's management of the children. This arrangement stifled Eleanor's independence, leaving her feeling perpetually monitored. Franklin seemed comfortable with his mother's involvement, and this tacit acceptance further isolated Eleanor. Nevertheless, she made the best of her circumstances. She immersed herself in child-rearing, determined that her children would experience a warmth she had too often lacked. Simultaneously, she sought outlets for her curiosity about social issues. Volunteering for the Junior League, she assisted in settlement work on Manhattan's Lower East Side, coming face to face with poverty and labour injustices. Observing the hardships of immigrant families, Eleanor recognised the stark gap between her privileged circle and those struggling at America's margins. Around 1910, Franklin's political career began. Elected to the New York State Senate, he moved the family to Albany. Though still reluctant to step into the public spotlight, Eleanor gleaned insights into legislative processes and networking. She watched as lawmakers engaged in negotiations, formed alliances, and faced seemingly insurmountable challenges. At social gatherings, she was the dutiful wife, exchanging pleasantries while quietly absorbing the undercurrents of power. Her vantage point revealed a system in dire need of empathetic leadership. Tragedy soon intervened. In 1912, Eleanor's world was rocked when her eldest daughter, Anna, nearly died of illness. Shortly thereafter, she endured her health scares and a complicated birth. The precariousness of life, combined with the relentless swirl of political obligations, frayed her nerves. Sarah's hovering presence exacerbated tensions, yet adversity stirred in Eleanor a growing resolve. She ventured beyond polite tea-room talk, forging links with progressive women seeking to address glaring social inequities. She admired activists who battled for child labour laws and workplace safety reforms. By 1913, Franklin was appointed Assistant Secretary of the Navy by President Woodrow Wilson, prompting a move to Washington, D.C. The capital's elite social scene revolved around formal receptions and ranking protocols, neither of which thrilled Eleanor. Still, she recognised the city as a crucible of national decision-making. She developed friendships with progressive-minded officials and activists, exchanging ideas about wages, education, and women's suffrage. World War I broke out in 1914, drawing America in by 1917. Washington became a hive of wartime mobilization. Hospitals overflowed, and soldiers returned with devastating injuries. Eleanor volunteered at the Red Cross canteens and naval hospitals, an experience that brought her face to face with war's human toll. She found it impossible to return to trivial chatter at lavish parties after seeing wounded veterans struggle to rebuild their lives. Even as she navigated demands for appearances by Franklin's side, she yearned to channel her growing empathy into concrete action. Meanwhile, her personal life took a shocking turn. In 1918, she discovered Franklin's romantic letters to Lucy Mercer, her social secretary. A betrayal rocked Eleanor's foundations. She confronted her husband, and while divorce was considered, Sarah Roosevelt threatened to cut off financial support. The scandal never fully reached the public ear, but it jolted Eleanor into rethinking her marriage. Although she remained married, the emotional bond between them changed. She began cultivating her identity separate from him, forging alliances and friendships that didn't revolve solely around Franklin's ambitions. As the war ended, Washington shifted back to peacetime routines. The Roosevelts returned to New York, where Franklin resumed his political climb. However, Eleanor's worldview had expanded. No longer content to linger in the background, she immersed herself in political clubs, particularly the League of Women Voters and the new Women's Trade Union League. She devoured reports on social conditions, labour rights, and civil liberties. She overcame her shyness when speaking in public, fueled by the conviction that she had something to contribute. This evolution coincided with the ratification of the 19th Amendment in 1920, granting women the right to vote. Energised by this milestone, Eleanor campaigned for Franklin when he ran as the Democratic vice presidential candidate that same year. Though they lost, the experience broadened her political network. She saw how campaigns were orchestrated, how messages were spun, and most importantly, how public opinion could be swayed toward progressive ideals if approached with authenticity. By the early 1920s, Eleanor Roosevelt had traversed heartbreak, war volunteerism, and political initiation. She had begun forging her path, shaped by the direct encounters with suffering and by her growing circle of reform-minded peers. Her marriage, once the axis of her existence, now became just one facet of a broader calling. As she discovered, adversity often planted the seeds of purpose. The once quiet, shy girl, now determined to stand on her own terms, guided by a conscience that refused to stay silent, was emerging. The 1920s brought both hardship and opportunity to Eleanor Roosevelt. Franklin's political career stalled when he lost the vice presidential race in 1920, but his future seemed boundless until polio struck him in 1921. That summer, during a vacation in Campobello, he suddenly found himself paralysed from the waist down. Doctors offered little hope for complete recovery. The family rallied, yet the crisis triggered another shift in Eleanor's life. Overnight, she transformed into Franklin's indispensable ally, juggling therapy regimens, household logistics, and public relations. Many within the Roosevelt clan believed Franklin's political days were over. Sarah Delano Roosevelt pressed him to retire quietly, but Eleanor discerned that relinquishing his ambitions would crush his spirit. She supported his determination to regain mobility, helping him navigate new routines. She also shouldered tasks Franklin previously handled, from correspondence to scheduling. Suddenly, she was more than a supportive spouse. She was a gatekeeper, an intermediary, and an architect of her husband's comeback. Her own organisational skills flourished. She managed Franklin's affairs and dedicated time to committees that advanced her interests. She joined the women's division of the New York State Democratic Committee, recruiting women voters and championing issues that aligned with social reforms. This dual role, family caretaker and political operator, displayed an emerging confidence. She shed the last vestiges of social timidity, speaking at rallies and forging alliances with party leaders. While some ridiculed her for lacking classic oratory flair, others appreciated her sincerity. In 1924, Franklin ventured back into politics by supporting Al Smith for the position of governor of New York. Behind the scenes, Eleanor arranged events, wrote letters, and networked on his behalf. She began to see how her initiatives merged with broader political machinery. The Women's City Club and the League of Women Voters offered her platforms to discuss labour issues and child welfare. Her voice carried an authenticity rooted in hands-on experience, and she found an audience eager for that perspective. Yet her personal journey wasn't all smooth. Living under the same roof as Sarah, she faced constant friction about how to manage Franklin's care. Moreover, echoes of the Lucy Mercer affair lingered, complicating the emotional bond with her husband. Their marriage, though stable in outward appearance, evolved into more of a partnership than a traditional romance. Trusted friends, such as journalist Lorena Hickok, entered her life, providing emotional support. Speculation about the nature of these friendships arose later, but at the time they served as lifelines, anchoring Eleanor's sense of self-worth. As Franklin's mobility improved incrementally, supported by crutches, braces, and daily exercises, his political aspirations reignited. He ran for governor of New York in 1928 and won. Suddenly, Eleanor had to navigate her new role as the governor's wife. She disliked the ceremonials of the executive mansion in Albany, but she saw an avenue to shape policy from within. She was no longer content with simply greeting dignitaries at receptions. Instead, she turned the governor's residence into a meeting point for activists and policymakers. Under her watch, progressive agendas on labour laws and social welfare found an informal forum. Meanwhile, she continued building her own reputation. She wrote articles for women's magazines, pushing readers to engage in civic matters. In one piece, she insisted that the success of democracy depended on informed citizens, especially newly enfranchised women. Her writing style was direct and personal, resonating with readers tired of lofty rhetoric. Critically, she believed that compassion and practical solutions, not empty slogans, made politics meaningful. By the close of the 1920s, the Roosevelts had become a formidable team. Franklin's charismatic optimism drew public admiration, while Eleanor's growing expertise on social issues injected substance into his political image. The 1929 stock market crash sent the nation reeling, intensifying scrutiny of leaders' efforts to alleviate economic despair. As governor, Franklin grappled with relief measures for the unemployed. Eleanor, for her part, travelled the state, visiting factories, tenements, and rural communities to assess problems firsthand. Her dispatches back to Albany shaped policy debates, ensuring that the voices of ordinary citizens didn't get lost in the shuffle of bureaucracy. It was during this period that Eleanor solidified her belief in the potential of government to uplift the vulnerable. While critics accused her of meddling in affairs beyond a spouse's domain, she brushed off the barbs. If democracy was to thrive, she reasoned, it needed more than figureheads. It needed informed advocates willing to engage directly with citizens' struggles. As the 1932 presidential election approached, Franklin emerged as the Democratic frontrunner. With the Great Depression tightening its grip, Americans craved leadership that promised hope and decisive action. Eleanor steeled herself for the next stage. Little did she know, the White House would offer an even broader platform, yet also test her capacity to balance public influence with private conviction. When Franklin D. Roosevelt won the 1932 presidential election, America was in the throes of the Great Depression. Lines for bread and soup stretched across city blocks, farms were foreclosed, and unemployment soared. Millions looked to the incoming president for salvation. Amid the frenzied national attention, Eleanor Roosevelt stepped into the role of First Lady with an approach that defied convention. Rather than focusing on high society receptions, she resolved to become the eyes and ears of the administration, travelling extensively to gauge people's realities. From the onset, she carved out an unprecedented public profile. She held weekly press conferences for female reporters, ensuring that women in journalism retained access to the political heart of the nation. This move sparked controversy. No First Lady had ever done something so openly proactive. Critics labelled her a meddler, but Eleanor persisted, explaining that women's voices deserved inclusion in national discourse. She believed that an administration ignoring half the population's perspective was doomed to fail. She also launched a syndicated newspaper column, My Day. In it, she chronicled her observations on policy, social conditions, and even personal reflections. While some columns offered daily glimpses into her travels or family life, others pushed readers to consider labour issues, civil rights, and youth programmes. The column garnered a massive following. Americans, especially women, found an advocate in the White House who spoke plainly about societal injustices. Detractors howled about an overstepping spouse. But she refused to cede the platform. Her pen became a conduit for the unheard. Meanwhile, the Roosevelt administration rolled out the New Deal, an array of programs aimed at relief, recovery, and reform. While Franklin handled the sweeping political maneuvers, Eleanor visited factories, slums, and rural backwaters, reporting her findings back to him and other officials. Her input influenced initiatives like the National Youth Administration, which provided jobs and education for young people. Eleanor believed that social welfare wasn't about handouts, but about giving people the tools to regain dignity. She pressed agencies to ensure these programs reached women, minorities, and rural families often sidelined in bureaucratic distribution. Her activism caught attention outside Washington. Labour leaders praised her empathy, while some conservatives accused her of championing socialism. Unions, especially the newly formed Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, saw her as an ally willing to bring workers' grievances to her husband's ear. Civil rights groups, led by African-American leaders like Mary McLeod Bethune, found in Eleanor a rare White House ally who would openly address racial injustice. She famously defied segregation norms in 1938 by sitting in the middle aisle between black and white delegates at a Southern conference. Critics deemed it a publicity stunt, but for many African Americans, it was a symbolic stand by someone in power. In private, though, she battled frustration and loneliness. Franklin's polio limited his mobility, and the relentless demands of the presidency deepened the emotional gulf between them. The White House brimmed with staff and visitors, leaving little time for introspection. She relied on friendships with women like Lorena Hickok, who provided an emotional outlet she rarely found in her marriage. Historians later scrutinized these relationships, but at the time they served as islands of understanding and affection in a sea of political chaos. Despite the strain, Eleanor recognized her unique influence. She championed the arts through projects under the Works Progress Administration. Believing creativity spurred hope. She publicly supported progressive women in office, including Secretary of Labour Frances Perkins, the first woman to hold a US cabinet position. In doing so, she advanced the notion that women could excel in governance. Skeptics sneered at the idea of female leadership, but Eleanor's calm assurance, backed by real accomplishments, countered their doubts. She also found herself entangled in controversies around housing reforms, rural electrification, and migrant labour camps. In each case, her approach was consistent: travel to the sites, talk to affected families, and push her husband's advisors to craft solutions. If she couldn't persuade through formal channels, she sometimes appealed directly to the public through her column or radio addresses. She skillfully balanced between being a supportive First Lady and being an independent political actor. By the late 1930s, the Roosevelt administration confronted new challenges, fascism rising in Europe and a still wobbly economy at home. Through it all, Eleanor's schedule remained relentless. She believed in direct engagement, convinced that a leader unaware of suffering had no moral right to shape policy. Though she never held official office, her council influenced decisions that altered millions of lives. With war clouds gathering overseas, she would soon discover that her role required not just empathy, but a steely resolve to face a global crisis poised to test America's ideals. As the 1930s ended and World War II loomed, Eleanor Roosevelt sensed a shifting global landscape. She saw fascism trampling human rights in Europe and Asia, while America debated isolation versus intervention. Though Franklin initially focused on domestic recovery by 1940, it was clear the nation couldn't ignore international turmoil. Eleanor, never shy about voicing her stance, argued that America's moral responsibility extended beyond its borders. She wrote passionately in My Day, warning readers that democratic values needed defending, lest they perish in the onslaught of tyranny. When Franklin won an unprecedented third term in 1940, the Roosevelts steeled themselves for a tumultuous period. Eleanor accelerated her advocacy for civil rights and women's involvement in war preparedness. With men joining the military, she championed female workers to fill industrial roles. Touring factories, she highlighted the contributions of Rosie the Riveter types, urging Americans to shed old prejudices about a woman's place. Her stance was pragmatic. The nation required every capable hand to beat looming threats. Yet Pearl Harbor's bombing in December 1941 brought war to US soil, igniting frantic mobilization. Eleanor plunged into morale-building efforts, visiting troops, meeting with families of servicemen, and pushing for improved conditions in military camps. Eleanor believed that even small actions like providing decent food, medical care, and pay could demonstrate the country's commitment to those who served. Despite the War Department having its structures, her personal visits frequently revealed areas of concern, such as segregated facilities, limited mental health services, or insufficient resources in remote training sites. She penned frank memos to generals and even her husband, demanding improvements. On the home front, war fever sometimes fueled racism. Japanese Americans were forced into internment camps, a policy Eleanor struggled to reconcile with her belief in democratic principles. She quietly lobbied behind the scenes, but her opposition to the policy never gained enough traction to reverse it. Critics later labelled her substance on internment as one of her greatest moral failures. Still, she strove to mitigate conditions by visiting camps and advocating for educational programs inside them, mindful that these efforts fell short of outright justice. Meanwhile, civil rights leaders urged the administration to address discrimination in defense industries. Eleanor became their conduit in the White House. Franklin issued Executive Order 8802, banning racial discrimination in defense contracts, partly due to her persistent urging. Though enforcement was patchy, it set a precedent. She continued her bold stands, like publicly supporting the Tuskegee Airmen and ensuring African American nurses were integrated into the Army Nurse Corps. Each symbolic action fanned controversy among segregationists, but to her, equality was non-negotiable, especially in a war purportedly fought for freedom. Abroad, Eleanor's reach extended through her goodwill tours. She travelled to Britain and the South Pacific, meeting soldiers and Allied leaders. Her presence was more than ceremonial. She asked probing questions about troop morale, supply lines and local tensions. Often, she cabled back suggestions for improvements. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill praised her empathy, even if some in his entourage found her activism unorthodox for a First Lady. She reassured war-weary civilians that American aid wasn't just strategic, it was driven by a genuine commitment to liberty. At home, she confronted a personal heartbreak. Her brother, Hall Roosevelt, struggled with alcoholism, echoing the family's tragic legacy. She tried to arrange support and discreet care, balancing private loyalties with public responsibilities. Her circle of intimate friends provided emotional ballast. Lorena Hickok remained a confidant, though war logistics limited their time together. Through letters, Eleanor confided her exhaustion, admitting that the public's expectations often felt insurmountable. As the conflict raged on, Franklin's health waned. His blood pressure rose and stress weighed heavily. Eleanor stepped in more assertively, bridging gaps in his schedule. She delivered radio addresses championing war bonds, visited hospitals treating wounded veterans, and comforted grieving families. Some cynics dismissed her as Madame Do-Good, but many others found solace in a leader unafraid to see suffering firsthand. By 1944, the Allied forces were making significant progress, yet victory seemed a complicated prospect. The war's devastation would require not just triumph over Axis powers, but a blueprint for peace. Eleanor's mind buzzed with questions about refugees, post-war reconstruction, and a reimagined global framework that might prevent future catastrophes. She saw glimpses of a potential role for the United States as a moral leader, though she worried domestic politics might hamper that vision. In the final year of the war, she began hinting that the world needed a robust international body to maintain peace, foreshadowing her eventual pivotal role in the United Nations. Franklin D. Roosevelt died in April 1945, mere weeks before Germany's surrender. The nation mourned a four-term president whose New Deal and wartime leadership had reshaped America. For Eleanor Roosevelt, the loss was both intimate and public. While she and Franklin had forged a practical partnership over the years, she grieved the passing of a companion who, despite all their marital complexities, had walked beside her through monumental transformations. When Harry Truman succeeded to the presidency, he recognized Eleanor's unique standing. At first, many assumed she would retreat from public life. Instead, she showed no sign of disappearing into widowhood. She considered her husband's death a passing of the baton, a moment demanding continued engagement. The war with Japan still raged, and global politics were in flux. She quietly rebuffed suggestions to retire, stating famously, "The story is over, but not the journey." In May 1945, VE Day, victory in Europe, arrived, overshadowed by the looming final battles against Japan. Eleanor immersed herself in relief efforts, focusing on wounded veterans returning from both theatres. She visited hospitals, consoled families, and championed bills aimed at their rehabilitation. While Truman's administration tackled the complexities of forming a post-war order, she used her platform to advocate for a strong, cooperative international community. One of Truman's defining acts was to appoint Eleanor to the first American delegation to the United Nations in 1945. Many in Washington questioned the choice. Could a former First Lady, albeit well-travelled, effectively navigate high-stakes diplomacy? Truman saw something others overlooked, her blend of empathy and pragmatism. The appointment signalled a fresh chapter for both the UN and Eleanor. She approached the role with disciplined study, brushing up on parliamentary rules, international law, and economic recovery proposals. Attending the UN's early sessions in London, and then at Lake Success, New York, she immersed herself in the complexities of post-war negotiations. Nations wrestled with forming stable governments in war-ravaged regions, setting up structures to prevent future conflicts. While seasoned diplomats haggled over boundaries and reparations, Eleanor centred her efforts on human rights. She found common cause with delegates from smaller nations, forging alliances that transcended Cold War lines just beginning to emerge. In 1946, she chaired the newly formed UN Commission on Human Rights. Initially, some delegates saw her as an American figurehead, polite but lacking intellectual heft. They swiftly learned otherwise. She steered discussions with firmness, ensuring smaller nations had their say. She insisted the Commission draft not just broad statements, but actionable principles. This laborious process required reconciling different cultural values, economic realities, and political ideologies. Hours of debate tested her resolve. She found an ally in French philosopher René Cassin, among others, who appreciated her unwavering focus on practical outcomes. The Commission's most famous product, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, emerged as a collaborative masterpiece, though it bore Eleanor's imprint. She reminded delegates that lofty words meant little unless everyday people could understand them. She pushed for language that was clear, universal, and free from legalistic clutter. Late-night sessions often ended with her scribbling revisions by lamplight, fueled by an unshakable belief that each article mattered to someone's dignity. Her experience among the poor and marginalised during the Depression shaped her commitment to ensuring each clause addressed fundamental human needs. Throughout these intense negotiations, she maintained a public speaking schedule, travelling to universities and women's clubs to explain the UN's mission. Detractors at home accused her of naivete, suggesting the Soviet Union's looming power rendered human rights talk meaningless. She countered that precisely because of geopolitical tensions, a moral framework was indispensable. She refused to let cynicism overshadow the potential of collective action. By 1948, the Commission finalised the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The UN General Assembly's adoption of it marked a significant milestone. Though not legally binding, it set a moral standard. Eleanor delivered speeches describing it as a Magna Carta for all mankind, ensuring the public understood it as a tool to uplift the disenfranchised. International media credited her leadership, albeit sometimes grudgingly, as she had shattered prior assumptions about a First Lady's capabilities. In the aftermath, she found little time for rest. The world was shifting into the Cold War era. Economic reconstruction, decolonisation, and ideological battles now defined global relations. Even as she stepped away from the Commission, she continued to serve as a roving ambassador of sorts, championing human rights across continents. Eleanor saw her late husband's passing as an opportunity to forge her own unique legacy, rooted not in being a president's wife, but in shaping international norms at a pivotal moment in history. In the final decade of her life, Eleanor Roosevelt continued as an indefatigable voice for social justice, human rights, and democratic ideals. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted in 1948, remained her crowning achievement. However, she refused to rest on her past achievements. With the onset of the Cold War, critics claimed the UN's ideals would crumble under superpower rivalry. Eleanor believed otherwise, maintaining that shared principles could mitigate conflict, even if progress unfolded slowly. She returned to private citizenship in 1953, but stayed active in public discourse. Writing, lecturing, and advocating, she championed civil rights at home. When African American students integrated previously all-white schools under court orders, she lent moral support, reminding Americans that equality was part of their national fabric. Her columns remained unflinching, calling out racism, poverty, and the complacency of those who benefited from the status quo. Some saw her as anachronistic, others discovered in her words a beacon for an America struggling to reconcile its ideals with its realities. Her personal network still included political heavyweights, enabling her to press for reforms behind the scenes. She served under President John F. Kennedy as chair of the Presidential Commission on the Status of Women, established in 1961. At an age when many retire, Eleanor dissected legal codes, employment practices, and educational barriers hindering women. She demanded data, case studies, and policy recommendations, aiming to transform rhetoric into tangible steps. That the Commission's final report spurred legislative changes underscored her ability to channel moral vision into legal frameworks. Throughout the 1950s and early 1960s, she travelled the globe. Invitations poured in from countries wanting to meet the woman behind the Declaration of Human Rights. In India, she walked through villages discussing rural development. In Israel, she marvelled at kibbutz communities. In Africa, she observed newly independent nations grappling with post-colonial reconstruction. Where American ambassadors might exude formality, Eleanor embraced dialogues with everyday people. She returned from each journey energized, writing extensive notes for policymakers, cautioning against condescending attitudes toward emerging nations. Her willingness to learn from other cultures became a hallmark of her diplomacy. Time and again, she confronted critics who branded her a busybody. She was neither a scholar nor a government official. Why should she meddle in foreign or domestic affairs? She answered that democracy was every citizen's business, and moral responsibility didn't vanish with the end of official appointments. Observers noted that her brand of activism hinged on practical empathy, nurtured from her earliest volunteer days. Whether lecturing at a university or chatting with a rural cooperative, she asked questions and listened. Her convictions were firm, yet she respected the complexity of local struggles. She also mentored rising figures, both men and women, urging them to wield compassion as a strength, not a weakness. From civil rights activists in the American South to young diplomats in the UN, she encouraged them to merge policy with humanity. People she mentored often recalled her direct manner, no idle flattery, just pointed questions that forced them to clarify their own beliefs. Rarely did she scold in public, but in private, she offered candid criticisms designed to sharpen strategies. As her health began to decline in the early 1960s, she scaled back her demanding itinerary, though not her convictions. President Kennedy valued her counsel on international relations and domestic policy. She remained a fixture in press interviews, her voice steady even if her physical stamina waned. She firmly believed in transferring the responsibility to the next generation. In one of her final interviews, she expressed hope that the seeds planted by the Universal Declaration would bear fruit, even if it took centuries for humanity to fully embrace the ideals of justice, liberty, and equality. Eleanor Roosevelt died on November 7th, 1962. Tributes poured in from heads of state and ordinary citizens alike. Many lauded her as the First Lady of the World, a title first coined in recognition of her global humanitarian work. Over the coming years, her legacy would be revisited by historians, feminists, diplomats, and human rights advocates. Unlike fleeting political personalities, she left a lasting moral imprint that transcended partisanship and geography. Today, her words still resonate. Where, after all, do universal human rights begin? In small places, close to home. Her famous advocacy statement encapsulates the essence of her life. She believed real change took root in neighbourhoods, schools, and local governments, only then scaling up to national and international levels. Born into privilege, she grew into a figure who championed the powerless. Overcoming shyness and heartbreak, she constructed a role for herself that few imagined possible. And in that process, she altered the global dialogue on rights, dignity, and what it means to serve humanity. The Second Gulf War, sometimes known as the 2003 Iraq War, did not start immediately. Its origins were intertwined in the aftermath of the First Gulf War, post 9/11's fears, and the legacy of United Nations sanctions that had weighed hard on Iraqi culture. Following Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait in the early 1990s, the US-led coalition launched Operation Desert Storm, which brought Iraq into submission. The official fighting ended quickly, but the following peace was far from stable. Economic sanctions have a significant impact on trade and the quality of life for ordinary Iraqis. Meanwhile, reports circulated that Saddam's regime possessed elusive weapons of mass devastation, WMDs, raising Western concerns. Throughout the 1990s, UN weapons inspectors combed Iraqi locations for chemical, biological, and nuclear programs. Occasionally, they found fragments, but most of the time, their efforts were halted. The inspections were hampered by cat-and-mouse tactics. UN teams accused Iraq of concealing evidence, while Baghdad said the West tried to undermine Iraqi sovereignty. The rest of the Middle East watched anxiously, fearful that any new confrontation would upend a region already reeling from Palestinian-Israeli tensions and the aftermath of the Iranian Revolution. Then followed the seismic event that altered world politics, the 9/11 attacks on the United States. Al-Qaeda's attack sparked a surge of fear and indignation, pushing the George W. Bush government to declare a global war on terrorism. Although Iraq had no documented links to 9/11, the administration quickly identified Saddam's regime as a possible threat. The danger was that terrorist groups may gain lethal technologies from rogue states, and Saddam's unpredictability made him an accessible target for the Americans. Speeches in Washington evoked a new moral clarity. Either you supported the United States or the terrorists. Diplomacy in the early 2000s was complex. European allies were divided, the United Kingdom supported the American position, while France and Germany warned that an unprovoked war could inflame the Middle East. In the United Nations Security Council, US officials claimed Iraq was violating numerous resolutions, notably those pertaining to WMD programs. Meanwhile, Hans Blix and other inspectors returned to Iraq, inspecting sites ranging from desert bunkers to elegant homes. They issued cautious reports, stating that they had yet to locate conclusive evidence of WMDs and were uncertain. However, the White House and Downing Street insisted that Saddam had perfected evasion methods, citing previously contested intelligence on a chemical and biological stocks. Public opinion around the world was sharply divided. In America, memories of 9/11 were still fresh. A sizable proportion of citizens supported the administration's attitude, believing that neutralizing any threats was critical. Others questioned the intelligence, pushing for stronger evidence. The largest anti-war protests since Vietnam erupted in global capitals, London, Rome, Sydney, and elsewhere, where protesters criticized the march as a war of choice. Skeptics demanded definitive evidence, apprehensive about a replay of previous tragedies where erroneous or fabricated data ignited hostilities. Iraqis, meanwhile, braced for the worst. After 12 years of grinding sanctions and periodic bombing campaigns in the so-called no-fly zones, many people were pessimistic. International journalists who visited Baghdad described a strange mix of defiance and fatalism. State-run media broadcast propaganda about Iraq's resilience, while ordinary citizens speculated about escaping or storing supplies. Saddam's administration bragged of a mother of all battles, but behind the scenes, fissures formed in Iraq's once powerful military machinery. Some generals suspected that a second conflict with the United States, particularly one that could result in a full-fledged invasion, would be disastrous. The Bush administration and its closest allies, particularly Britain under Prime Minister Tony Blair, secretly established a timeline. They maintained that Saddam had ignored international demands for more than a decade. The United Nations debated a new resolution explicitly authorizing action, prompting the United States and the United Kingdom to argue that previous resolutions gave adequate legal backing. Countries such as Poland and Australia joined the coalition, while others resisted. The last countdown began. From mid-2002 until early 2003, rhetorical intensity skyrocketed. The expression coalition of the willing became popular, referring to countries that agreed to cooperate with the United States. Officials at the Pentagon devised comprehensive plans for shock and awe, a technique designed to overwhelm Iraqi defences with overwhelming aerial bombardment and rapid ground attacks. Meanwhile, anti-war movements organised protests and demonstrations. ISIS set up human shields in Baghdad, while US Marines practiced manoeuvres in the sweltering Kuwaiti desert. The drumbeat of war grew louder, reverberating across dinner tables, television channels, and diplomatic hallways around the world. In that tense atmosphere, the last spark was poised to ignite. The first salvo of the US-led invasion lit up the skies over Baghdad on March 20th, 2003. Hundreds of cruise missiles and precision bombs were dropped on important government buildings, communication centres, and military locations, putting the shock and awe concept into practice. Western journalists locked up in city hotels aired live photos of the nocturnal assault, which featured tracer fire shooting across the horizon and ominous rumbles as bombs hit their targets. Many observers remembered the spectacle of the 1991 Desert Storm campaign, but its aftermath felt grander and more final. The goal was no longer only to liberate Kuwait, but to overthrow Saddam Hussein completely. Within hours, coalition ground forces had crossed the Kuwaiti border into southern Iraq. American and British columns, led by tanks and motorised infantry, moved quickly through desert terrain. Some Iraqi battalions collapsed without a fight, while isolated pockets of resistance set up intermittent fortifications around vital towns. The coalition's technological advantage was stark. Computerized command systems, improved night vision equipment, and precision air support outperformed the outdated Soviet-era munitions on which many Iraqi soldiers relied. Observers were amazed at the rapidity with which the US Army's 3rd Infantry Division advanced north. Despite the blitzkrieg, mayhem ensued in unexpected places. In southern cities such as Basra, irregular forces loyal to Saddam staged ambushes. The embedded media, reporters accompanying military units, captured scenes of joy from residents pleased to see Saddam's grasp loosen. Others, however, remained wary, unsure whether the invaders were liberators or occupiers. Some Iraqi conscripts surrendered at the first opportunity, while others fought hard out of loyalty or fear of retaliation. The desert, meanwhile, provided no obvious refuge, with dust storms reducing vision to a few meters. Days into the campaign, the seizure of the southern oil fields became a priority. Coalition strategists intended to keep them intact to avoid environmental calamities such as the 1991 oil well fires. At the same time, they intended to save Iraq's oil infrastructure for the post-Saddam era. Civilians nearby were concerned about collateral damage, as pipelines and refineries studded the area. Sporadic fires sprang out when retreating Iraqi forces ignited installations, but the coalition was able to prevent widespread devastation. Baghdad, for its part, remained under aerial siege. State television carried Saddam's belligerent comments, while rumours circulated that he was on the run or sheltering in underground bunkers. Iraqi soldiers established defence lines on the outskirts of the capital, but coalition gunfire overshadowed the full might of Saddam's elite formations, the Republican Guard. Meanwhile, propaganda pamphlets showered down from coalition aircraft, pushing Iraqi troops to surrender. Some took notice, but others persisted in harassing ambushes with small weapons and rocket-propelled grenades. The international reaction was scattered. Some states condemned the invasion as illegitimate without a new United Nations mandate, and global protests erupted, dwarfing even pre-war rallies. However, the White House felt that Saddam's regime posed a global threat. British Prime Minister Tony Blair reiterated that reasoning, betting his political future on the war's outcome and the eventual finding of banned weapons. Critics requested verification of the WMD stockpiles that had been key to the war's premise, but none has emerged. Coalition leaders emphasised that the search would take time. Morale on the coalition's front lines was uneven. Many soldiers believed they were rescuing Iraq from tyranny, while others were concerned about the confusing intelligence assertions. Combat pressures increased. Friendly fire occurrences, particularly among Allied forces, exacerbated catastrophe. There have been reports of journalists being killed or wounded, raising concerns about the delicate balance between media access and operational security. Meanwhile, embedded reporters provided unfiltered footage of advanced surgical attacks and civilian losses, shocking viewers around the world. As March progressed into April, the struggle for Baghdad neared. Coalition convoys avoided smaller cities to maintain pace toward the capital, leaving Iraqi fighting strongholds behind. The rumour in the corridors of power was that if Baghdad fell, Saddam's authority would dissolve quickly, revealing the elusive WMD stores. Some in Washington expected Iraqis to greet the coalition with roses. However, a few experienced analysts cautioned that overthrowing a dictatorship was easier than stabilising a broken nation. They cited ethnic divisions, long-suppressed religious tensions, and the possibility that Saddam's fall could unleash pandemonium. For now, the primary attention was on the capital, which served as Saddam's administrative headquarters. Coalition troops positioned themselves on Baghdad's outskirts, conducting probing raids into neighbourhoods. Iraqi defenders reacted with mortar and small arms fire, but the difference in technology and coordination proved fatal for the regime's conventional forces. Saddam's television appearances became less regular, prompting speculation that he had left or was dead. Still, the final push into Baghdad's core was expected to be historic, marking the end of an era and the beginning of new territory. By early April 2003, coalition forces had ringed Baghdad and launched quick raids that tested Iraqi defenders' commitment. US armoured vehicles rumbled down main thoroughfares, facing occasional resistance from Republican Guard remnants and armed militias. The approach was based on exhibiting overwhelming superiority, a show of power intended to destabilise Saddam Hussein's command. Journalists embedded with frontline troops transmitted spectacular footage of tanks rolling past major landmarks, while loudspeakers implored Iraqi soldiers to lay down their weapons. On April 9th, photographs emerged of Iraqi civilians toppling a Saddam statue in Baghdad's Firdos Square, which sparked global curiosity. Western media repeatedly aired the footage, presenting it as a symbolic end to the tyranny. Some Baghdadis did celebrate the invasion, ripping down portraits of the tyrant, but the mood was not uniformly positive. Many people, unsure what the new power vacuum meant, remained indoors, closing stores and waiting to see if the foreign tanks would stay. The city's infrastructure teetered beneath the weight of war. Water systems faltered, electrical networks flickered, and looters raided government buildings. The coalition faced disarray due to the lack of a defined framework for rapid governance. The former system had disintegrated unexpectedly quickly, leaving no transitional authority. Ministries were raided for furniture, data, and even rare artifacts. The National Museum of Iraq was particularly badly looted, with thousands of antiques disappearing into the black market. Soldiers on the ground were provided no guidance on how to put an end to the anarchy. Many were trained for battle rather than policing. Iraqi residents, angered by the lawlessness, wondered if the coalition was disinterested or just unprepared. Meanwhile, Saddam's whereabouts remained unknown. Rumours circulated that he had gone to Tikrit, his homeland, or maybe into neighbouring nations. Coalition intelligence followed leads, carried out raids on potential hideouts, and interrogated captured officials. Some of Saddam's lieutenants were detained, including the notorious deck of cards system, which identified each high-regime figure as a playing card. However, Hussein managed to elude capture, adding to the mystery. Without a formal acknowledgement of his fate, Baghdad's swift collapse was marred by a sense of incompleteness. Diplomatically, President George W. Bush declared mission accomplished prematurely, assuming major combat operations had concluded. Some observers interpreted the words literally, anticipating Iraq's swift transformation into a stable democracy. Others cautioned that the genuine conflict had just commenced. Occupation forces were supposed to restore basic services, organise elections, and uncover the infamous WMD stash. But as the weeks passed, no caches appeared. Doubts increased. The government argued that the search was still ongoing, and that Saddam's regime had either deeply concealed or moved materials to Allied states. However, despite searching warehouses, labs, and palaces, field teams found nothing. In the void left by Saddam's demise, numerous groups competed for power. Shiite groups in the south, long oppressed by the Sunni-dominated state, tried to build a new political system. Kurdish forces in the north held on to their semi-autonomous pockets, hoping for greater independence. Sunni Arabs, formerly privileged, have an uncertain future. Added to the mix were jihadi forces eager to take advantage of the disarray. The coalition leadership, constituted under the Coalition Provisional Authority, CPA, faced the Herculean challenge of overcoming these gaps. When L. Paul Bremer III took over as the leader of the CPA, he issued broad directives like disbanding the Iraqi army and prohibiting Ba'ath Party officials from holding public office. Though intended to remove relics of Saddam's despotism, these actions also put numerous soldiers and bureaucrats out of employment. Unemployed, humiliated, and frequently armed, many ex-Baathists turned to rebellion. By late spring 2003, minor explosions and ambushes had become commonplace. A new wave of conflict erupted, with fewer set-piece battles and more roadside IEDs, kidnappings, and sectarian assassinations. Soldiers patrolling neighbourhoods saw ambiguous situations. Was the man with the cell phone and scowl really disgruntled, or was he setting off an explosive device? Confidence that the war had ended gave way to a creeping suspicion that it had only changed forms. Despite the increasing conflict, ordinary Iraqis struggled to return to normal life. Children returned to half-functional schools. Vendors sold produce on the streets littered with potholes caused by tank treads. Families placed their hopes in distant relatives who had migrated overseas, anticipating remittances or sponsorship for relocation. A once centralised police force was dismantled overnight, replaced by hurriedly established units with little expertise or local confidence. The initial joy of liberty, which existed in some areas, was eclipsed by the burden of daily insecurity. Even as the coalition worked up plans for an interim government, the insurgency and sectarian divisions deepened, threatening to eclipse the success of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Throughout late 2003 and early 2004, Iraq's expanding insurgency took on several forms. Former Ba'ath loyalists, nationalist groups opposed to occupation, foreign militants influenced by al-Qaeda ideology, and local militias with sectarian agendas. Notable flashpoints appeared. Fallujah, a Sunni bastion west of Baghdad, became a symbol of defiance following a series of violent clashes with American forces. Images of ambushed contractors' bodies being desecrated on a bridge in Fallujah outraged the American people, fueling calls for a forceful military reaction. Two major attacks on the city in April and November 2004 resulted in severe urban battles reminiscent of previous wars, destroying vast sections of neighbourhoods and escalating hostility among inhabitants. At the same time, in Baghdad, the infamous Abu Ghraib prison controversy broke out. Photographs emerged showing US forces insulting and abusing Iraqi detainees, sparking global outrage. Many Iraqis, who were already dubious of the occupation's objectives, saw these photographs as confirmation of their darkest worries about Western disrespect for human decency. In the West, discussions raged over whether these were isolated occurrences or indicative of broader issues with incarceration and information collecting. The US military rushed to investigate, court-martialing certain soldiers while senior leadership swore the behaviour was not allowed. Nonetheless, the impact on America's moral position was evident. Against this environment, the Coalition Provisional Authority fought to restore Iraqi administration. Several exiled politicians returned to establish the Iraqi Governing Council. While some represented legitimate groups, others were perceived as opportunists, having spent decades abroad. The CPA's plan for transferring sovereignty to an interim Iraqi government took shape in mid-2004. The government led by L. Paul Bremer came to an end, and Iraq's interim leadership took over. However, real power remained tied to coalition forces and bases, which were anchored by the substantial US military presence. In everyday life, sectarian differences grew. Shiite and Sunni tensions rose, particularly in mixed cities such as Baghdad, Mosul, and Bakuba. Kidnappings, targeted killings, and bombs became alarmingly common. The Mahdi army, led by youthful cleric Muqtada al-Sadr, confronted the United States in Shiite areas, notably the holy city of Najaf. Meanwhile, foreign extremist groups, including one led by Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, staged suicide attacks, instilling dread. The desire to quickly establish a stable democracy began to appear unduly optimistic. The alliance increasingly confronted a guerrilla battle with murky front lines and an even murkier understanding of who the true enemy was. Back in the United States, popular sentiment changed. The mission accomplished moment had faded into memory, replaced by a steady drumbeat of sad news, rising casualties, roadside bombs, IEDs, wreaking havoc on convoys, and new videotapes from rebel organisations boasting of kidnappings and beheadings. Critics chastised the Bush administration for failing to anticipate the occupation's complexities, while proponents argued that media coverage ignored progress, including newly opened schools, infrastructure renovations, and the emergence of free press in certain places. Regardless, tensions rose, particularly during the 2004 US presidential election, when incumbent George W. Bush and challenger John Kerry clashed over the Iraq War. Bush maintained that steady perseverance was required to defeat terrorism, whereas Kerry questioned the rationale for the war and the conduct of the occupation. One watershed point was the capture of Saddam Hussein himself in December 2003. Saddam was found hiding in a spider hole near his hometown, and his arrest brought a symbolic finality by removing the dictator who had loomed over Iraqi affairs for decades. The alliance hailed it as proof of success, yet the insurgency persisted, no longer relying on Saddam's personal leadership. The Iraqi judiciary tried him in a difficult case intended to provide Iraqis with a sense of justice after decades of brutality under Ba'athist rule. Even that high-profile event did little to stop daily violence. For many militants, the conflict had devolved into a struggle against foreign occupation or a new battleground for extremist ideology. Despite the gloom, little pockets of hope appeared. Some communities discovered municipal governments that worked efficiently with coalition soldiers to rebuild roads, reopen marketplaces, and restore a sense of normalcy. Women activists in specific locations have developed networks to advocate for political representation in the following elections. International non-governmental organisations, NGOs, arrived with humanitarian supplies, providing basic medical treatment and training programs. However, each step forward felt risky, as bomb blasts could strike anywhere, from a packed cafe to the courtyard of a Shia mosque at prayer time. By the end of 2004, the term quagmire had crept into discussion, alluding to comparisons with past conflicts in which a swift victory devolved into a lengthy battle. Military units returned home, replaced by new troops who inherited neighbourhoods seething with resentment or dread. Many service personnel grumbled that the purpose wasn't clear. Were they there to rebuild, police, or conduct counter-terror raids? In Washington, officials promised that training Iraqi security forces would reduce the coalition's workload. Indeed, plans were progressed to establish a new Iraqi army and police force. It was unclear if such forces would prove capable or just reflect sectarian loyalties. The Bush administration hailed the first multi-party elections in Iraq since Saddam's fall as evidence of democratic development. Despite concerns of rebel attacks, millions of Iraqis lined up at polling places, soaking their fingers in purple ink to prevent repeat voting. The photographs of proud voters, some dressed in traditional clothing, brought a rare moment of hope. However, the vote was fragmented along ethnic and sectarian lines. Shiite-led blocs dominated, while many Sunnis boycotted, believing the process was rigged or illegitimate under foreign occupation. Still, provisional administration emerged, promising to produce a permanent constitution. International advisors lingered, providing advice on everything from voting rules to judicial reform. However, bringing Shiite, Sunni and Kurdish forces together in a hostile atmosphere was no simple task. Debates emerged about federalism, resource sharing, particularly oil, and the role of Islamic law. Meanwhile, sectarian bloodshed persisted. Disgruntled Sunni populations, feeling neglected, provided fertile ground for insurgency recruitment. Extremist groups such as Al-Qaeda in Iraq took advantage of the vacuum, claiming to defend Sunni interests while imposing ruthless tactics on local communities. The The alliance hoped to establish an Iraqi security apparatus capable of operating independently. Training camps produced police and army recruits, while militias infiltrated the ranks. On occasion, newly formed troops broke under pressure, dropping weapons during firefights. In certain locations, police stations were more influenced by local tribal leaders or sectarian militias than by the central government. Coalition commanders recognized that they were dealing with a multifaceted conflict. Building a loyal security force necessitated bridging past rivalries and ensuring that power distribution did not alienate any one party. The tightrope act frequently faltered. Sectarian violence erupted in 2006 after the bombing of Samarra's Al-Askari Mosque, a venerated Shia shrine. The vengeance was quick and savage. Sunni mosques were targeted in retaliation, triggering a continuing cycle of vengeance. In Baghdad, districts were transformed into enclaves separated by hastily constructed concrete walls. Militias such as the Mahdi Army and the Beda organization established themselves in Shia neighborhoods, while Sunni rebels, Ba'ath loyalists, and Al-Qaeda-affiliated cells dominated other areas. Ethnic cleansing occurred in microcosm. Families abandoned their homes due to threats from competing sects, and the capital's mosaic fractured into enclaves patrolled by armed men of various allegiances. Coalition troops were caught in the crossfire, forcing them into a difficult policing situation. Commanders realized that large-scale sweeps could exacerbate hostility since heavy-handed methods could hurt both civilians and rebels. Meanwhile, political discontent in Washington skyrocketed. Leaders questioned how a war build as swift and decisive had devolved into a grinding sectarian crisis. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld faced criticism, which led to his resignation. The new approach necessitated a more nuanced strategy, which resulted in the 2007 surge led by General David Petraeus, which deployed an additional 20,000-plus American troops with the goal of securing population centers and gaining local trust. The surge's idea is to deploy coalition soldiers alongside Iraqi security personnel in neighborhoods, reconstruct destroyed public services, and support local patrols. It hoped to reduce violence enough to allow political solutions to gain traction. The initial months were violent as rebels tested the new strategy with devastating attacks. However, by late 2007, sectarian killings had decreased, thanks in part to the awakening councils in Sunni districts, when tribal elders rebelled against Al-Qaeda's violence and embraced US backing. This collaboration lowered tensions in particular areas, but opponents claimed it only stalled lines of conflict, leaving larger grievances unresolved. In the midst of these developments, Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki led the Iraqi government by balancing Shia, Sunni, and Kurdish political alliances. The consequences were mixed. Corruption claims plagued ministries, critical services such as power and clean water lagged behind demand, and sporadic bombs reminded everyone of the fragile state of order. However, some signs of normalcy emerged. Coffee shops opened, families went to parks, and shopkeepers in Baghdad's key markets began to see customers again. Diplomats from many countries took cautious moves to reopen embassies. Back home in the United States, war fatigue was obvious. Allies like Britain curtailed their participation, leaving the US contingent as the mainstay. Eager to reallocate resources, Washington's officials insisted that if Iraqis could preserve relative stability, a phased pullout might be possible. Meanwhile, the WMD issue, which had sparked the conflict, had been completely abandoned. No significant stockpiles had ever been located. The official narrative shifted to emphasize promoting democracy and liberation from repression. Opponents said that nation-building was an afterthought added after no prohibited weapons surfaced. By the end of 2008, the US and Iraqi governments had reached a Status of Forces Agreement, SOFA, which outlined a timeline for coalition withdrawal and clarified the legal foundation for foreign forces. Observers saw it as a tentative move towards sovereignty. Nonetheless, pockets of bloodshed persisted. No one felt the war had actually ended. Iraq's future remained uncertain amid sectarian feuds, Islamist infiltration, and unstable administration. The year 2009 marked a significant shift in the course of the Second Gulf War. When Barack Obama took office in the United States, he inherited a war that had claimed thousands of lives and cost billions of dollars. Obama, who campaigned on promises to end the conflict, ordered a gradual withdrawal of American troops. The surge had reduced sectarian bloodshed, but isolated explosions continued to jolt markets and government buildings. Iraqi security forces, while larger in number, were inconsistent in quality and allegiance. Nonetheless, the White House and Baghdad leadership pressed on with the plan to place complete responsibility on Iraqi shoulders. By 2010, the coalition's presence had shrunk dramatically, with US personnel primarily focused on training, advising, and supporting Iraqi troops in specific tasks. The final American combat unit left in August 2010, symbolically ending Operation Iraqi Freedom. However, a group of advise and assist individuals remained. The Iraqi administration attempted to convey confidence by boasting about enhanced readiness, local police units, and army modernization. Observers on the ground, however, warned that progress remained fragile. Tribal rivalries in the countryside persisted, as did underlying tensions between Baghdad's central authority and the Kurdish north over oil wealth and territorial aspirations. The final US forces left Iraq in December 2011, as scheduled by the SOFA. The West shifted its focus to other challenges, including European economic crises, the Arab Spring, and relations with Iran. Meanwhile, in Iraq, Prime Minister al-Maliki adopted a more centralized power approach, which alienated certain Sunni leaders. Demonstrations began to spread in Sunni-majority areas, driven by frustrations about political marginalization and alleged government overreach. Former militants, who had been placated by US-brokered accords, felt abandoned or harassed. Unemployed youth, upset by a lack of economic opportunities, became susceptible to extreme preaching once more. Then came the development of the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, ISIL or ISIS. ISIS sprang from the remains of al-Qaeda in Iraq, capitalizing on the instability of the Syrian civil war to seize territory on both sides of the border. In 2014, ISIS fighters stormed into northern Iraq, conquering Mosul with astonishing speed. Iraqi army battalions, hollowed out by corruption and low morale, abandoned their posts. Extremists gained access to armoured vehicles and weapons designed for national defence. Chaos scenes reminiscent of 2003 resurfaced, but this time the threat was not a foreign invasion, but a radical Islamist organisation declaring a caliphate. Many commentators cited the chaotic aftermath of the Second Gulf War as the foundation for such a nightmare, with central rule never completely entrenched and local militias often overshadowing official authority. ISIS encountered little resistance from Sunni tribes that despised the Baghdad-led government. The impetus for US re-involvement mounted, resulting in bombings and a new coalition operation to help Iraqi and Kurdish forces recapture occupied territory. The 2003 invasion cast a long shadow into a new decade, demonstrating that the initial conflict's aftershocks had yet to be resolved. In Iraq, new political figures rose to prominence. Haider al-Abadi succeeded al-Maliki. Seeking to heal sectarian divisions, he attempted to rebuild the Iraqi military, forming ties with the Kurdish Peshmerga and even certain Sunni tribal groups to combat ISIS. The operation to reclaim cities such as Tikrit and Ramadi moved slowly, culminating in the fierce battle for Mosul in 2016-17. Meanwhile, Iran's influence in Baghdad rose as Iranian-backed militias played key roles in anti-ISIS battles. The United States found itself associated with various forces whose aims did not always align with Western ideals, highlighting the war's complexities. In the Western world, the public discourse surrounding the Second Gulf War remained stagnant. Some claimed the initial invasion was legitimate, despite inaccurate intelligence and insufficient planning. Others portrayed it as a terrible blunder, unleashing sectarian monsters and destroying Iraq's social structure. A generation of veterans returned home dealing with the trauma, moral harm, and bodily wounds. Their accounts influenced new literature, film, and policy discussions about how America handles foreign operations. Politicians from all parties used the Iraq experience to either caution or support future military decisions. As the decade progressed, the conflict's designation, Operation Iraqi Freedom, the Iraq War, or the Second Gulf War, became a source of rhetorical debate. Scholars examined government papers, looking for watershed moments such as the disbandment of the Iraqi army, poor post-invasion planning, the implementation of the surge, and the precipitous US pullout. Each decision influenced future crises. Meanwhile, ordinary Iraqis, having survived dictatorship, invasion, civil war, and ISIS horror, faced the challenge of restoring normalcy. Streets that had previously been monitored by foreign forces were now overseen by local police, but scars remained in the damaged urban landscape and in hearts burdened with sorrow. Overall, the Second Gulf War was not a single event that occurred in 2003. Its aftershocks lasted decades, tying together global politics, the emergence of violent extremism, and the sad cost of leaving critical nation-building parts unfinished. When observed from a distance decades later, it serves as a striking reminder of how modern wars can begin with clear goals but devolve into convoluted consequences, as well as a monument to the tenacity of civilizations forced to rebuild against the odds. Reflecting on the Second Gulf War decades after it began in 2003, one may see a rich tapestry of ambition, mistake, courage, and grief. Its origin was based on the post-9/11 mindset, which combined worries of global terrorism with long-standing tensions between Saddam Hussein's administration and the international community. The immediate goal was regime change, couched in terms of eliminating WMDs. Ironically, the war's true impact was less about unearthing hidden stores of chemical or biological weapons, and more about the difficulty of rebuilding a society unmoored from decades of authoritarian leadership. Many veterans of the conflict remember the initial assault as a miracle of military strategy, culminating in Baghdad's swift capture. However, they also describe how the enthusiasm faded as it became evident that removing Saddam would not guarantee a stable democracy. Instead, overlapping insurgencies, widespread corruption, and deep sectarian grudges transformed the occupation into a lengthy quagmire. For soldiers on the ground, it was less about broad strategies and more about building connections with people, diffusing roadside bombs, and determining friend from foe in a sea of misinformation. Iraqi residents, too, carried various stories, ranging from the promise of overthrowing a detested ruler to the horror of street fighting and kidnappings to the tiredness of ongoing blackouts and water shortages. Some families applauded the coalition for deposing a tyrant who had committed widespread brutality against Kurds, Shiites, and political opponents. Others said that foreign forces were insensitive to Iraqi traditions, and that Western-style administration structures overlooked Iraq's social and ethnic diversity. A generation of young people grew up in ruins, their childhood dominated by curfews, the crackle of gunfire at night, and the hum of drones overhead. Internationally, the battle reshaped global alliances and sparked fierce debate. Allies such as Britain experienced internal divisions. Tony Blair's steadfast backing for the invasion shattered his party's unity and harmed his career. France and Germany, who opposed the war, felt justified when no WMD evidence emerged, but their stance sparked resentment among US hawks. Across the Middle East, the conflict fueled anti-Western sentiments in some areas, while others silently celebrated Saddam's demise. That ambivalence continued throughout the 2010s, when the United States faced fresh Middle Eastern concerns, ranging from the Arab Spring to the rise of ISIS. Each new situation seemed to be a footnote to the Second Gulf War's unsolved tensions. In scholarship, a diversity of viewpoints evolved. Some military historians focused on the initial shock and awe campaign, examining how it affected modern concepts of rapid, high-tech warfare. Others researched the insurgency phase, gaining insights into asymmetrical conflict that future counterinsurgency doctrine would attempt to address. Political scientists examined the tumultuous transitional period, using the war as a cautionary tale. Eliminating a dictatorship is only the first step. Establishing governance in a divided land necessitates extensive, culturally informed planning. The failure of improvised governance in 2003 to 2004 became a case study for failed post-conflict stability. Economically, the conflict had far-reaching consequences. Oil prices fluctuated, and billions were spent on reconstruction projects, some of which were mismanaged or fraudulent. Private security firms such as Blackwater became household names, with the Hare Act sparking debate over the commercialization of warfare. Meanwhile, rebuilding Iraq's devastated infrastructure took years. Roads, bridges, hospitals, and power plants all required extensive repairs. The ongoing turmoil hampered foreign investment, restricting job opportunities for Iraqi youngsters. Only in a few enclaves, particularly in the Kurdish region, did real growth and stability appear to be sustainable, thanks to a combination of local governance and smart relationships. In terms of accountability, attempts to hold parties responsible for intelligence failures or human rights violations were intermittent. The legacy of Abu Ghraib remains an indelible stain, overshadowing efforts to portray the war as a moral battle against despotism. War crimes claims against insurgent organisations and sectarian militias were much more savage, albeit they rarely resulted in formal legal consequences. The conflict's complexity, with various actors and fluctuating alliances, rendered clean narrative arcs difficult. Finally, the Second Gulf War demonstrated how modern warfare can begin with widespread national support before devolving into a confusing, multi-layered battle with no abrupt or unambiguous conclusion. By the time American forces withdrew, the character of the fight had shifted so dramatically that it appeared to be an entirely different war than the one that began in March 2003. Historians look back on it as a cautionary tale in early 21st century history, influencing how governments assess intervention, militaries prepare for nation building, and society deals with the psychological toll of prolonged conflict. The war's legacy lives on in the tensions that continue to shape Iraq's political landscape, as well as in the diaspora of Iraqis who have sought safety abroad. It serves as a harsh reminder that even the most powerful invasions can upend old orders without quickly establishing new ones, demonstrating the messy, far-reaching effects of a single, momentous choice to send in the troops. Karl Marx's transformation from a bourgeois academic to a revolutionary thinker wasn't the predetermined path many assume. Born in 1818 to a comfortable middle-class family in Trier, Prussia, now Germany, young Marx initially showed little interest in radical politics. His father, Heinrich, a successful lawyer who had converted from Judaism to Lutheranism to maintain his legal career under Prussian law, hoped his brilliant son would follow in his professional footsteps. The teenage Marx wrote poetry and romantic literature, dreaming of becoming a playwright or critic rather than an economist or political philosopher. His early writings reveal a romantic idealist influenced by Greek classics and German literature. One of his student poems, The Fiddler, portrays a wild musician who cast magical spells with his violin, hardly foreshadowing his later materialist philosophy. Marx's father arranged his education at the prestigious University of Bonn, where the young man quickly became involved in a drinking society, accrued debts, and ended up in jail for disrupting the peace. Concerned about his son's direction, Heinrich transferred him to the more serious University of Berlin. There, Marx encountered the philosophy of G.W.F. Hegel, whose dialectical methods would later form the backbone of Marx's analytical approach, though Marx would ultimately reject Hegel's idealism. What's rarely discussed is how reluctant Marx was to abandon his comfortable bourgeois aspirations. His correspondence reveals a man who longed for stability and security, even as his intellect pushed him toward revolutionary conclusions. His engagement to Jenny von Westphalen, an aristocrat 4 years his senior and the daughter of Baron Ludwig von Westphalen, demonstrated his social ambitions. The Baron had introduced the young Marx to romantic literature and social criticism, but Marx likely never anticipated how far these intellectual pursuits would take him from conventional success. The pivotal moment occurred when Marx finished his doctoral dissertation on ancient Greek philosophy in 1841. His hopes for an academic career at the University of Bonn collapsed when his mentor Bruno Bauer lost his teaching position due to atheistic views. Without academic prospects, Marx turned to journalism, becoming editor of the liberal newspaper Rheinische Zeitung. Here, reporting on the suffering of Moselle vineyard workers and timber theft laws opened his eyes to economic exploitation. Marx faced a critical decision when Prussian authorities shut down his newspaper in 1843. He was already married to Jenny, who had sacrificed her aristocratic comforts for a life with him. Financial pressures mounted, yet rather than compromising his increasingly radical views for security, Marx chose exile, first to Paris, then Brussels, and eventually London. This decision wasn't taken lightly. Letters to Engels reveal Marx's frequent anxiety about money and his family's welfare. He considered various career alternatives, including emigrating to America to start a German-language newspaper or accepting a railway clerk position. These details contradict the image of Marx as an unwavering revolutionary from youth. What drove this transformation was Marx's intellectual honesty. Once he began analysing capitalism's mechanisms, he couldn't unsee its contradictions. His evolving critique wasn't the product of inherent radicalism, but of rigorous intellectual investigation that led him to uncomfortable conclusions about the society that had nurtured him. This personal journey explains why Marx's analysis cut so deeply. He understood bourgeois society intimately because he was formed by it and initially embraced its values. His critique came from within rather than without, from someone who might have become a university professor or comfortable professional had circumstances been different. The passionate intensity of his work stems partly from the personal cost of these realizations, as he watched his prospects for conventional success evaporate with each radical conclusion he reached. While Marx is remembered primarily for Capital and the Communist Manifesto, few realize that most of his adult life was spent as a working journalist rather than a political theorist. From 1848 to 1862, Marx wrote over 500 articles for the New York Daily Tribune, making him one of the paper's most prolific European correspondents during a transformative period in world history. This aspect of Marx's career reveals a pragmatic professional writer rather than the ivory tower philosopher many imagine. As the Tribune's European correspondent, Marx covered everything from diplomatic crises and wars to financial panics and colonial rebellions. He earned approximately £5 per article, equivalent to several $100s today, providing crucial income for his chronically cash-strapped family. Marx's journalism demonstrates a remarkably prescient understanding of how capitalism was globalizing in the mid-19th century. While covering the 1857 Sepoy Rebellion in India for American readers, he connected British imperial policy to domestic economic interests. His analysis of the American Civil War identified economic contradictions between industrial capitalism and plantation slavery that many contemporary observers missed. What's particularly notable about Marx's journalism is how it contradicts stereotypes about his rigid ideological thinking. His articles show a nuanced geopolitical analyst who could recognize the progressive aspects of capitalism despite its exploitative nature. For example, he supported the Union in the American Civil War, not only because he opposed slavery, but also because he saw northern industrial capitalism as historically progressive compared to southern feudal-like plantation society. Charles Dana, managing editor of the Tribune, valued Marx as a correspondent precisely because his analysis went deeper than most journalists of the era. Marx brought his dialectical approach to news reporting, connecting events across nations and seeing patterns where others saw only isolated incidents. His analysis of the Crimean War, for instance, linked diplomatic maneuvering to financial interests and class politics. The journalism years also reveal Marx's surprising admiration for Abraham Lincoln. While Marx criticized Lincoln's initial reluctance to make the Civil War explicitly about abolition, he later praised Lincoln's evolution and recognized the pragmatic challenges of leading during crisis. After Lincoln's assassination, Marx drafted a letter of condolence to the American people on behalf of the International Workingmen's Association, calling Lincoln the single-minded son of the working class who had led his country through the epic of its people's rebirth. These journalistic writings expose the limitations of viewing Marx solely as an abstract theorist. He was deeply engaged with the concrete political and economic developments of his time, forming his theories through active observation of global events rather than mere philosophical speculation. Financial documents from this period reveal how Marx prioritized this journalism over his theoretical work out of necessity. With 4 surviving children to support, 4 others died in childhood due to poor living conditions, Marx sometimes complained that his newspaper duties prevented progress on capital. Yet these journalistic responsibilities kept him connected to current events in ways that enriched his theoretical perspective. Perhaps most surprising about Marx's journalism is how it anticipated modern global reporting. He traced supply chains connecting Manchester cotton mills to American plantations and Indian colonies, showing how labour exploitation and profit extraction operated across continents. This global perspective emerged decades before globalization entered our vocabulary, demonstrating Marx's foresight in understanding capitalism as an inherently transnational system. The journalism years also reveal Marx's writing versatility. While his theoretical works can be dense and complex, his newspaper articles were accessible and engaging, displaying a sardonic wit and literary flair absent from his more famous works. Marx could be remarkably entertaining when writing for a general audience, using metaphors and historical references that made complex economic developments comprehensible to average readers. Behind the forbidding beard and revolutionary rhetoric existed a devoted family man whose personal life was marked by extraordinary tragedy. Marx's domestic life reveals dimensions of his character that rarely appear in political or economic discussions of his work. His marriage to Jenny von Westphalen lasted 38 years until her death in 1881. Their correspondence reveals a passionate intellectual partnership rather than the patriarchal Victorian marriage one might expect. Jenny was Marx's first reader and critic, copying his manuscripts and contributing editorial insights. She maintained her own political convictions, sometimes disagreeing with her husband while supporting his work. Their letters during periods of separation show genuine romantic affection, persisting through decades of hardship. The Marx household's financial precarity is well documented, but less known is that Jenny had grown up with servants and comfort as a baron's daughter. Her adjustment to poverty represented a profound personal sacrifice. When the family lived in 2 rooms in London's Soho district, Jenny wrote to a friend, "The memories of the days when I wore silk cannot compensate for the realities of having no coal for the fire." Of their 7 children, only 3 daughters, Jenny, Laura and Eleanor, survived to adulthood. Their son Edgar died of tuberculosis at age 8 in 1855, a loss that devastated Marx. He wrote to Engels, "I have already had my share of bad luck, but only now do I know what real unhappiness is." Jenny suffered a nervous breakdown after this loss. Their infant daughter Franziska died the following year, and another son, Guido, died before his first birthday in 1850. Their firstborn, also named Jenny, had died in 1844. These deaths weren't abstract statistics, but direct consequences of their poverty. The family couldn't afford proper medical care or adequate nutrition. Marx was acutely aware that his political commitments had concrete costs for those he loved most. This awareness likely contributed seriously to his lifelong health problems, including carbuncles, liver disease and insomnia. Perhaps most revealing of Marx's character was his relationship with Helene Demuth, the family's longtime housekeeper. Evidence strongly suggests Marx fathered her son Freddie in 1851. While Marx never acknowledged paternity, Engels claimed responsibility, though historians now generally believe this was a fiction to protect the Marx family reputation. Marx's treatment of this situation reflects the gap between his progressive theories and personal actions regarding gender and class. His illegitimate son was never welcomed into the family home and worked as a skilled toolmaker, ironically becoming part of the proletariat Marx theorized about. The Marx household wasn't defined solely by tragedy. Visitors described evenings filled with music, literature and animated discussion. All 3 surviving daughters were educated far beyond Victorian standards for women, learning multiple languages and studying literature, history and politics. They became accomplished women, Jenny a journalist, Laura a translator, and Eleanor a labour organiser and feminist. Marx was an affectionate father who spent hours telling his children elaborate stories. On Sundays, he would take them on long walks across London, describing plants and animals with scientific precision before stopping at a tea shop for treats they could barely afford. These glimpses humanise a figure often reduced to abstract theory. The family's poverty sometimes led to situations that were absurdly comedic. When visitors were expected, Marx would sometimes pawn their few valuable possessions to create an impression of middle-class respectability, only to redeem them later. The family called these financial manoeuvres their circular movements of commodities. Marx's relationship with money was complex. Despite writing the 19th century's most important critique of capitalism, he was hopeless with personal finances and periodically speculated on the London Stock Exchange, usually unsuccessfully. These contradictions reveal a man whose theories emerged from lived experience rather than abstract reasoning. His understanding of capitalism's pressures came partly from experiencing them personally. Marx's 40 years of exile from his German homeland placed him at the centre of a remarkable international network of political refugees, revolutionaries and intellectuals that formed a shadow community across Europe. This overlooked aspect of his life provides crucial context for understanding how his ideas developed and spread. After the failed revolutions of 1848, political exiles from across Europe congregated in London, creating what historian Bernard Porter called a refugee republic. Marx's Soho neighbourhood became home to Italians, French, Poles, Hungarians, and Russians fleeing persecution. This community transformed Marx from a German philosopher into a truly international thinker. The British Museum reading room served as an unofficial headquarters for this exile intelligentsia. Marx spent thousands of hours here researching capital, surrounded by fellow revolutionary thinkers. His famous work habits, arriving when the library opened and leaving when it closed, were shared by other political refugees who found the heated reading room a refuge from cold lodgings they couldn't afford to heat. Marx's relationships with fellow exiles were complex and often contentious. He engaged in bitter disputes with other revolutionary leaders like Giuseppe Mazzini, Alexander Herzen, and Mikhail Bakunin. These weren't merely theoretical disagreements, but battles for leadership within exile communities. Marx could be ruthless in these conflicts, using his intellectual prowess to marginalize rivals through savage criticism and sometimes personal attacks. The German Workers' Educational Society in London's East End became Marx's primary community organisation. This working-class cultural centre offered classes, lectures, musical performances, and debates. Marx lectured here regularly, testing ideas that would later appear in Capital on audiences of tailors, shoemakers, and watchmakers. The feedback from these workers, who combined practical experience with intellectual curiosity, shaped Marx's understanding of labour exploitation beyond abstract theory. Less appreciated is how Marx's exile experience made him multilingual and multicultural. He already knew German, Greek, Latin, and French before arriving in London. During exile, he learned English well enough to write professionally and studied Russian to understand that country's economic development. His home became multilingual as well. His daughters grew up speaking German, English, and French, switching languages mid-conversation depending on the topic. The exile community lived under constant surveillance. British police monitored Marx's activities, and spies from various European governments infiltrated exile organisations. Prussian police agent Wilhelm Stieber spent years gathering intelligence on Marx and his associates. These experiences contributed to Marx's perpetual paranoia and health problems, but also kept him connected to the concrete realities of political resistance rather than abstract theory. Marx's personal financial survival depended on this international network. While Engels provided crucial support, many others contributed. The American Joseph Weidemeyer commissioned articles, German émigré Louis Kugelmann sent medical advice and occasional funds, Wilhelm Liebknecht arranged German lecture fees, and countless working-class supporters made small contributions to Marx's household during financial crises. The international character of Marx's exile community directly influenced the formation of the International Workingmen's Association, later known as the First International, in 1864. This organisation brought together British trade unionists, French followers of Proudhon, Italian Mazzinians, Polish nationalists, and German socialists. Marx's experience navigating the complex politics of exile prepared him to write the International's founding documents in ways that could unite these diverse tendencies. Perhaps most significant about Marx's exile network was how it transformed his understanding of revolutionary change. The failed revolutions of 1848 had shattered romantic notions of spontaneous uprising. Through decades of discussion with fellow exiles who had experienced similar defeats, Marx developed a more sophisticated understanding of historical change that acknowledged the durability of capitalist social relations and the need for patient organisational work. This exile perspective explains why Marx, despite his revolutionary reputation, often counselled patience to younger radicals. Having seen premature revolutionary attempts crushed, he developed a longer historical view that recognised how economic conditions had to mature before successful revolutionary change could occur. Contrary to popular portrayal, Marx wasn't primarily a political agitator but an empirical researcher with scientific ambitions. His methodological approach more closely resembled modern social science than ideological polemics, though this dimension of his work remains underappreciated. Capital represents one of the 19th century's most ambitious research projects. During its creation, Marx compiled 200 notebooks of economic data, statistical analysis, and historical documentation. He meticulously studied factory inspection reports, public health statistics, criminal justice records, and technical manuals on industrial machinery. Both critiques and celebrations of his work often overlook these empirical foundations for his theories. Marx's scientific aspirations are evident in his correspondence with Engels about Charles Darwin's Origin of Species, published while Marx was working on Capital. Marx recognised a methodological kinship with Darwin, writing, "Darwin's work is most important and suits my purpose in that it provides a basis in natural science for the historical class struggle." Both men were attempting to discover underlying patterns and developmental laws in their respective fields. This scientific orientation led Marx to revise his theories when new evidence emerged. During his study of Russian rural communes in the 1870s, Marx specifically learned Russian to read original economic and ethnographic studies. His notes reveal a willingness to reconsider his earlier views on historical development based on this empirical research. Late in life, he acknowledged that different countries might follow different paths to social transformation, rather than the linear progression he had earlier postulated. Marx's mathematical manuscripts, largely unknown until recently, show his attempts to develop mathematically rigorous models of economic processes. He filled notebooks with calculus problems and algebraic formulations trying to express value formation and capital accumulation in mathematical terms. While these efforts were primitive by contemporary standards, they demonstrate his commitment to analytical precision rather than mere rhetoric. The British Museum reading room, where Marx conducted much of his research, was the equivalent of a modern research university. Marx's library requests show him consulting works in multiple languages across disciplines, including economics, history, anthropology, chemistry, geology, and agriculture. Modern researchers might recognize his work as an early form of interdisciplinary social science rather than political philosophy. Marx's empirical approach involved both quantitative and qualitative methods. He collected statistical data on wages, prices, and productivity while also gathering ethnographic accounts of working conditions. His description of Manchester factories and capital combines numerical analysis with detailed observation of production processes and worker experiences, methodology that resembles modern mixed methods research. His correspondence reveals frustration with revolutionaries who prioritize political agitation over careful analysis. In an 1864 letter, Marx complained about German socialists who had not made a single theoretical contribution and merely recycled slogans without empirical investigation. This scientific commitment sometimes put him at odds with those who wanted simple revolutionary formulas rather than complex analysis. Marx's research methods were constrained by 19th century limitations. He lacked computing power, sophisticated statistical techniques, and organised data sets that modern social scientists take for granted. Nevertheless, he pioneered systematic approaches to studying economic systems which anticipated later developments in economics and sociology. What separates Marx from many contemporaries was his integration of historical and economic analysis. While classical economists treated economic laws as universal and timeless, Marx insisted on historicizing economic relationships. His comparative studies of different economic systems, from ancient Rome to medieval Europe to 19th century capitalism, represented an early form of comparative historical analysis now common in social science. Even Marx's errors demonstrate his scientific orientation. His labour theory of value has been critiqued by the modern economists, but it represented an attempt to develop a quantifiable measure of economic value based on available data and concepts. His predictions about capitalism's development contained both remarkable insights and significant misconceptions, but they were grounded in systematic analysis of empirical patterns rather than wishful thinking. While Marx's economic analysis dominates his reputation, his writings on literature, art, and culture reveal dimensions of his thought that challenge conventional understanding. Marx wasn't merely concerned with material production, but had sophisticated views on aesthetics that continue to influence cultural theory. Marx began his intellectual life as a literary figure rather than an economist. His early notebooks contain poetry, a satirical novel, and an unfinished play. He considered literature central to human development, not a mere superstructural reflection of economic relations as vulgar Marxism would later suggest. Throughout his life, Marx returned to literature for both pleasure and insight. Even while writing Capital, he regularly reread Shakespeare, Cervantes, and Greek dramatists. His aesthetic judgments often contradicted his economic theories in revealing ways. Marx admired the conservative writer Honoré de Balzac, considering his novels more profound social analysis than many progressive writers' work. Marx wrote to Engels that he had learned more about French society from Balzac than from all the professional historians, economists, and statisticians of the period together. This appreciation for aesthetic quality, regardless of political alignment, challenges simplistic views of Marx as reducing art to propaganda. Marx's literary tastes were surprisingly canon-forming rather than revolutionary. He revered classical Greek literature, Shakespeare, Goethe, and Dante, all standard components of bourgeois education. During family evenings, his daughters remembered him reciting lengthy Shakespearean passages from memory. This cultural conservatism existed alongside his revolutionary politics, suggesting a more complex relationship between cultural and political values than often attributed to him. The Marx household cultivated literary and theatrical activities. Family letters describe home performances of Shakespeare plays with Marx taking multiple roles. His daughters received rigorous literary education, with Marx personally guiding their reading in multiple languages. Eleanor Marx became a significant literary figure herself, translating Ibsen and Flaubert while writing literary criticism. Perhaps most surprising is Marx's nuanced view of how economic conditions influence artistic production. In his introduction to the Critique of Political Economy, Marx puzzled over why Greek art remained aesthetically powerful despite emerging from a less developed economic system than 19th century industrial society. This Greek problem in Marxist aesthetics acknowledges that artistic achievement doesn't simply advance alongside economic development, contrary to mechanical interpretations of his theories. Media Marx's writings on literature contain insights that anticipated later literary theory. His discussion of how Victor Hugo's novel Les Miserables transforms social contradictions into aesthetic form resembles aspects of structuralist literary analysis developed a century later. His critique of Eugene Sue's Mysteries of Paris analyses how popular literature can simultaneously expose and mystify social problems, anticipating cultural studies' approaches to media. Unlike many Victorian intellectuals who dismissed popular culture, Marx paid serious attention to diverse cultural forms. He analysed newspaper crime reporting, popular novels, and theatre alongside canonical literature. While teaching his daughters literature, he included popular works as well as classics, recognising that cultural literacy required understanding both high and popular forms. Marx's aesthetic theory includes a robust concept of human creativity that extends beyond utilitarian production. In his early economic and philosophic manuscripts, Marx describes art as a form of non-alienated labour that allows human creative capacities to develop freely. This perspective suggests that aesthetic activity isn't merely decorative but central to human flourishing, a view that aligns Marx with humanistic traditions despite his materialist reputation. The emancipatory potential of art remained important to Marx throughout his life. He saw aesthetic experience as potentially liberating consciousness from everyday constraints, allowing people to imagine alternatives to existing social arrangements. This perspective explains why cultural questions remained important to him alongside economic analysis. In Marx's view, revolutionary change required not just material transformation, but new forms of consciousness that art could help develop. Marx's cultural interests extended beyond literature to music, visual art, and architecture. He attended opera performances when finances permitted, and closely followed the career of composer Richard Wagner, though expressing ambivalence about Wagner's nationalist tendencies. These cultural dimensions reveal a Marx far more complex than the economic determinist often presented in textbooks. Perhaps the most revealing aspect of Marx's intellectual life is what he left unfinished. His grand project remained incomplete, not just in the conventional sense of the unfinished volumes of Capital, but in deeper ways that explain enduring debates about his legacy. When Marx died in 1883, only the first volume of Capital had been published. Volumes 2 and 3 were assembled by the Engels from Marx's notes, creating endless scholarly debate about whether these posthumous publications accurately represent Marx's intentions. What's less discussed is that Marx deliberately delayed publication, continuously revising his work as new economic data emerged and his thinking evolved. Marx's final years show a thinker moving in unexpected directions, rather than solidifying a dogmatic system. His notebooks from the 1870s and early 1880s reveal intensive study of anthropology, particularly Lewis Henry Morgan's work on ancient societies. These investigations led Marx to question unilinear theories of historical development, including some of his own earlier formulations, as he recognised alternative social formations beyond the European pattern. The late Marx showed increasing interest in non-Western societies. His notes on Russian rural communes suggest he saw potentially revolutionary possibilities in these traditional structures, rather than insisting they follow Western European developmental patterns through capitalism. In an 1881 letter to Vera Zasulich, Marx explicitly rejected interpreting his work as a historical philosophical theory of general development imposed by fate on all peoples. This evolution challenges mechanical interpretations of historical materialism. Marx's planned but unwritten works reveal how much of his project remained incomplete. He intended to write books on the state, international trade, and the world market that would have clarified aspects of his theory that remain most contested. His outline for Capital originally included 6 volumes, with the 3 we have representing only half his envisioned project. Particularly significant was Marx's unwritten book on wage labour, which would have complemented his analysis of Capital. Without this counterpart, his theory appears more deterministic than he likely intended. Evidence suggests this volume would have explored worker resistance and organisation, themes that appear only briefly in the published volumes but were central to Marx's political work. Health problems increasingly limited Marx's productivity in his final years. Chronic insomnia, liver disease, and respiratory ailments made sustained intellectual work difficult. Letters from this period show a man aware that time was running out to complete his project. This physical decline partly explains why so much remained unfinished, but also reflects his unwillingness to publish prematurely, a perfectionism that contributed to his work's incompleteness. Marx was perpetually distracted by political obligations that diverted energy from theoretical work. His leadership role in the First International involved writing countless reports, resolutions, and addresses while mediating disputes between factions. He complained to Engels that these responsibilities prevented progress on Capital, but felt obligated to the working class movement despite these intellectual costs. The financial pressures that plagued Marx throughout his life worsened these delays. Journalism and other paid writing took precedence over theoretical work that offered no immediate income. Financial crises repeatedly interrupted Marx's famous working habit in the British Museum, requiring him to write desperate letters to friends for loans. These material conditions of intellectual production aren't merely biographical details, but shape the development and incompleteness of his thought. Perhaps most significant about Marx's unfinished work is how it created space for diverse interpretations. The gaps and ambiguities in his theory allowed later Marxists from Lenin to Luxemburg to Gramsci to creatively develop aspects of his thought in different directions. Had Marx completed a more systematic presentation of his mature views, this theoretical fertility might have been reduced. Marx's final notebook entries show a thinker still evolving rather than reaching definitive conclusions. Unlike philosophers who develop systematic theories, they then defend unchanged. Marx continuously revised his thinking based on new evidence and historical developments. His final notes contain questions rather than answers, suggesting an open intellectual project rather than a closed theoretical system. This unfinished quality explains why Marx remains relevant despite the collapse of regimes that claimed his legacy. The open-ended nature of his work allows reconsideration of his insights separate from dogmatic applications. The unfinished Marx offers analytical tools rather than rigid doctrines, explaining why his thought continues generating new interpretations for understanding contemporary capitalism's contradictions and possibilities. William Tecumseh Sherman was born on February 8, 1820, in Lancaster, Ohio, a frontier town on the verge of tremendous development. His mother dubbed him Cump, and he displayed a restless spirit from a young age, foreshadowing the vast influence he would one day wield on the nation's battlefields. Although his father, Charles Robert Sherman, was a respected Ohio Supreme Court judge, the family struggled financially. Then tragedy came when Sherman was 9 years old. His father died abruptly, leaving behind a poor household. The boy's future, while uncertain, found a guiding influence in the form of his father's close friend, Thomas Ewing, who welcomed him into his own lively home. Growing up in the Ewing household exposed Sherman to a more privileged society, but it was not carefree. Ewing was politically connected, having worked in government positions that exposed Sherman to the complexity of national policy and political squabbling. Something about those encounters prepared him to see the country as a web of dynamic forces, law, commerce, and ambition interacting in ways that altered entire neighbourhoods. Despite his academic abilities, he was never a standout student in the traditional sense. His true aptitude was in observation, and the ability to translate what he saw into brilliant strategic insights. Sherman absorbed the action with an intensity that occasionally surprised others, whether it was a local election or a heated dinner table dispute. Sherman was 16 when he received a coveted invitation to the United States Military Academy at West Point, thanks in part to Ewing's political clout. When he arrived at West Point in 1836, he discovered that the regiment was both difficult and stimulating. Mathematics, engineering, and tactics dominated the curriculum, combining practical skills with theoretical knowledge. Although he did not excel academically, he graduated 6th in his class, he was known for being clever, pragmatic, and unromantic about his military service. Classmates noticed his frank demeanour, which would become a defining feature of his personality throughout his career. Sherman enlisted in the army as a second lieutenant in the 3rd US Artillery after graduating in 1840. He served in many outposts, from Florida to the distant frontiers, dealing with the problems of a rising nation. The Florida job embroiled him in the Seminole Wars, a brutal milieu of swamp warfare and uncertain goals. Sherman quietly recorded the lessons. Combat was chaotic, objectives shifted quickly, and success required a combination of planning and sheer tenacity. He also developed a dislike for half-hearted confrontations, believing that if a battle was unavoidable, it must be pursued with utmost determination. Despite periodic promotions and the allure of new assignments, Sherman never felt completely at ease in the peacetime army. Bureaucratic red tape, restricted chances for growth, and a desire for new experiences gnawed at him. His restlessness prompted him to quit from the army in 1853. In the decade that followed, he dabbled in various endeavours, including banking in San Francisco, law practice, and company management in New York. Each position deepened his understanding of the fundamental principles of American business, the importance of risk-taking, and the vulnerability of trust in a period marked by frequent booms and busts. The banking crisis of 1857 devastated him financially, demonstrating how rapidly riches might vanish when markets crashed. During his civilian years, Sherman made friends from both the North and the South, including plantation owners and entrepreneurs. He noticed the growing conflict over slavery, state rights, and economic disparities. While living in Louisiana, he was the superintendent of the Louisiana State Seminary of Learning and Military Academy, which would eventually become Louisiana State University. He was recognized for his organizational talents, but he treaded carefully when discussions became political. Despite not being a passionate abolitionist, he did not take to the concept of secession. For Sherman, unity was America's best hope for success. Nonetheless, he saw worrisome signals of discord and concluded that the country was on the verge of war. Sherman, on the verge of the Civil War, stood at a pivotal juncture. He had a family, a diverse set of experiences in both service and civilian sectors, and a perspective that grasped how badly the country was fracturing. He was concerned if war occurred, it would be unlike the small-scale battles of previous decades. The tremendous industrial potential of both parts, combined with the moral fervour around slavery, predicted a devastating clash. Despite his reluctance to enter the battle, Sherman returned to service in early 1861, motivated by a sense of responsibility to maintain the Union. In the early months of the Civil War, William Tecumseh Sherman served in several positions, looking for a secure footing in a war that appeared chaotic from the start. Initially assigned to a training facility, he disagreed with authorities when he anticipated that the fight would require at least 200,000 men in his area alone. His forthright remark that the Union was underestimating the scale of the insurrection elicited suspicion, if not derision. However, time would vindicate his misgivings. By late 1861, Sherman had arrived in Kentucky, an important border state with conflicting loyalties. He was responsible for the Cumberland Department there, but he quickly became overwhelmed. Reports of Confederate military movements, arms shortages, and conflicting orders from Washington left him tired. Some sources suggest he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. He requested relief from command, and when he left, rumours circulated about his instability. Such suspicions threatened to wreck his career in an era when mental stress was less tolerated. Nevertheless, Sherman recovered. He gained new purpose with General Ulysses S. Grant's direct help. Their bond will form the foundation of Union success. Grant was calm, silent, and unyielding under duress, whereas Sherman was more combustible, publicly expressing concerns or complaints. Their mutual regard, however, was established through shared battlefield experiences. In early 1862, Grant's daring manoeuvres at Fort Henry and Fort Donelson secured critical Confederate outposts, and Sherman's role, though subordinate, displayed dependability in the face of fire. The Battle of Shiloh in April 1862 would be Sherman's true baptism into large-scale fighting. Confederate surprise strike near Pittsburgh upon landing in Tennessee. Waves of enemy soldiers smashed the Union defences. Sherman's division took the brunt of the early fighting. Despite being taken by surprise, he rallied his troops, riding along the front lines, ignoring personal danger and encouraging them to hold. Despite massive fatalities, the Union withstood the attack, and Grant's counterattack the following day forced the Confederates to retire. Sherman's leadership under duress gained him a promotion to Major General and, more crucially, strengthened his alliance with Grant. The two men came from Shiloh with a stronger determination to achieve total victory, acknowledging the Confederacy's tenacity. Sherman followed Shiloh with operations along the Mississippi River, ending in the Vicksburg Campaign. Vicksburg, a fortress stronghold, was essential to Confederate control of the Mississippi River. Union soldiers anticipated that seizing it would split the Confederacy in two, isolating the states west of the river. Grant's siege was long, with supply lines strained and morale shaky. Sherman's involvement included skirmishes, feints, and ensuring that Confederate reinforcements could not break through the siege. Vicksburg finally fell on July 4th, 1863, marking a watershed moment in the Western theatre. Sherman's fame soared, although he frequently downplayed personal responsibility, publicly praising Grant's strategic vision. Sherman did not take command of Union forces in the West until 1864, when Grant was ordered to the Eastern Theatre to confront Robert E. Lee. His primary aim is Atlanta. The city was a Confederate hub for railroads, manufacturing and supply. Taking it could jeopardize the Southern battle effort. Sherman launched the Atlanta campaign in May 1864, moving across northeastern Georgia. Confederate General Joseph E. Johnston utilized an effective defensive plan, but Sherman's numerical superiority and willingness to engage in flanking actions gradually pushed Johnston back. Johnston's replacement by the more aggressive John Bell Hood increased Confederate casualties. By September, Sherman's army had conquered Atlanta, dealing a strategic and psychological blow to the South. The city's fall echoed throughout the North, helping President Lincoln's re-election chances. Sherman believed that simply occupying Atlanta would be insufficient. He wanted to cripple the Confederate capacity for future resistance. After ordering civilian evacuations, he permitted elements of the city's infrastructure to be destroyed, fueling suspicions that he was carrying out a destruction campaign. Sherman then focused on a bold and controversial strategy, the March to the Sea. The plan was to cut lines of communication, damage resources critical to the Southern war machine, and show that Confederate authorities could no longer safeguard their heart. In mid-November 1864, he led 60,000 men from Atlanta to Savannah, cutting a path across Georgia. Unlike traditional movements tethered by supply lines, Sherman's columns would live off the land, foraging freely, demolishing railroads and targeting factories. This bold tactic, at the time, attempted to break the South's resolve to continue fighting. During these campaigns, Sherman's views on war solidified. He believed that the faster and harder the conflict was pursued, the sooner it would be resolved. In his letters to subordinates, he emphasized a harsh logic. If Southern people felt the effects of the war, the Confederacy's morale would plummet. While many Union leaders sought victory through pitched battles alone, Sherman embraced total war, leaving a reputation that would eclipse his other accomplishments and define his place in American military history. The March to the Sea started on November 15th, 1864, as Union troops departed from the charred remains of Atlanta. The trip to Savannah covered about 300 miles, calculating about 483 kilometers, and lasted almost a month. Contrary to popular belief, Sherman didn't order his soldiers to burn every home or farm they encountered. However, the foraging became so widespread, occasionally turning into looting, that local populations remembered the campaign with lasting bitterness. Union soldiers destroyed rail lines, twisting them into what was mockingly called Sherman's neckties. Warehouses and factories burned, cotton gins destroyed, and livestock taken. Many Southern civilians fled before the advancing columns, while others remained, witnessing gardens, barns, and personal property consumed by Union torches or opportunistic soldiers. Sherman's official position was that his troops should only target items with military or logistical significance, but in practice those boundaries quickly became unclear. Years later, the question lingered: were these acts justified militarily, or simply a vengeful rampage? Sherman's supporters claimed that the Confederacy's capacity to fight relied on its agricultural and industrial resources, rendering such destruction a regrettable necessity. Critics argued that the campaign violated moral boundaries by punishing innocent civilians. Sherman believed that only by breaking the South's ability and determination to fight could the war's violence be decisively ended. Sherman's forces entered Savannah on December 21st, 1864, facing minimal resistance. He sent a telegram to President Lincoln, proposing the city of Savannah as a Christmas gift. The capture of the nearly intact port offered a strategic base on the Atlantic coast, enabling Union forces to advance into the Carolinas. Northern newspapers celebrated the success, lauding Sherman as a master strategist. Southern newspapers erupted in anger, portraying him as a ruthless destroyer. Confederate civilians criticized the perceived barbarism in diaries and letters, while some Northern voices also voiced discomfort at the campaign's brutality. The Union war machine continued, and Sherman's prominence grew. In early 1865, Sherman turned north to unite with Grant. The Carolinas campaign sought to pressure Confederate resources from a new angle, potentially trapping Robert E. Lee's army between two formidable Union forces. As his men moved through South Carolina, the birthplace of secession, Sherman's tactics became even harsher. In February 1865, Columbia burned, with ongoing debate over whether Union or Confederate forces started the fire. Sherman denied starting the fire, but suspicion remains, woven into local tales that the Union intentionally set ablaze the birthplace of rebellion. Sherman advanced into North Carolina with a slightly softer approach, recognizing that the state had not been as eager to secede as South Carolina. The operational logic persisted: weaken Confederate capabilities, disrupt railroads, and harass the demoralized Southern forces. In April, it was reported that Lee's Army of Northern Virginia surrendered to Grant at Appomattox. Sherman's men sensed the war was nearing its conclusion. Hopes rose that they could finish the campaign without more major clashes. An unforeseen twist occurred when John Wilkes Booth assassinated President Lincoln on April 14, 1865, shocking the entire Union High Command. Grief and anger surged through Sherman's ranks. After Lincoln's death, talks with Confederate General Joseph E. Johnston in North Carolina became increasingly strained. Sherman, aiming for a quick reconciliation, proposed terms that many in Washington viewed as excessively generous, including political concessions that exceeded his authority. The War Department, shaken by Lincoln's assassination and favouring tougher actions, rejected Sherman's agreement. Reports suggested that Sherman was either naive or overreaching. The fiasco briefly damaged his reputation. A revised negotiation resulted in Johnston's surrender on April 26, effectively ending the war in the Carolinas. Sherman's desire to heal wounds quickly conflicted with the mood in Washington, creating misunderstandings that would persist for years. Despite the friction points, the North celebrated Sherman as a hero. His soldiers admired him, referring to him as Uncle Billy, impressed by his relentless energy and talent for boosting morale. Southerners condemned him as the cause of devastation. He rarely attempted to soften that image, stating that war was cruelty and efforts to refine it were pointless. That straightforward view shaped his strategic approach. Sherman believed that war should be pursued with full commitment, or not at all. After the war, Sherman oversaw military districts in the South, attempting to maintain order during Reconstruction's tumult. He found the political squabbling exhausting, favouring direct military leadership over the complexities of civil policy. Sherman's legacy was solidified by his wartime campaigns, despite the post-war complexities that overshadowed it. The challenge for him, and for the nation, was how to address the resentment caused by total war while also focusing on rebuilding a unified country. After hostilities concluded, William Tecumseh Sherman expected the clear structure of wartime command to translate into a simple post-war position. However, the aftermath of conflict rarely produces smooth transitions. In 1865, he was appointed commander of the Military Division of the Mississippi, covering most of the devastated South. During Reconstruction, conflicts arose between President Andrew Johnson's conciliatory approach and the severe demands of radical Republicans in Congress. Sherman proceeded gingerly in this climate, avoiding political disputes. He constantly differed with civil officials and politicians about how to best manage the emancipated African American population, former Confederates, and the region's destroyed infrastructure. Sherman believed the army's job was to maintain order, not to influence the inevitable social upheaval. He questioned whether Union troops should remain in the South indefinitely, citing the lack of a quick way to heal grave wounds. His reluctance to fully embrace Reconstruction ideas frustrated radical reformers who wanted strong federal enforcement of civil rights. White Southerners, apprehensive of the Northern presence, frequently opposed even basic army commands. Understanding that he was in a precarious situation, Sherman sought solace in his family life. In 1866, he relocated to St. Louis, Missouri, to oversee the military division of Missouri. The territory stretched from the Mississippi River to the Rockies. Conflict spread westward as American expansion collided with numerous indigenous groups. Sherman's orders required him to protect settlers and railroads, which frequently resulted in battles with tribes that opposed the invasion of their areas. This period of Sherman's career is not as well known as his Civil War achievements. Native people, beset with violated treaties and forced relocations, met Sherman, a military figure who advocated employing superior force to achieve federal objectives. Sherman's perspective on the Indian Wars mirrored his entire war philosophy: decisively smash resistance to minimize prolonged carnage. He ordered campaigns that destroyed communities, decimated buffalo herds, and pushed people onto reserves. Historians decried his measures, likening them to his previous scorched earth policies. Sherman's strategy was straightforward: smash any opposition as quickly and decisively as possible. He perceived no ethical dilemma in forcefully displacing indigenous peoples in pursuit of the nation's ultimate goal. This unwavering stance cemented his reputation as a source of strong answers. Changes in Washington impacted Sherman's career path. Ulysses S. Grant became president in 1869, and Sherman was appointed commanding general of the United States Army. His new position allowed wide oversight of military operations, but disagreements with the War Department arose fast. Sherman believed that the line of command was harmed by civilian authorities' desire for greater control over army matters. The tension rose under Secretary of War William W. Belknap, who resigned under scandal. Sherman's private letters indicated his displeasure with the political milieu and a desire for the disciplined cooperation of wartime. Sherman suffered family issues. Ellen hailed from a devout Catholic household, whereas Sherman had no interest in organized religion. Their opposing viewpoints occasionally produced tension. One son, Willie, died tragically during the war, leaving an emotional scar on the family. Another son, Thomas Ewing Sherman, became a Jesuit priest, which Sherman reluctantly accepted. Sherman composed his memoirs during these changes, and they were first published in 1875. This 2-volume book, Memoirs of General William T. Sherman, gives a plain account of his life, from birth until the Civil War. Critics praised its readability and honesty, while several expressed concern about omissions and biases. He openly said at the outset that he would report events as he saw them, regardless of whether they disturbed anyone. The memoirs shaped the public's perception of him as a general who believed in direct action and open communication. Sherman headed an army that was struggling to find its place in a changing country in the 1870s. Industrialization accelerated, questions about global development arose, and the frontier vanished. The army shrank, overshadowed by new millionaires and the volatile politics of the Gilded Age. Sherman frequently bemoaned that the populace had grown complacent about national defense, ignoring the painful lessons of the Civil War. In quieter moments, he realized that a diminished army presence was precisely what a reunited country needed, even if it left him feeling a little lost. The Great Railroad Strike of 1877, which saw federal troops dispatched to quell labor unrest, was the final major dispute of his tenure. Sherman struck a compromise between compassion for workers' concerns and the necessity for order, directing a reaction that sought to minimize bloodshed. The incident pointed at a new sort of internal conflict, industrial turmoil supplanting sectional conflicts. Sherman, noted for his directness and rigidity, was reminded that war is never static, it changes with the intricacies of civilization. As the 1880s began, William Tecumseh Sherman entered retirement but stayed a notable public figure. In 1882, he stepped down as commanding general, concluding nearly 20 years of consistent leadership in a transforming army. Civic groups, lecture circuits, and political activists often pursued him. Some urged him to run for president, thinking his combat experience and integrity would resonate with Americans. Sherman famously declined, stating, "I will not accept if nominated and will not serve if elected." The statement reflected his post-war identity as someone who had witnessed the harsh realities of politics, leading him to avoid more profound involvement. His reluctance to run for government came from several factors. He was wary of the constant manoeuvring that characterised national elections. His straightforward attitude conflicted with the need to appease groups and trade favours. He understood that his reputation, forged through tough tactics in Georgia and the Carolinas, could provoke significant backlash in the South and among moderate northern voters. He felt his skills were better suited for organising and leading in challenging situations, rather than in standard governance negotiations. Sherman travelled extensively, giving speeches on Civil War events and promoting a strong, practical military policy, even after leaving formal duties. He seldom softened his remarks. At veterans' reunions, he portrayed the stern uncle, reminding former troops that war was not a glorious adventure. He emphasised to younger audiences that the Civil War was much more complex than just heroes and villains. He stood firm in his decisions, asserting that his aggressive campaigns had reduced the conflict's length. He was honest about his views on Reconstruction's outcomes. He observed the South's economic recovery, the emergence of Jim Crow laws, and ongoing social inequalities. He did not advocate for radical solutions to racial disparity, viewing it mainly as a civilian issue. Some critics viewed Sherman's attitude as evasive, claiming he was dodging moral responsibility. He said his main aim was to preserve the Union, not to create an equal society. Although Sherman was strategically skilled, his limited view on social fairness reflects the shortcomings of his era, which is clear in hindsight. At the same time, narratives about his private life became gentler. He enjoyed engaging with former allies, especially Ulysses S. Grant, whose presidency concluded amid controversy and failure. Sherman stayed loyal to Grant, honouring their bond from the war despite any controversies. They occasionally gathered to voice their discontent regarding how their legacies turned into political issues. When Grant died in 1885, Sherman mourned publicly, delivering eulogies that highlighted loyalty, the virtue that had united them through numerous conflicts. In the 1880s, new industries and technologies captured public attention. Railroads spanned the continent, telephones connected people, and corporations grew. Sherman felt torn after observing these changes. He appreciated America's ambition for growth but worried about possible societal instability. The Great Railroad Strike indicated rising unrest among industrial workers. He warned that if class tensions weren't handled correctly, they could erupt violently. Although he wasn't an economist, he identified conflict patterns and warned political leaders that neglecting labour demands could lead to chaos similar to the devastation of war. Sherman, who relocated to New York City later in the decade, joined various clubs and wrote letters condemning the rise of sensational journalism. He was accustomed to media scrutiny. During the war, he was portrayed as either a hero or a criminal. Tabloids thrived on sensationalism, making him cautious about interviews. Young journalists sought his views on military issues. He emphasized that future wars could lead to unimaginable destruction if not quickly contained, particularly with advanced weaponry. He insisted that the only real strategy was to either fully engage in war or not at all. Sherman's health declined as he got older. Stiff joints, persistent pain, and years of fatigue in uniform consumed him. He refused to disguise himself as a weak, elderly general. He walked through the streets of Manhattan in casual clothes, tipping his hat to those who noticed his distinctive grey hair. He visited West Point and other army locations rarely, providing straightforward advice: train with discipline, but hope you never have to use it in a civil war. Listeners felt that beneath his tough exterior were deep wounds shaped by the harsh realities of war. In his later years, the people embraced him as a grandfather figure. His once fierce demeanour mellowed over time. Fundamentally, he was the man who bravely marched through Georgia, firmly believing that such harshness was essential. In the evolving landscape of modern America, William Tecumseh Sherman remained prominent, his influence softened rather than faded, a reminder of when cities trembled at the sight of blue-clad troops. William Tecumseh Sherman spent his final months in New York surrounded by family and friends. He was stoic, yet he occasionally made sad remarks about how the Civil War ruined his reputation. He recognized that for many Southerners, His name symbolized terror, a reminder of burned houses, ruined railroads, and the unrelenting march of Union forces. To many, particularly in the North, he was the driving factor behind the Confederacy's demise, ultimately sparing many lives by ending the war. The dichotomy left him resigned. Historical assessments are rarely balanced, especially for those who shape conflict in new disputed ways. Sherman became ill with pneumonia in January 1891. Doctors tried to restore his health, but difficulties occurred. By early February, it was clear he was unlikely to recover. He faced his decline discreetly, eschewing some treatments and facing his mortality with the same candour he used in strategy. Family members watched him closely, recalling how the once unstoppable man appeared weak under the light of the bedside lamp. He died on February 14, 1891, at the age of 71. News spread across the country. Southerners reacted calmly to the announcement. Some newspapers ran brief obituaries, while others recalled the misery he caused. In the North, praises poured in, hailing him as a hero who broke the war's illusions and drove the South to its knees. Foreign commentators reflected on how the American Civil War influenced worldwide military thinking, observing that Sherman's death marked the end of an era of bold, large-scale maneuver warfare. Sherman's funeral in New York drew massive crowds to the streets. Veterans wearing uniforms saluted the casket. Young observers were captivated by the legend and listened to serious comments from generals who had served under him. The army provided full honours as a final homage to the man whose worldview was defined by his dedication to duty. Pallbearers included notable civic and military figures, emphasising his life's impact on American growth. They brought his remains to St. Louis with quiet solemnity, where he was buried alongside his wife, Ellen, who had died a few years before. Afterward, newspapers and magazines began to look back. Writers debated morality and necessity. Did Sherman's campaigns enhance combat or spark new conflicts? Some editorialists credited him with inventing the concept of modern total war, emphasising how entire communities, not just soldiers, become involved in massive warfare. Some voiced worry about the impact on civilian life and property, claiming that his approach called into question the ethics of war. Military academies around the world evaluated his manoeuvres, adopting or criticising his ideas. Before World War I, German officers thoroughly researched the March to the Sea to establish their philosophy. Sherman's notion that war should be conducted decisively, eliminating illusions and safe havens, has far-reaching consequences beyond American borders. Many nations' romanticised notions of combat would conflict with the brutal realities he highlighted. Decades later, European nations would participate in even more devastating wars, prompting the question, was Sherman a visionary, a prophet of mechanised destruction? Personal stories about Uncle Billy were well known among ageing Union veterans. Anecdotes show him pausing to speak with a terrified child or having a humble lunch with a rural household. These pieces attempted to portray the man, who was frequently despised by many Southerners. Historians who read his letters discovered that he had a comic side, frequently calming tense situations with dry humour. Contradictions abound: a kind father figure to his men, an unrelenting terror to his adversaries, and a scathing critic of half measures in combat. Sherman, along with Grant, Lee, and Jackson, was recognised as pivotal figures in the Civil War over time. Statues appeared, some in the North, depicting him on horseback with a determined expression, and fewer in the South, where he was frequently overshadowed by local heroes. The older generation that lived through the conflict has died away, leaving a legacy characterised by textbooks, speeches, and battlefield tours. Sherman's historical significance was substantial but challenging for a nascent nation. Historians developed fresh perspectives over time. Some have investigated the psychological impact of the Florida wetlands on the young lieutenant. Some have suggested that his family's links to Thomas Ewing had an important impact on his early success. Many questioned his performance during the Indian Wars, questioning how a commander known for defending the Union could advocate harsh measures against indigenous tribes. These layers underscored the complexities of his life. He was neither a simple hero nor a villain, but rather a figure of a changing America, managing crises, technological developments, and expanding frontiers. Sherman's name conjures up pictures of relentless columns, flaming depots, and a war that changed the face of conflict. William Tecumseh Sherman is still regarded as a key character in the Civil War pantheon, yet views of his actions continue to shift. Over 130 years after his death, historians, military scholars, and interested amateurs revisit his wars in search of nuanced insights. Many people are talking about his hard war theory, which holds that to terminate a struggle, a nation must attack the opponent's ability to sustain itself rather than simply defeating forces in open battle. His effectiveness in this area is widely attributed to hastening the Confederacy's demise. Sherman's techniques are sometimes compared to those used in 20th century total conflicts, in which entire economies and civilian populations are targeted. Critics question if the practice establishes a troubling precedent that moral barriers can be crossed for the sake of expediency. Others argue that Sherman's tough attitude undoubtedly shortened the war's duration, preventing thousands of further battlefield casualties. When military doctrines develop beyond frontline engagements, the tension between practicality and morality becomes increasingly essential. In the South, memories of Sherman are still shaped by generational stories. Families carry down stories about ancestors who lost houses, animals, or enterprises along his path. Museums in Georgia, South Carolina, and other states periodically display exhibitions about the march to the sea's local influence. Some historians work to differentiate myth from reality. Not every fire was started by a Union soldier, nor was every structure torched. However, the psychological toll of an unstoppable army marching across the countryside was evident. Meanwhile, northern cities that formally supported him attempt to analyse his full legacy. War memorials in areas like New York and Ohio depict him as a pivotal figure in the Union's deliverance. School textbooks stress his devotion to Grant, his operational genius, and the conclusion he helped to bring to a war that threatened to fracture the country irrevocably. A few paragraphs might describe how he disliked political power and preferred clear command. Younger generations perceive a nearly cinematic figure, brazen, unstoppable, a contradiction of savagery and compassion, who altered Americans' perceptions of battle. Sherman's personal documents, which are preserved in libraries, illustrate the intricacies of his relationships. Letters to his wife Ellen express love and parental care, particularly when they lost their son Willie in Memphis. Correspondence with fellow officers illustrates the stress that weighed on him, particularly in the dark nights preceding important operations. There's a fleeting impression that, beneath the stern general's public face, a man struggled with the internal reservations about the unstoppable machine he'd set in motion. In scholarly areas, studies of Reconstruction address his post-war deeds. Some argue that, despite his ability to effect Southern reintegration, he mostly deferred to civil authorities and focused on limited army duties. Did he demonstrate smart statesmanship, or did he allow systemic injustices to continue? The discussion continues. According to the record, Sherman considered himself first and foremost a soldier, and he rarely saw the army as an instrument for sweeping social engineering. This perspective, aligning with his pragmatic approach, significantly shaped the course of Reconstruction, both positively and negatively. Sherman's image appears in novels, documentaries, and historical dramas that aim to capture the passion of the Civil War. Filmmakers show him poised on horseback, watching a horizon tinged orange by fires, or in frenetic staff meetings with maps strewn out over rickety tables. These portrayals frequently exaggerate for dramatic effect, but they reflect a long-standing fascination with the man who accepted the brutal facts of war and forced the South to taste the bitter fruit of defeat. The conflict between actuality and myth is rarely fully resolved, expressing the essence of a character who thrived on contradiction. Finally, Sherman's story is a microcosm of American history in the mid-19th century, a country stumbling from compromise to confrontation, debating whether to remain a single political unit or split irreparably. Sherman's life followed that trajectory, from frontier boyhood to the pinnacle of military leadership, from the sorrow of personal loss to the moulding of an unwavering approach in the crucible of battle. His traces are still visible not only on Georgian territory, but also in how America deals with the duties and costs of military conflict. For those looking for simple labels, hero or villain, visionary or brute, Sherman defies them all, reminding us that history is woven from the threads of both success and the tragedy, sculpted by the steely will of individuals who once marched across the stage of an evolving national drama. When people today imagine King Arthur, they often picture a gleaming throne room in a fairy tale castle, yet the earliest roots of the legend trace to a far grittier era, sub-Roman Britain, roughly the 5th or 6th century. The Roman legions had withdrawn, leaving behind roads, ruins of villas, and a power vacuum that invited waves of Saxon incursions. Into this turmoil stepped local warlords, tribal chieftains, and self-styled kings who fought to protect fragmented territories. If a historical Arthur existed, he likely emerged from this violent mosaic of clan rivalries and shifting alliances. In the centuries after Rome's departure, Britain lacked a unifying government. Pockets of Romano-British aristocrats clung to vestiges of imperial culture. Fortified hilltops bristled with wooden palisades, inhabited by leaders who tried to hold on to what remained of civilized trade and technology. Meanwhile, coastal regions faced constant raids from across the North Sea. Archaeological evidence, such as the ruins of Tintagel in Cornwall, hints at a region influenced by the Mediterranean goods even while local power struggles raged. Amid these unsettled conditions, a figure sometimes identified as Arthur may have gained a following by leading successful defensive campaigns. Early medieval sources, like the Annales Cambriae, mention battles associated with him, especially a crucial victory at Mount Badon. Yet the historical record is thin, names get jumbled, timelines blur, and Arthur may have originally been a title, not a personal name. What survived from this period were oral traditions among Celts, who revered warrior heroes capable of uniting fractious tribes. These seeds eventually took root in Welsh poetry, with references to an Arthur known for both prowess and moral leadership. Bards recited tales that blended real events with mythic flourishes, ensuring that Arthur's reputation grew. Over time, as monastic scribes copied legends into Latin, they combined folk memory with pious invention. By the 9th or 10th century, Arthur's presence in Welsh heroic cycles was well established. A champion blessed by Providence, who protected his people from heathen invaders. Yet it wasn't until Geoffrey of Monmouth's famous 12th century work, Historia Regum Britanniae, that Arthur attained sweeping recognition. Geoffrey's narrative, while often dismissed as fanciful by modern historians, reshaped Europe's perception of the British Isles. He wove older Celtic traditions together with his own creative additions, describing how Arthur inherited the throne, subdued rebellious nobles, and even marched an army into Gaul. And nobles across medieval Europe treated Geoffrey's account as quasi-history, as they searched for genealogical links to Arthur's greatness. Thus, the once shadowy war leader of sub-Roman Britain morphed into a medieval monarch with global renown. A key reason for Arthur's enduring appeal lies in the tension between the harsh realities of sub-Roman warfare and the later romantic veneer applied to his legend. One hand, the real context was likely bleak, characterised by small wooden forts on the wind-swept hillsides, retinues of spearmen, and precarious alliances that often changed on a whim. On the other, Arthur's story evolved into an ideal of chivalry, complete with jousts, castle halls, and elaborate courtly love. This duality resonates even now. We want to believe in a leader who transcended the everyday violence, forging a realm of justice and unity. Curiously, the early glimpses of Arthur do not include references to objects like the Holy Grail or images of a magical sword bestowed by a lake-dwelling enchantress. These elements arrived later, grafted onto the tradition as the medieval writers sought to marry indigenous British myth with Christian symbolism. The original tales likely focused on victories, feasts, and the hero's final stand rather than mystical relics. The deeper spiritual dimension, emphasizing moral quests and the search for divine grace, would come with the romances penned in subsequent centuries. Still, one thread remains consistent. Arthur is portrayed as a unifier who rallied disparate peoples. Britain's western regions, from Wales to Cornwall, claimed him as their champion. Even the name Arthur suggests resonance with the Welsh word for bear, a totemic animal symbolising strength. As Saxon influence spread, nostalgia for a time when the Britons had a heroic protector grew. Oral storytellers carried that longing forward, layering each retelling with new wonders. Thus, the stage was set for King Arthur to emerge as both a mirror for the past and a beacon for the future. From a realm battered by raiders, a figure, real or semi-legendary, rose to claim the people's imagination. Long before Camelot became the shining castle of romances, there was likely a rough wooden hall on a rainy British hilltop where a leader called Arthur once rallied his men. Over the centuries, that leader's memory would transform into a tapestry of epic battles, courtly grace, and moral ideals that still captivates us. Though Geoffrey of Monmouth's work gave Arthur a grand historical sweep, the French and Anglo-Norman poets of the 12th and 13th centuries fused that chronicle-based narrative with the ethos of chivalry. Writers such as Chrétien de Troyes introduced knights on quests, enchanting ladies, and moral challenges far beyond the blunt tribal warfare of sub-Roman Britain. It was in these romantic verses that King Arthur's court, Camelot, crystallised in the medieval mind as an epicentre of refinement and virtue. Camelot was more than a single castle. It symbolised an ideal realm at a time when feudal Europe was grappling with violent feuds and knightly rivalries. Within Arthur's kingdom, courtesy and valour reigned supreme, anchored by the notion that knights should uphold justice, protect the weak, and respect the sovereignty of the church. This moral code was never a given. It emerged gradually as poets reimagined the old warlord Arthur into a wise king who presided over the Round Table. The Round Table itself was a powerful metaphor for equality among his knights, a stark contrast to the real feudal hierarchies that often hinged on exploitation. Chrétien de Troyes introduced characters like Lancelot and explored the conflict between martial duty and romantic devotion. His tale, Lancelot, the Knight of the Cart, was groundbreaking, portraying the knight's passion for Queen Guinevere as both uplifting, demonstrating profound devotion, and troubling, because it threatened the stability of Camelot. This tension, blending loyalty and forbidden love, gave Arthurian lore a new psychological depth. Suddenly, the king's authority faced internal strain, not just external wars. In parallel, Welsh traditions developed their own sets of Arthurian tales, known collectively as the Mabinogion, replete with magical hunts, shape-shifting creatures, and cryptic references to old Celtic deities. These tales portrayed Arthur as more than just a mortal king, weaving him into an ethereal tapestry. Courtiers and warriors in these Welsh stories navigated a realm where illusions might mask deeper truths, and heroic feats often demanded supernatural insight. Arthur came off as a liminal figure, part champion in the mortal sphere, part catalyst in the realm of myth. By the early 13th century, the so-called Vulgate cycle, also known as the Lancelot Grail cycle, emerged in French prose, adding layer upon layer to the saga. The Holy Grail took centre stage, turning Arthur's kingdom into the crucible of a spiritual quest. Knights like Galahad, introduced in these texts, embodied purity and the hope of divine revelation. The Round Table knights no longer merely sought fame on the battlefield. They yearned for mystical encounters with a relic linked to Christ's Last Supper. This infusion of Christian allegory transformed Arthur's court into a place where the line between earthly power and heavenly purpose blurred. Through these expansions, King Arthur's story ceased to be a single consistent narrative and became more of a shared mythos. Different authors selected episodes that suited their tastes. Some highlighted Guinevere's moral dilemma, others fixated on Lancelot's feats, while still others delved into the Grail's riddles. Arthur himself at times slipped into the background as his knights took centre stage, grappling with illusions, prophecies, and moral failings. Yet the concept of Camelot as a golden era endured, a testament to a kingdom so just and noble that it attracted divine interest, even if it was eventually undone by human frailty. Despite the high-minded chivalry these romances extolled, they also contained warnings. Arthur's realm offered a vision of perfect rule, but the seeds of its fall were sown within its ranks. Lancelot's betrayal, Mordred's treachery, and the knight's fragmentation underscored how easily greatness could unravel. In reflecting on these fictional events, medieval audiences might ponder the fragility of their societies. Royal courts and noble houses existed in perpetual tension, threatened by ambition, jealousies, and foreign wars. Arthur's downfall was thus a cautionary mirror, reminding them that no empire, however idealized, was immune to the foibles of humanity. At the same time, the Arthurian cycle provided a spiritual dimension that comforted or challenged believers. The quest for the Grail, especially as told in the Questa de Saint Graal, championed asceticism over mere knightly prowess. Knights who succeeded did so by humility and moral purity, rather than brute force. This concept of sanctified heroism was novel in an age when military might typically defined power. Through the lens of Arthur's story, audiences could imagine a higher calling, one that demanded introspection as much as external victory. Thus, by the High Middle Ages, Arthur had become both a glittering monarch and a figure overshadowed by the complexities of his realm. Whether enthroned at Camelot or overshadowed by Lancelot's and Gawain's exploits, he represented a cultural wellspring that authors and audiences reshaped to reflect their aspirations, anxieties, and theological preoccupations. The warlord of an obscure British epoch had been thoroughly recast as the lodestar of chivalric civilization, a transformation that would resonate for centuries to come. While medieval audiences revelled in Arthurian romances, the Renaissance brought a degree of scepticism toward medieval chivalry. As Europe rediscovered classical antiquity, tastes shifted toward realism and historical inquiry, yet King Arthur proved remarkably resilient, inspiring new works even in an era that questioned medieval faith in the miraculous. Writers, dramatists, and pamphleteers recognised that the epic scope of Arthur's saga could be reinterpreted to address the ideological battles of the 16th and 17th centuries. A prime example of this adaptability is Edmund Spenser's The Faerie Queene, 1590s, which drew heavily on Arthurian motifs, though it cast its hero in allegorical form. Spenser depicted Prince Arthur as the embodiment of perfection, seeking the Faerie Queene, representing Queen Elizabeth I. This conflation of Arthurian tradition with contemporary royal symbolism turned the old legend into a vehicle for praising Tudor rule. Even if the real Tudors had tenuous claims to genealogical descent from Arthur, the mythology served as a potent piece of propaganda, implying a lineage stretching back to the dawn of British greatness. Simultaneously, the printing press facilitated the widespread circulation of Sir Thomas Malory's Le Morte d'Arthur, first published by William Caxton in 1485. Though Malory wrote in the 15th century, the Renaissance generation rediscovered his compilation, which fused French and English sources into a comprehensive Arthurian epic. Its themes of loyalty, betrayal, and the tragic cost of internal discord found new resonance as England grappled with the religious schisms and dynastic uncertainties. Malory's text appealed to those craving heroism, but wary of the illusions that once cloaked medieval piety. In the broader European context, interest in King Arthur sparked debates over authenticity. Scholars asked whether Geoffrey of Monmouth's or Malory's accounts contained a kernel of fact or pure invention. Antiquarians pored over genealogical charts, local place names, and fragmentary manuscripts trying to prove or disprove Arthur's real existence. Some claimed he was a Celtic champion who fought off Saxon invaders, while others labelled him a total fabrication. Interestingly, these historical controversies did little to dampen the public's appetite for Arthurian plays, poems, and pageants. Real or not, Arthur remained a cultural touchstone. During the Elizabethan era, chivalric nostalgia blended with the monarchy's political agenda. Spectacles at court sometimes featured tilts and tournaments staged in an Arthurian spirit, accentuating the monarchy's claim to a glorious British past. However, as the 17th century wore on, civil war erupted in England, toppling the monarchy for a time. The old stories of knights bound by honour felt distant in a world split by ideological conflict between parliamentarians and royalists. Despite this, references to a lost age of unity dotted royalist propaganda. Arthur's symbol of a round table that transcended factionalism served as a subtle critique of contemporary divisiveness. By the 18th century, the so-called Age of Enlightenment saw a turn toward rationalism. Medieval romance seemed quaint or superstitious to many intellectuals. Even so, Arthur persisted in popular imagination. Writers toyed with comedic or satirical takes, highlighting the gap between medieval illusions and modern rational thought. In these retellings, the feats of Arthur's knights, slaying dragons or embarking on magical quests, looked increasingly improbable. Yet these parodies only increased public familiarity with the legend, ensuring that the name of Arthur remained in circulation. Throughout this period, British national identity slowly coalesced, especially after the 1707 Act of Union merged England and Scotland. Authors in search of a unifying myth frequently referenced Arthur's promise, a king who once unified the realm, only to be undone by internal betrayals. This motif mirrored anxieties about whether Britain's newly merged kingdoms could truly stand together. Arthur's legend functioned as both inspiration and a cautionary tale, a reflection on the costs of disunity. Scholarly curiosity about Celtic heritage also played a role, spurred by the romanticisation of ancient bardic traditions. Researchers scoured Welsh, Breton, and Cornish folklore, curious to find evidence that might clarify Arthur's historical basis. Sometimes researchers would weave fragments of old poems or place-name legends into rational arguments about Arthur's possible birth date or the location of specific battles. Although definitive proof remained elusive, each attempt underscored how the figure of Arthur bridged scholarship and myth, standing at the intersection of legend's emotional power and history's demand for evidence. Thus, between the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, King Arthur was never a static figure. He became a mirror for each era's hopes, illusions, and debates about monarchy, unity, and cultural identity. Whether cast as a courtly knight, a symbolic ancestor of present rulers, or a relic of superstition, Arthur retained the ability to inspire, provoke, and challenge. By the dawn of the Romantic era, he was poised for yet another grand revival, this time in poetry and the emerging novel form, ensuring his endurance for centuries to come. The Romantic movement of the late 18th and early 19th centuries embraced medievalism with gusto, seeking inspiration in distant ages perceived as more authentic and emotionally resonant. King Arthur's lore fit perfectly into this artistic wave. Writers such as Sir Walter Scott wove chivalric elements into historical novels, while lesser-known poets invoked Arthurian motifs to evoke the sublime and the melancholic. Crucially, this period saw a reimagining of the Arthurian legend not just as a national myth, but as a repository of human longing and natural wonder. The Romantics valorized medieval ruins, folk ballads, and the sense that modern industrial society had lost contact with deeper truths. In this context, Arthur's court represented a realm where honour and beauty reigned, untainted by mechanized progress. Landscapes, misty moors, ancient stone circles, hidden lakes, acquired near mystical qualities, frequently associated with tales of Arthur's final departure for the Isle of Avalon. Paintings of the era, depicting Guinevere or the Lady of Shalott, combined lush colour and a dreamy atmosphere to create a longing for an irretrievable past. Perhaps the most significant revivalist during the Victorian age was Alfred. Lord Tennyson, whose Idylls of the King, published between 1859 and 1885, cast Arthur as a moral exemplar struggling against the corruption within his realm. Tennyson's verse soared with idealism yet carried an undercurrent of disillusion. In his hands, Camelot became a metaphor for Victorian Britain's aspirations, empire, technology, and moral righteousness, while the knight's failures reflected the era's anxieties about hypocrisy and social decay. The story of Lancelot and Guinevere became a tragic testament to human vulnerability, overshadowing the earlier illusions of gallantry. Tennyson's work was no mere literary exercise. It shaped Victorian cultural consciousness. Stained glass windows, tapestries, and even Ottowahaman architectural motifs sprang up in wealthy homes and public buildings, all referencing Arthurian scenes. Critics lauded Tennyson for elevating the legend to a moral epic, while detractors argued that he sanitized the more raw or ambiguous aspects. Nonetheless, Idylls of the King remained wildly popular, reinforcing the notion that Arthur's tale offered moral guidance for a modern age. Even Queen Victoria reportedly admired Tennyson's interpretation, seeing in Arthur's struggle a reflection of her desire to maintain moral authority in a changing world. Outside poetry, the arts and crafts movement, led by figures like William Morris, found in Arthurian romance an antidote to industrial mass production. Morris's designs, from wallpapers to bookbindings, invoked the swirling lines and medieval patterns reminiscent of illuminated manuscripts. He even wrote his own Arthurian-based works. For Morris and his circle, the legend represented a craftsmanship ethic and a sense of community lost to factory labour. Decorating one's home with Arthurian motifs hinted at a quest for authenticity in an increasingly mechanised society. Across the Channel, French and German intellectuals took note of this English fascination. Translations of Tennyson circulated, and cultural salons discussed the universal quality of the Arthurian myth, a noble ruler undone by betrayal and human weakness, a reflection on how the grandest visions can collapse from within. The story of a once cohesive realm fracturing resonated broadly in a time marked by revolutions and the unification of states like Italy and Germany. Yet the more the Victorians idealised Arthur, the more some critics pushed back. Realist authors found the legend archaic. They lampooned the knights as naive dreamers or castigated the romantic obsession as escapism, ignoring pressing social issues like poverty and inequality. Novelists such as Charles Dickens or Elizabeth Gaskell focused on contemporary life, rarely referencing Arthur. Still, even in their works, the notion of a lost moral centre lurked, as if Camelot's shadow lay over an industrial landscape that had lost its spiritual moorings. By the late 19th century, the medieval revival reached its peak. Pre-Raphaelite painters like Edward Burne-Jones rendered sumptuous scenes of knights questing in forests dappled with improbable light. Guinevere's hair glowed with golden hues, Lancelot's armour gleamed, and Arthur himself stood as a solemn, almost tragic figure. The emphasis on colour, texture, and emotion showcased how thoroughly the legend had been claimed by the aesthetic movement. King Arthur was no longer just a stream taught in school, he was a cultural phenomenon bridging literature, art, interior design, and public discourse about morality and progress. This fervent romantic and Victorian reclamation set the stage for a 20th century that would wrestle anew with Arthur's meaning. As empire gave way to modern war and the illusions of unstoppable progress cracked, the question loomed: would the Arthurian legend remain relevant, or would it be relegated to the dusty corners of libraries, overshadowed by more pragmatic narratives of science and modernity? The coming era would test that question in unexpected ways, ensuring that the tale of Britain's mythical king continued to evolve. The early 20th century confronted the Arthurian legend with 2 world wars and a changing cultural landscape that tested all forms of romanticised history. Yet the legend adapted once more. On the literary front, novelists and scholars revisited the medieval sources, sifting myth from alleged fact with renewed vigour. T.H. White's The Once and Future King, serialised between 1938 and 1958, stood out in this period as a bold reinterpretation that combined whimsy with philosophical introspection. White began with a light-hearted portrayal of a young Arthur tutored by Merlin, who transforms him into various animals to learn life lessons. But as the narrative advanced, it delved into darker ethical complexities, power, justice, and betrayal, echoing the cataclysms of the world outside. The Once and Future King resonated with readers living through global conflict. Arthur's dream of a just society felt like a parallel to the Allies' rhetoric about defending democracy. The tragedy that befalls Camelot, particularly the moral struggles of Lancelot and the heartbreak of Guinevere, reflected a broader disillusionment. Even noble intentions can unravel under the strain of ambition or human fallibility. White's comedic touches balanced these weighty themes, allowing the novel to remain accessible to a wide audience. Critics praised his ability to weave personal growth, political ideology, and mythic grandeur into a single tapestry. Academic circles also turned a fresh eye toward Arthur's historical underpinnings. Archaeologists launched digs at sites like Cadbury Castle in Somerset, some identifying it with Camelot, and uncovered evidence of a significant 5th or 6th century fort. Although no definitive proof of an Arthur materialised, the findings hinted at the possibility of a powerful chieftain operating from a stronghold in that region. Meanwhile, historians re-examined sub-Roman texts, searching for references to a figure commanding battles against the Saxons. While no conclusive identity was pinned down, a measured stance emerged. Perhaps an actual war leader existed, whose memory, amplified by oral tradition, evolved into legend. Cinema followed with its portrayal. In 1953, Knights of the Round Table, starring Robert Taylor and Ava Gardner, showcased a Technicolor Camelot brimming with courtly spectacle and florid romance, continuing the tradition of a shining Arthur. But in the late 20th century, filmmakers occasionally tried grittier approaches. John Boorman's 1981 film Excalibur combined stylized visuals with raw violence, depicting a more primal medieval setting. Merlin, played by Nicol Williamson, stole scenes with cryptic monologues about fate, while the blossoming and decay of Camelot took on an almost hallucinatory quality. Audiences were jarred by the film's blend of gore, mysticism, and grandeur. Critics either applauded its boldness or found it excessive, but it certainly broke with the genteel Arthur of earlier screen adaptations. Meanwhile, pop culture began to incorporate Arthurian references beyond the realm of cinema. Monty Python's 1975 comedy Monty Python and the Holy Grail lampooned the legend in irreverent style, featuring coconuts in lieu of horses and absurd misadventures. Despite, or perhaps because of, its silliness, it became a cult classic, proving that Arthur's story could be subverted for comedic effect without losing audience interest. Even in parody, the core elements, Galahad, the Grail Quest, the Round Table, remained recognisable. This comedic distance from the old texts underscored how deeply Arthur's image had embedded itself in Western consciousness. In literature for younger readers, Mary Stuart's The Merlin Trilogy reimagined the wizard's perspective, grounding the magic in psychological realism and meticulously rendered British geography. Stuart minimised overt supernatural events, preferring to show how illusions or cunning might be perceived as sorcery in a credulous age. Stuart's strategy tapped into the mid-century desire for historical fantasy, effectively connecting a realistic Roman-British setting with the mythical aspect of Arthur's ascent. By the dawn of the 21st century, the legend was a global phenomenon. Writers from diverse backgrounds introduced new vantage points. Some retold Arthur's story from the viewpoint of Morgan Le Fay, or other female figures marginalised in older narratives. Others transposed it into futuristic or dystopian settings, using the Arthur's motif to explore power and identity in contexts far removed from medieval Britain. Thus, King Arthur's world became a mirror for contemporary concerns, reaffirming the legend's agility. A curious outcome of all these reinterpretations is that none seem to diminish Arthur's draw. If anything, the multiplicity of versions cements his place in popular culture as a figure who can shift shape to match an era's dreams or anxieties. Where once sub-Roman Britons might have invoked him as a war hero, the modern West might see him as a moral king, a comedic foil, or a reluctant idealist. Enduring elasticity attests the story's profound roots in the collective imagination, perpetually setting the stage for new guests and new stories. In parallel with the cultural expansions of Arthur's legend, a robust subfield of scholarship continually probed the question: how much of Arthur is history and how much is layered invention? Academic conferences and journals wrestled with topics like the historical Arthur, the Celtic Twilight, and post-colonial readings of the Arthurian myth. Some scholars fixate on gleaning every trace of authenticity from early medieval records. Others see Arthur primarily as a literary phenomenon, shaped less by actual events and more by cultural narratives that shift with each retelling. One provocative angle is the possibility that Arthur's name reflects not one person, but a composite of leaders. British historians note multiple characters named Arthur or Artorius in sub-Roman or early medieval contexts, some from southern Scotland, others from Wales or Cornwall. Each might have contributed pieces to the mosaic that later generations unified into a single, legendary king. The idea of a collective memory forging one iconic hero is hardly unique to Arthurian lore. Many cultures craft similar symbols to rally identity. If Arthur was indeed a tapestry of warlords, that might explain the scattered battles assigned to him across wide geographic swathes. Another line of research examines the political uses of Arthur. In 12th and 13th century Wales, for instance, Welsh rulers invoked Arthur's memory to legitimise resistance to Norman encroachment. English monarchs, conversely, sometimes appropriated Arthur's lineage to strengthen their own claims or diminish Welsh claims. Centuries later, the Tudors, with Welsh roots, further shaped the narrative of Arthur's once and future kingship, aligning themselves with the prophecy that a great British ruler would return. Such manipulations highlight how historical memory, even if partly invented, wields tangible power in shaping political discourse. Archaeology stepped into the conversation as well. Findings at Tintagel in Cornwall revealed high-status buildings from the 5th and 6th centuries, suggesting a region engaged in Mediterranean trade. Some scholars speculated a link to King Arthur's birthplace, but others cautioned that no direct evidence ties Arthur to Tintagel. Similarly, excavations at South Cadbury Castle uncovered earthworks that were refortified around the same time, fueling speculation that it could be Camelot. Yet conclusive proof remains elusive. Even if sub-Roman warlords inhabited these sites, linking them specifically to Arthur often leans on inference or local lore. Still, these discoveries add texture to the environment from which an Arthur-like figure could have emerged. Hill forts bustling with trade goods, imposing ramparts, and fleeting glimpses of renewed local power. As for the Holy Grail, scholars trace its introduction to literary creativity rather than any early Celtic tradition. The Grail's first mention appears in Chrétien de Troyes' 12th century French romance. Over subsequent centuries, writers redefined it variously as a dish, a chalice, or a holy relic. By Malory's era it symbolised divine grace. Though evocative, it likely has no root in actual sub-Roman Britain. Yet ironically, the Grail quest would become one of Arthur's best-known storylines, showing again how later imaginings overshadow any original kernel. The final element often dissected by historians is the notion of Arthur's final battle at Camlan and his supposed immortality. Tales insists he didn't die but journeyed to Avalon, awaiting the time to return and save his people. This motif of the sleeping hero resonates in multiple mythologies, from Finnish to Balkan, where a legendary champion slumbers in a secret realm, ready to defend the land in its hour of greatest need. If Arthur's earliest known mentions already included an ambiguous death, it might indicate a broader mythic pattern. Cultures often prefer that their great heroes linger, promising cyclical renewal. Contemporary scholarship then juggles these layers: the possible sub-Roman commander, the medieval expansions, the Victorian romanticisation, and the modern reinterpretations. If a purely factual Arthur existed, it remains overshadowed by centuries of imaginative flourish. Yet the continued scholarly debate underscores that the legend's essence is not about verifying a single historical biography. Instead, it's about the interplay between memory, identity, and creativity. Each era projects its questions and values onto Arthur, gleaning new answers from the same set of age-old motifs. Within this dialogue lies a paradox. While we yearn to know the real Arthur, it's the transformations of his story that keep him relevant. The search for authenticity endures, but so does the tradition of rewriting him, ensuring that every generation finds its reflection in Camelot's mirror. That dual dynamic, archaeological hunts for evidence alongside fresh literary spins, continues to enrich Arthur's mystique, bridging academic rigour and imaginative flight. Today, King Arthur stands as a cultural mainstay, simultaneously ancient and ever-evolving. From glimmering blockbusters to niche historical novels, he resonates with modern audiences for reasons that extend far beyond medieval romance. Why does he endure? Perhaps because the Arthurian legend, at its core, addresses universal yearnings, the dream of a just society, the pain of betrayal by those closest to us, and the hope that even in times of darkness, a champion might arise or return. In the realm of pop culture, Arthur's story reappears in myriad forms. Television series recast Camelot as a gritty drama or comedic parody. Role-playing games include knights and wizards referencing Arthurian tropes. Even science fiction riffs on the motif, depicting cosmic quests for futuristic grails. Each adaptation tweaks the formula, exalting or subverting the Round Table, focusing on Arthur's naive optimism or Merlin's ambiguous counsel. The legend's adaptability seems limitless, thriving precisely because it does not lock itself into a single vantage point. Moreover, modern creators often place greater emphasis on peripheral characters. Guinevere's perspective, once overshadowed by Lancelot and Arthur, now emerges in retellings that highlight her agency. Morgan Le Fay, long pigeonholed as a seductive antagonist, gains complexity as a powerful sorceress shaped by a political marginalisation. Knights like Gawain or Tristan star in spin-off narratives that delve into their motivations, trials, and moral failings. This expansion underscores an inclusive trend in storytelling. The supporting cast can hold as much intrigue as the central hero, adding depth and nuance. Another dimension is how Arthur's ethos intersects with contemporary debates on leadership and ethics. The Round Table has been cited in discussions about participatory decision-making, corporate governance, and community leadership. People often pose questions such as, how can we ensure honesty and loyalty in organisations? Or, what if our boardroom resembled a round table where every voice is equal? The metaphor of Camelot's unity haunts these dialogues, reminding us that ideals are fragile and require constant vigilance against corruption. Even a figure as iconic as Arthur cannot sustain a just kingdom alone, if the underlying structures give way to jealousy and power struggles. Meanwhile, historians continue refining their judgments on the historical Arthur. Some propose that no single warlord can account for the entire tradition, while others cling to the possibility that a noteworthy battle leader around Mount Baden sparked the legend. Though conclusive proof remains elusive, each new archaeological find or textual analysis can stir a fresh wave of interest. The pursuit itself testifies to an enduring desire to ground the legend in tangible fact, as if verifying Arthur might restore some sense of continuity between past ideals and present realities. Education also plays a part. Children encounter Arthur in school anthologies, gleaning rudimentary knowledge of knights, queens, and magical swords. Universities hold seminars on the Arthurian canon, exploring everything from Celtic myth to psychoanalytic readings of the Grail quest. For many, King Arthur is their first taste of medieval literature, an accessible portal into broader historical currents. Hence, the legend perpetuates itself academically, weaving into curricula that spark each generation's imagination. The future of Arthurian legend seems as secure as its past. Technological tools like virtual reality, interactive digital storytelling, and immersive theatre open new frontiers. Imagine wandering a VR Camelot, conversing with AI-driven versions of Lancelot or Morgan, shaping the narrative by your own moral choices. The possibilities speak to the legend's adaptability. Far from being stuck in dusty manuscripts, Arthur's realm can flourish in cutting-edge mediums, bridging the ancient with the futuristic. Yet for all the modern flourishes, the core themes remain consistent. The heartbreak of betrayal, the aspiration for a round table of equals is a prevalent theme. The story explores the interplay between magic and mortal ambition. Whether we view Arthur as a half-forgotten sub-Roman general, or a shining mythic king, his story touches on something perennial in the human condition. It suggests that greatness is possible but precarious, dependent on unity, loyalty, and moral clarity. And even when that greatness falters, the idea of a once and future king offers hope that renewal can always emerge. In closing, King Arthur's narrative defies neat categorization, part history, part myth, part moral parable. Over 15 centuries, it has transformed from local folklore into a global phenomenon, shaped by the Christian allegory, chivalric romance, national myth-making, and modern reinterpretations. Each retelling adds a new layer, ensuring the story remains alive, not fossilized. To trace its evolution is to glimpse our own cultural evolution. We find in Arthur a mirror for our collective dreams and disillusionments, an ever-shifting testament to humanity's enduring quest for a noble realm we might call Camelot. In the year 1162, amidst the sweeping steppes of Mongolia, a child was born into a world of cold winds and endless plains. This child, named Temujin, would grow to become the great Genghis Khan, a name that would echo across history as the founder of the Mongol Empire. But before he became a conqueror, he was simply a boy born into struggle, shaped by the harshness of his environment and the conflicts of his people. The Mongolian steppes stretched far and wide, a vast expanse of grasslands where the sky met the earth in a seamless horizon. Life here was simple yet brutal. Nomadic tribes moved with their herds, living off the land and surviving the harsh winters and the scorching summers. It was a world where strength, loyalty, and resilience were the keys to survival. Temujin's early years were marked by hardship. He was the son of Yesugei, a minor tribal leader, and his wife Holun. When Temujin was just a young boy, his father was poisoned by a rival tribe. This sudden loss left his family vulnerable, and they were abandoned by their own clan. His mother, Holun, took on the responsibility of raising Temujin and his siblings alone. The family was left to fend for themselves on the open steppes, relying on foraging, hunting, and sheer determination to survive. These early struggles forged a deep resilience in Temujin. He learned to endure hunger, cold, and the constant threat of violence. But he also learned the value of unity, the importance of family, and the need for loyalty. His mother's strength became a guiding force in his life. She taught him that survival required not only physical strength, but also wisdom, patience, and an unyielding spirit. As Temujin grew older, he began to understand the fragmented world of the Mongol tribes. There were endless feuds, shifting alliances, and a constant struggle for power. He saw how disunity left his people vulnerable. He dreamed of something greater, of a world where the tribes could be united, where the endless conflicts could be replaced with a shared purpose. But before he could realize this vision, he faced countless challenges. Betrayal was a constant threat. One of his closest friends, Jamuka, who had once sworn brotherhood with him, would later become his rival. Temujin's path was marked by moments of capture, imprisonment, and escape. Each setback hardened his resolve. He believed that strength was found not just in the sword, but in the unity of purpose and loyalty. In time, Temujin began to gather followers who saw his vision. He was not just a warrior. He was a leader who understood people. He rewarded loyalty and merit rather than noble birth, a revolutionary idea in a world bound by tradition. His reputation grew, and more tribes pledged their allegiance to him. His ability to inspire, to strategize, and to adapt set him apart. He was relentless, determined, and focused on a single goal: to unite the Mongol tribes under one banner. In 1206, after years of battles, alliances, and strategic brilliance, Temujin achieved his dream. He was declared Genghis Khan, meaning universal ruler. It was a title that reflected his role as the unifier of the Mongols, a leader who'd brought together the once fractured tribes into a formidable force. But Genghis Khan's vision did not stop at the borders of Mongolia. He saw beyond the steppes, beyond the horizon. His ambition was to create a world where his people could thrive, where the divisions that had weakened them for centuries could be replaced by a new order. His armies, skilled horsemen and fierce warriors, began to expand the Mongol territory. They moved with speed, discipline and precision, conquering lands that had once seemed unreachable. The campaigns of Genghis Khan swept across Central Asia, into China and beyond. His leadership was marked by a combination of ruthless efficiency and strategic genius. He understood the importance of adapting to new challenges, incorporating new technologies, and learning from the cultures he encountered. Under his rule, the Mongol Empire became a melting pot of ideas, trade, and communication. But Genghis Khan was more than just a conqueror. He established laws to bring order to the chaos of his expanding empire. His code, known as the Yasa, emphasized loyalty, discipline, and justice. He promoted religious tolerance, recognizing that unity required respecting the beliefs of diverse peoples. He created systems of communication, trade routes, and infrastructure that connected distant parts of his empire. The Silk Road, once a dangerous route, flourished under Mongol protection, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultures. As you breathe in deeply, picture the vast Mongolian steppes under a night sky filled with stars. The grass sways gently in the breeze, and the world is quiet except for the soft sounds of horses and the distant crackle of campfires. Genghis Khan's legacy stretches across these plains, a reminder of a leader who dared to dream of unity, who faced the harshness of his world with an unbreakable spirit. His life was a journey of resilience, vision, and transformation. He turned adversity into strength, chaos into order, and disunity into a vast and enduring empire. Though his methods were fierce, his impact on the world was profound. The connections he forged between East and West reshaped history, leaving a legacy that endures to this day. As you sink deeper into relaxation, let the story of Genghis Khan remind you of the power of perseverance, the strength found in unity, and the importance of vision. His life, filled with challenges and triumphs, speaks to the boundless potential within each of us, the ability to overcome, to lead, and to create lasting change. As you drift even deeper into the calming embrace of sleep, let the echoes of Genghis Khan's journey gently guide your thoughts. His story, one of struggle, vision, and unrelenting determination, is a reminder of the strength that lies within every challenge we face and the boundless potential we possess to shape our own destinies. Picture the endless Mongolian steppes beneath a vast night sky, where the stars shine like scattered diamonds, illuminating the dark plains below. The wind moves softly, whispering tales of ancient conquests and unification, carrying with it the faint scent of grasslands and distant fires. This is the world where Genghis Khan forged his legacy, a world where survival was harsh, but the spirit of resilience was even stronger. As his empire expanded, so too did his influence. His conquests stretched from the mountains of China to the deserts of Persia, from the plains of Russia to the cities of the Middle East. But beyond the battles and the victories, Genghis Khan's mind remained focused on a singular goal: creating a world where his people could thrive. He was not driven purely by conquest, but by the desire to establish order where there was once chaos, to bring unity to lands divided by endless feuds. The Mongol Empire under his leadership was not just vast, but interconnected. Trade routes flourished under his protection, allowing merchants, scholars and travellers to move more freely than ever before. This period of stability and security, often referred to as the Pax Mongolica, allowed ideas, cultures and innovations to flow across continents. Paper, gunpowder and art travelled from east to west, while philosophies, religions and scientific discoveries spread in return. Imagine the caravans moving slowly across the Silk Road, their lanterns glowing softly in the dark, their footsteps measured and steady, the gentle clinking of goods, the murmur of languages blending together. This was a world where once isolated cultures began to connect, creating a tapestry of shared human experience. Genghis Khan's vision of an interconnected world laid the foundation for this exchange, bridging the gaps between civilizations and opening pathways that had once seemed impassable. As you breathe in slowly, picture the vast expanse of his empire, the lands stretching beyond sight. Mountains rise in the distance, rivers carve paths through fertile valleys, and open plains roll endlessly toward the horizon. Each part of this landscape, once divided, is now united under a common rule, a testament to the power of a shared purpose. Genghis Khan's dream of unity has become a reality, one shaped by his unwavering will and strategic brilliance. But even as his empire grew, Genghis Khan remained tied to the simplicity of his roots. He lived a life close to the earth, surrounded by the people who had followed him from the very beginning. He never allowed himself to be consumed by luxury or excess. His strength lay in his ability to understand both the warrior's path and the leader's burden, to balance the ferocity of conquest with the wisdom of governance. As the years passed, Genghis Khan continued to guide his people, his vision extending beyond his own lifetime. He established systems of law and order, ensuring that justice and discipline held his empire together. His code, the Yasa, provided structure and fairness, holding even the highest-ranking leaders accountable. This commitment to order and loyalty became the backbone of the Mongol Empire, a legacy that would endure long after his death. In 1227, Genghis Khan's journey came to an end. He passed away during a military campaign. His body returned to the land he had known since childhood. His burial place remains a mystery, hidden somewhere in the vast steppes, a secret held tightly by those who revered him. But though his physical presence faded, his legacy continued to shape the world. His descendants carried his vision forward, expanding the empire and cementing his place in history. As you breathe deeply, feel the quiet power of Genghis Khan's story resonating within you. His life teaches us that, even in the face of unimaginable challenges, a determined spirit can overcome, a clear vision can unify, and resilience can shape the course of history. He transformed his hardships into strength, his struggles into purpose, and his dreams into reality. Imagine the steppes once more, now calm under the vast night sky. The stars continue their silent watch. The wind carries a sense of timelessness, and the land stretches out in quiet peace. The world rests much like you do now, embracing the stillness that follows the storm, the calm that comes after a journey well travelled. Allow yourself to let go completely, to surrender to this peaceful stillness. The story of Genghis Khan has taken you across endless plains, through battles, struggles, and victories. Now, you rest, knowing that strength, resilience, and vision lie within you, just as they did within him. The journey of discovery, growth, and purpose is yours to continue when you awaken. As you sink deeper into the embrace of sleep, let the echoes of Genghis Khan's legacy ripple through your mind like a soft, steady current. His journey was vast, stretching across endless plains and through the annals of history, yet his life was also a reflection of universal truths: strength in adversity, vision beyond boundaries, and the enduring power of unity. Imagine the stillness of the steppes at dawn, the first light of day casting a golden hue across the endless grasslands. The world holds its breath in quiet anticipation, a moment suspended between night and day. This is the same land that shaped Temujin, the boy who became Genghis Khan. The cold winds, the hardships, the endless horizons, all these elements forged his spirit, teaching him to endure, to adapt, and to lead. As you breathe deeply, let that same sense of quiet resilience settle within you. Just as the steppes stretched beyond sight, so too do the possibilities within your own life. The journey of Genghis Khan reminds us that no matter how vast the challenges before us, the human spirit is capable of incredible endurance and transformation. In your mind's eye, picture the endless caravans that travelled the Silk Road under the protection of the Mongol Empire. Merchants from distant lands move steadily along ancient routes, their carts loaded with silks, spices and knowledge. The world is connected in ways it had never been before, ideas flowing freely across continents. These connections, once fragile and uncertain, now weave a tapestry of shared human experience. Genghis Khan's vision brought people together, creating pathways where there had once been barriers. His legacy lives not just in the conquests, but in the bridges he built between cultures, the systems of order he established, and the idea that unity, even amidst diversity, is possible. Now, let your thoughts drift further into the stillness of night. The campfires have burned down to embers, their soft glow casting faint light across the faces of warriors, nomads, and travellers. The air is filled with the faint scent of smoke and the quiet murmur of people at rest. This moment of peace, hard-earned and cherished, reflects the balance that Genghis Khan sought, a world where strength and stability allowed for moments of tranquility. Feel the calm spread through your body, each breath drawing you deeper into a space of comfort and safety. The struggles of the day fall away like grains of sand carried by the wind. You are part of a larger story, one where each challenge you face shapes you, where every moment of resilience adds to your strength. Like the great Khan, you possess the power to endure, to dream, and to create a legacy of your own. Imagine now the vast plain stretching out beneath a sky filled with stars. The universe seems infinite, yet there is a profound sense of peace in knowing that you are a part of this grand expanse. The wind whispers gently, carrying with it the stories of the past, the hopes of the present, and the dreams of the future. You're connected to this timeless flow, your spirit at ease, your heart steady. As your mind drifts further into sleep, let the essence of Genghis Khan's story remain with you. His life, shaped by hardship and triumph, reminds us that within every challenge lies an opportunity for growth. His journey from a boy abandoned on the steppes to a ruler who united vast lands is a testament to the power of determination and vision. You too carry that same potential within you, the ability to overcome, to rise and to transform. The world outside grows softer now, the edges of reality blurring as you surrender to rest. Your breath is slow, steady, and calm. Each inhale fills you with a sense of possibility. Each exhale releases any tension you've been holding. The night wraps around you like a warm cloak, protecting and soothing you as you drift further into peaceful sleep. As you drift even deeper into the embrace of sleep, the vast plains of history stretch endlessly before you, serene and timeless. The gentle rhythm of your breath mirrors the calm, steady winds of the Mongolian steppes, whispering stories of courage, resilience, and transformation. The journey of Genghis Khan lingers softly in your mind, a reminder that every challenge faced, every hardship overcome, shapes the path towards something greater. In this peaceful expanse, the world feels limitless. The night sky, filled with an infinite sea of stars, reflects the boundless potential within you. Each star glimmers with a quiet brilliance, a beacon of possibility, hope, and the dreams that lie waiting beyond the horizon. Just as Genghis Khan dared to look beyond the confines of his world, you too are capable of breaking through barriers, of envisioning new paths, of creating a life defined by your own resilience and purpose. Imagine the quiet of the ancient world. No city lights, no noise of modern life, just the pure, unbroken silence of the night. The grass beneath you is soft, cool and fragrant. The air is crisp, carrying the scent of earth and distant fires. The only sounds are the faint rustling of the wind and the occasional soft nicker of a horse standing watch. This tranquility is a gift, a space where you can let go, breathe deeply, and allow your mind to float freely. As you inhale, draw in a sense of calm strength. With each exhale, release the burdens of the day, the worries that cling like shadows. In this space, there is no need to rush, no need to struggle. You are safe, held gently by the vastness of history and the quiet wisdom it offers. Like the open steppes, your mind expands, free from constraints, filled with possibility. The story of Genghis Khan is one of transformation. of a young boy who endured pain and loss, but who rose to become a leader who reshaped the world. His journey reminds us that strength is born in moments of adversity, that the spirit is forged in the fires of challenge. His vision was clear, his resolve unbreakable, and within you too lies that same seed of potential, that same capacity for growth, for vision, for resilience. Picture the endless plains bathed in the soft glow of dawn. The first rays of sunlight touch the horizon, casting a warm golden light over the land. The sky shifts from deep indigo to gentle hues of pink and orange. The world awakens slowly, peacefully, as the night gives way to a new day. This transition, from darkness to light, is a symbol of hope, a reminder that no matter how long the night may seem, the dawn always comes. Let this thought settle gently in your mind. Just as the night must yield to the morning, every struggle you face, every challenge you endure holds the promise of renewal, of new beginnings, of possibilities yet to be realized. The journey of life, like the journey of Genghis Khan, is one of cycles, of hardship and triumph, of darkness and light, of endings and new beginnings. Feel your body relax even further, each muscle letting go, your mind sinking deeper into the comfort of sleep. The weight of the world lifts away, leaving you light, free, and at peace. The winds of the steppes, the vast horizons, and the quiet strength of history envelop you in a cocoon of serenity. In this state of deep relaxation, know that you are part of something timeless. The struggles, the victories, the dreams of those who came before you live on, whispering their wisdom and encouragement. You are connected to this greater tapestry of humanity, a thread woven through the fabric of time, resilient and unbroken. Ares was never the type of god to sit neatly in the lore of ancient Greece. Scholars often reduce him to a one-dimensional force of bloodlust, but his origins stretch into an older tapestry of mortal dread and shifting mythic structures. Long before he stood on Olympus, war itself existed. The roiling turmoil of Bronze Age conflicts shaped a primal deity, one who came to embody every surge of aggression in the human heart. Yet it wasn't always straightforward. A culture deeply familiar with the horrors and necessities of war formed something beyond a single note of violence. We picture the pantheon, Zeus the king, Hera the queen, Athena the strategic warrior, Apollo the golden archer, and so on. In that lineup, Ares is typically an outlier, unpredictable, quick to anger, sometimes portrayed as a brutish cousin no one fully respects. But in archaic traditions, he embodied the rawness of battle in a way that only a people who both feared and revered the bloodshed that either secured or destroyed their homes could comprehend. No harvest could be protected without swords, no city walls stood firm without warriors, and no spoils of victory existed without devastating defeats. Ares was the embodiment of that paradox, the proud figure who could inspire men to both valiantly defend their families and commit unspeakable atrocities. In these early conceptions, Ares was not simply a cartoon of unbridled cruelty. There's evidence that some city-states elevated him as a symbol of gritty valour. The Spartans, for instance, admired many aspects of martial prowess, though Athena's strategic cunning often overshadowed his more direct approach to conflict. Even so, it was Ares who symbolised the adrenaline and terror that overcame a battlefield moments before the first spear was thrown. He embodied the unadulterated strength of battle, a force as ancient as the clash of bronze weapons against wooden shields. Homer's epics cast a particular light on him, but even within the Iliad, his presence can be contradictory. One moment he's yelping from a wound inflicted by Athena, the next he's levelling entire phalanxes. This spectrum illustrates the capricious nature of war itself, ephemeral victories, devastating losses, and the hollowness that can follow even the most triumphant campaign. In many ways, Ares represented the chaos that no general's plan could fully tame. It's important to note that ancient worshippers were not naive about the price of war. Bloodshed came at a high cost. Temples dedicated to Ares were fewer compared to Athena's, indicating a cultural ambivalence. While Athena's tactical brilliance was easier to appreciate, Ares demanded acceptance of the darkest aspects of war. In desperation, people might invoke him, pleading for the strength to defend their homes and hearts. Yet they also prayed for protection from his fury. aware that uncontrolled combat risked swallowing both winners and losers alike. Between regional variants, Ares took on local traits. In some areas, he was worshipped as Enyalios, linked to the ear-splitting battle cries that preluded skirmishes. Other localities invoked him in rituals involving the binding of war's spirits, trying to keep violent impulses at bay. These complexities reflected the moral quagmire of mortal conflict, an interplay of necessity, pride, survival, and raw fear. Over time, Ares amassed titles that reflected both devotion and dread, serving as a constant reminder that the boundary between revered protector and menacing harbinger is often extremely thin. While modern retellings often trivialize him, archaic hymns and fragments reveal a god that mirrored the complicated psyche of a society dependent on war for expansion and survival. He wasn't a demon lurking at the edge of campfires, nor was he a glorious knight in shining armour. Instead, he occupied a realm of grey, where instincts of rage and honour coexisted. This realm, while brutal, was also strangely human. Conflict was embedded in daily life, raids, clan feuds, territorial disputes, and Ares was that small, primal voice urging men onward when reason wavered. By the time classical myths fully evolved, that primal energy was fitted, somewhat uneasily, into the regal halls of Olympus. Surrounded by cunning gods and goddesses who valued wit, he became something of a misfit, the most mortal-like deity in his raw passions. In adopting him, the Greeks enshrined war within their divine family. They recognized that violence, while abhorrent, was also integral to how their worlds spun. Ares stood there as a living testament to the fact that civilization is built on the bones of the conquered. Those earliest conceptions set a tone that would reverberate through every subsequent portrayal. Ares, the unstoppable engine of conflict, simultaneously revered, feared, and occasionally pitied for a destiny bound to endless strife. If Ares embodied the screaming crescendo of conflict, then one might wonder how he behaved among gods celebrated for wily intelligence, justice, or cultural refinement. The image of the Greek pantheon at council, Zeus presiding, Apollo offering measured insight, Athena speaking with calculated reason, clashes with the idea of Ares pacing impatiently, eager for action. Indeed, many myths depict him as too headstrong for delicate planning, too impatient to grasp the subtle arts of negotiation. Yet this portrayal, while not wholly inaccurate, might obscure deeper textures to his mythic personality. Consider his kinship dynamics. He was the son of Zeus and Hera, both formidable in their own right. That heritage alone should grant him respect, yet the myths consistently show an heir as overshadowed, especially by Athena. Where she used logic to conquer, he used sheer force. Where she favoured cunning, he favoured brute strength. It wasn't just a clash of personalities, it reflected the Greeks' internal tension between strategy and aggression. Athena's popularity soared because her mode of warfare aligned with a sense of honourable wisdom. Ares, however, reminded the Greeks of war's uglier truths that still demanded acknowledgement. At times, these sibling confrontations bordered on comic. Homer describes Ares bellowing in pain when struck by Athena's spear, his pride wounded as much as his flesh. Yet beneath the humour lay a sobering reality. No matter how often cunning triumphs, there remains a force that neither wit nor reason can fully placate. In the cosmic scheme, Ares symbolised the unstoppable wave of violence that occasionally crashed through even the most fortified cities. He might lose a battle here or there, but conflict itself never truly vanished. Gods like Apollo or Hermes approached him carefully. They perceived him as a ferocious storm, both beneficial and hazardous to provoke. Hera, equally temperamental, maintained a complicated relationship with her son, alternating between chastisement and support, depending on her shifting alliances. Zeus, for all his might, sometimes expressed exasperation with Ares, calling him a pariah among the gods. The Thunderer accepted war as part of the cosmic order, even though it resented Olympus's civilized ambitions. In some accounts, Ares' relationships extended beyond family feuds. His union with Aphrodite remains one of the more intriguing pairings in mythology. The goddess of love, entwined with the god of war, often appears as a paradox. How can tenderness and aggression coexist? Yet their mythic affair echoes a universal truth. Passion and conflict can be intertwined aspects of human experience. War spurs impulses of possession, protection, and desire, while love can incite jealousies fierce enough to spark conflict. Aphrodite's involvement with Ares isn't just a sensational rumour about the gods' personal lives, it symbolises how love and war, seemingly at odds, intertwine in human affairs. Furthermore, Ares' offspring with Aphrodite and other partners reflect different shades of struggle. Some myths speak of Deimos, terror, and Phobos, fear, as his children, manifestations of the dread that precedes any battle. Others hint at Harmonia, harmony, a curious byproduct of love and war merging. This dichotomy reveals that for all his destructive tendencies, Ares participated in generating forces that could unify people. If only they learned to harness conflict's lessons, a battlefield can unite comrades as powerfully as it drives them to oppose an enemy. Outside these grand narratives, certain cult practices suggest that not every devotee saw Ares as irredeemably brutish. In some Greek regions, modest shrines were dedicated to him, places where warriors offered thanks for survival or supplicated for courage. While his worship never equalled Athena's broad acclaim, it served a ritual function in communal life. Soldiers recognised that, for all the talk of strategy, once spears flew and blood spattered the earth, raw fighting spirit might decide who lived and died. They turned to Ares for that final push. His image was not static. The city of Thebes once honoured him, linking him to its legendary founder. Arcadian villages performed complex rites blending fertility with battle lust. Through these examples, we glimpse how local traditions interpreted him not just as a mindless brute, but as a necessary power. War was seldom glorified, yet the Greeks knew that ignoring its presence was folly. Thus, Ares moved through their myths, never quite loved, never entirely shunned, an essential if unconfortable relative at Olympus's table. Over time, as Greek culture embraced philosophies exalting reason and order, Ares' impulsive nature stood out even more. Yet he endured, unchanged in essence, reminding gods and mortals alike that conflict is sometimes an unavoidable part of existence. In a pantheon full of varied personalities, he was the stinging reality check, the raw surge of chaos no treaty or supplication could fully tame, and the rest of the immortals, though annoyed, amused, or appalled, had no choice but to allow him a seat at the feast. Though Ares belonged to the grand tapestry of the Greek pantheon, his reputation moved beyond mere mythic banter when mortals invoked him on actual fields of war. One of the most significant stages for such invocations was the long, grueling conflict of the Trojan War. This monumental clash blurred the boundaries between myth and history, as gods intervened in and out of mortal affairs. On those plains, Ares found himself embroiled in a drama where battles were fought not just for territory, but for the glory of reputations, and occasionally at the whims of meddling deities. In the Trojan War narratives, Ares was not a distant observer. He appeared directly on the battlefield, siding first with one army then the other, reflecting the chaotic nature of real warfare. Mortals pray for advantage, but war itself can pivot on a random arrow or a single emotional outburst. Ares represented that fickle momentum. One moment, he'd empower Trojan warriors. The next, he'd be seen clashing fiercely against them if the cosmic tides shifted. Homer's Iliad underscores how terrifying it was for mortals to witness Ares in his full war god fury. Armies might have boasted skilled generals and heroic champions, but none could remain truly fearless before a literal incarnation of bloodshed. Whenever he charged onto the field, the ground seemed to tremble. This gesture was more than poetic flourish. It symbolised how the mere prospect of unstoppable violence could unnerve even seasoned veterans. Yet, Ares was not invincible. The Iliad records moments where Athena tricked or outmanoeuvred him. She caused him to take a spear to the side, leading him to howl in pain and retreat to Olympus for healing. Such scenes reveal an essential dichotomy. War can be overwhelming, but cunning can wound brute force. In that sense, Ares embodied war's brutality, while Athena stood for strategy's triumph. The Trojan War's shifting alliances laid bare the uneasy truth that raw power alone doesn't guarantee victory. The war also highlighted that Ares was not universally beloved. Even his father, Zeus, scolded him for reckless meddling. Trojans and Achaeans alike found themselves cautious about calling on him. Indeed, his influence could be significant. Yet his participation carried a cost. Unbridled violence has no favourites. It consumes everything in its path. In focusing on the Trojan War, we see that Ares' presence on the battlefield, while potent, came with a sense of looming catastrophe. Some Trojan War side stories cast Ares in more personal conflicts. Legend says that he intervened when one of his mortal sons joined the fray, or that he shed tears of rage when certain Trojan champions fell. These smaller tales highlight a surprising capacity for paternal grief, though overshadowed by his broader persona of carnage. They remind us that he was not an indifferent cosmic machine, but a god shaped by relationships, pride, and the complexities that come from seeing mortals engage in the art of killing, an art he himself personified. Conversely, certain Greek heroes believed that if they fought valiantly enough, Ares would grant them a special ferocity. A handful of them, hopped up on the adrenaline of battle, claimed to feel him surging in their veins. Yet in the Iliad's bigger picture, such touches were fleeting, overshadowed by the stories of how Athena guided heroes to more lasting triumph. In these tales, Ares remained a paradoxical force, both unstoppable and vulnerable to setbacks when faced with cunning or divine retribution. Outside the epic's main narrative, later poets added layers, some praising Ares for upholding an aspect of heroic masculinity, while others condemned him as the root of humanity's darkest impulses. The Trojan War amplified both those perspectives. On one hand, it needed his presence to stir armies and keep the frenzy alive. On the other, it was a testament to war's destructive nature, leaving a trail of burned cities, grieving widows and shattered dynasties. In short, the Trojan War stories brought Ares down from the distant halls of Olympus and thrust him into the grit of mortal existence. His involvement illustrated the raw power that can't be fully contained or directed, the impetus behind every destructive charge. As watchers and participants, ancient audiences saw that war was not just a concept but a living presence. Ares' actions offered a cautionary tale. Tapping into unbridled aggression can be a quick path to fleeting victories and catastrophic loss. Even among gods, war remains an unpredictable companion, and nowhere was that more apparent than on the bloody fields of Troy. Outside the epic swirl of Trojan battlefields, Ares' narrative also intersects with tales of passion, fatherhood, and the everyday churn of mortal life. His most famous love affair with Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, exemplifies how war can become entwined with desire. However, it was more than just a tale of romance between diametrically opposed forces. The childlike notion that love and war are opposites misses how deeply they interact. Ares and Aphrodite's bond revealed how conflict and attraction both simmer under mortal consciousness, driving individuals toward acts of devotion or destruction. Their liaison birthed multiple offspring, each embodying a particular face of war's emotional heft. Deimos, terror, and Phobos, fear, are the most famous, personifying the dread that grips soldiers before a charge. However, less renowned figures also emerged from Ares' line, Eros, in some versions, and Harmonia, indicating that out of conflict could come forms of unity or even love, albeit rarely. The ancient poets debated these genealogies, but they consistently underscored a central idea: the energies fueling war are not wholly divorced from those that spark affection or loyalty. Despite that, Ares was seldom depicted as a doting father. Epic conflicts and divine feuds overshadowed his paternal role. Some small myths, however, suggest moments of personal attachment. One tells of him avenging the death of a daughter by slaying her murderer. Another recounts him raging against a rival who dared insult his lineage. In these glimpses, we see that war's fury might also be a twisted expression of care, a readiness to destroy anyone threatening those under one's protection. In mortal eyes, such stories played out in real life. Soldiers, spurred by love for family, might descend into savage violence to defend them. Ares' fatherly instincts mirrored that fundamental human contradiction. People kill to protect what they cherish. As savage as that seems, it's an undeniable element of human conflict across centuries. In raising his spear for those he loved, Ares exposed a strain of loyalty overshadowed by more sensational accounts of his ferocity. Meanwhile, everyday worship of Ares remained measured. Very few large temples honoured him, but smaller cultic practices sprang up in city-estates contending with frequent warfare. Soldiers might sacrifice animals or lay symbolic weapons on makeshift altars, hoping to appease a god who could lend them ferocity or spare them from it. While Athens and Sparta revered Athena's strategic mind, individual warriors sometimes felt a more visceral connection to Ares' raw impetus. He believed that war drums and conflict chants were sacred, inspiring a trance-like fervour in combatants. Some historians argue that these rituals were psychologically vital, building unity before battle. In Greek culture, rousing songs and rhythmic marches might have invoked the presence of Ares, galvanizing hearts against fear. This communal invocation was less about praising wanton destruction and more about anchoring courage in a face-off where hesitation could spell defeat. Beyond these rites, travellers' tales claimed that some remote villages honoured Ares with festivals combining martial contests with solemn remembrance of the dead. Rather than glorifying conquest, they recognised the dual face of war, victory and devastation. One tradition described men wearing battered helmets as they recited the names of lost warriors, a ritual to keep war's toll visible. Ares, as the core deity of combat, stood in the midst of these ceremonies, a reminder that behind each triumph lay the heartbreak of mourning families. Mythic genealogies also link Ares to fearsome beasts, a reflection of how war unleashes primal instincts. Wolves, vultures, and other scavengers were said to be under his domain, just as they often feasted on battlefields. In some stories, he even assumed the form of a monstrous boar or a phantom huntsman, intent on causing chaos. These metamorphoses illustrated how conflict can reduce humanity to a pack of territorial predators, fighting over resources and pride. Thus, while popular imagination frames Ares as a brute lusting for carnage, the fuller tapestry is more nuanced. He intersects with love, stands as a father, fosters communal rituals, and even emerges as a punisher of injustice when it aligns with his personal vendettas. Yet none of this fully negates his central nature, a living representation of war's capacity to enthrall, unite, destroy and protect. The contradictions run deep, reflecting the human psyche's capacity for both nurturing affection and ruthless violence. Therefore, Ares' story not only depicts ancient conflicts, but also represents every heart that has ever been torn between the embrace of love and the call of aggression. When Greek culture eventually interfaced with Rome, many gods found themselves reinterpreted under new names and contexts. Ares became Mars, but the Romans gave this war deity a different flavour, less of the raw carnage and more of the disciplined soldier. Despite the transformation, echoes of the original Ares persisted, reflecting the ways in which mythic figures adapt to the cultural needs of conquering powers. Mars became a city protector for Romans due to his power and order. Rome's legions prided themselves on strategy, discipline, and loyalty to the state. This emphasis on structure contrasted with the more chaotic Greek view of Ares. Yet behind the Roman veneer of organisation, the essence of warfare remained the same. Swords still drew blood, conquest still spawned grief, and fear soared as armies marched. In adopting Mars, Rome validated the necessity of war in building an empire, turning it into a civilizing force rather than a purely destructive one. Still, aspects of Ares bled through. Roman temples to Mars, while more prominent than Greek shrines to Ares, included rituals acknowledging the grim realities of combat. Soldiers prayed for victory but also recognized the sacrifice demanded by war. Boot camp drills, strict codes of behaviour, and elaborate triumphs for victorious generals illustrated the discipline that Rome grafted onto the older Greek model of conflict. Ares might have found it strange to see war so rigidly choreographed, but the underlying violence would feel familiar. Interestingly, Roman myth weaves Mars into the founding tale of Romulus and Remus, the city's legendary twin founders. This paternal link underscores how war, in Roman eyes, could also create worlds, not just destroy them. Ares' Greek narratives included fatherhood as well, but the Romans were bolder in presenting Mars as a generative force behind empire building. The maniacal edge was toned down, the fervour to conquer remained. Over time, Roman expansion carried Mars' worship from the British Isles to the deserts of Africa. Armies marched under his banner, carrying an icon that blended Ares' ancient fury with Roman efficiency. In legion camps, shrines to Mars often appeared near training grounds, reinforcing the close bond between the soldier's routine and the deity's domain. It was a stark reminder that no matter how advanced Roman engineering or governance became, it still relied on the martial spirit to maintain its vast territory. Nevertheless, the more civilized Mars, while overshadowing Ares in official propaganda, still harboured that kernel of merciless aggression. Soldiers who faced barbarian raids or harsh frontier wars sometimes abandoned the polished veneer of discipline. Accounts exist of punitive massacres and scorched earth tactics, revealing that beneath the Roman sense of order lay the same primal savagery known to the Greeks. Ares' original unpredictability surfaced whenever the flames of war grew uncontainable. Cultural shifts during the late Empire period further complicated these distinctions. As Christianity spread, official reverence for the old pantheon waned. Mars's temples fell into the partial disuse or were rebranded, and the empire itself began to crack under external pressures. Conflicts raged along borders, revealing that even centuries of martial tradition could not stave off decline. Wars that once served expansion became desperate acts of defence, draining the treasury and morale. The figure of Mars receded, but the essence of war endured, echoing Ares' timeless reality that bloodshed never truly fades from human affairs. Later historians and scholars drew connections between Ares and Mars, picking apart how the latter was nobler. But at heart they remained facets of the same concept: conflict personified. Roman society placed a practical gloss on it, but could not mask the brutality embedded in conquest. The war gods soared high in ceremonies, while legionaries spilled blood on the distant fields. This duality, ritual homage and raw violence, kept the flame of Ares' Greek essence alive beneath Roman steel. In modern scholarship, some paint Mars as a sanitized reflection of Ares, while others insist that the difference is cosmetic. Both deities represent a fundamental recognition that order and chaos collide whenever armies meet. Both speak to humankind's ongoing entanglement with aggression, pride, and territorial ambition. The shift from Greek to Roman worship might highlight style over substance, but war's nature endures. Ares, in whichever name or uniform, remains a haunting reminder that power and discipline cannot fully tame the beast within the battlefield's heart. Long after the Roman Empire fractured, the figure of Ares lingered in cultural memory, carried through medieval scribes and eventually Renaissance humanists who rediscovered classical texts. In each retelling, Ares transformed yet again, sometimes demonized by Christian writers who equated him with the sins of violence and wrath, other times romanticized by revivalists seeking to channel ancient virtues. Throughout these shifts, Ares remained a cipher for humanity's conflicted relationship with war. During the medieval period, chivalric ideals placed a veneer of nobility over combat. Knights fought for honour, weaving in Christian piety. In that environment, Ares found little direct worship, but the ethos of battle still carried echoes of his domain. When crusaders marched, the fervour that gripped them had parallels to his ancient mania, albeit cloaked in religious justification. Chronicles might not mention Ares by name, yet the spirit of relentless aggression was alive in siege engines and cavalry charges. With the Renaissance came a resurgence of interest in Greek and Roman lore, spurring new discussions on classical deities. Ares appeared in treatises contrasting him with Mars, analysing the moral dimensions of warfare. Scholars debated, did the ancients see war as a necessary evil or an exalted path to glory? Ares' stories were passed for symbolic meaning, and his coarse passions seemed jarring against the Renaissance's admiration for harmony and proportion. Still, war raged across Europe in conflicts like the 30 Years' War, demonstrating that refined philosophies did not necessarily curb the reality of bloodshed. Meanwhile, artists and poets began portraying Ares in fresher contexts. Paintings of Ares and Aphrodite multiplied, each capturing the volatile mix of seduction and violence. Some Baroque composers wrote pieces referencing the spear of Ares, turning destructive force into musical allegory. In these works, the god of war became an aesthetic symbol rather than a religious figure, serving to dramatize the tension between unrestrained might and cultivated grace. As modernity emerged, nationalism took hold, forging new rationales for conflict. Ares drifted away from religious or even moral interpretations, recast as a mythic emblem for militaristic pride. Nations invoked him indirectly, boasting of unstoppable armies. Political cartoons or propaganda posters might depict a warlike figure reminiscent of Ares, brandishing rifles instead of spears, fueling mass mobilization. Though few invoked his name, his spirit loomed in the grand mobilizations of the Napoleonic era, or the world wars, when entire continents caught fire. In the intellectual sphere, critiques of war found renewed voice. Philosophers like Kant or Rousseau, each in their own way, grappled with the tension between man's capacity for reason and his penchant for violence. They might not have cited Ares specifically, but his essence was there, the recognition that conflict repeatedly shatters idealistic visions of peace. Attempts to create lasting treaties often crumbled under national rivalries, echoing Homeric narratives where no truce lasted long once egos flared. With the rise of psychology, Ares gained an unexpected new framework. Analysts probed the death drive or the innate aggression they believed resided in human nature. In that context, Ares became a metaphor for primal impulses buried deep within the psyche. Archetypal theorists labelled him an enduring symbol of the warrior within, an ancient blueprint for aggression that civilization struggles to contain. Writers and therapists used this angle to explore personal struggles, like anger management or PTSD, arguing that ignoring the Ares archetype could lead to unchecked violence or sublimated rage. In the late 20th century, pop culture reimagined him yet again. Films, comic books, and video games cast Ares as a villain or anti-hero, charging onto digital battlefields or cinematic showdowns. These portrayals often relied on superficial traits, bulging muscles, booming voices, and unstoppable bloodlust, while occasionally teasing at deeper complexities. Even so, the essence of the ancient god persisted, bridging centuries. Modern war narratives remain haunted by the same questions the Greeks wrestled with. Does conflict define us? Can it be transcended, or is it inherent to our being? Through all these evolutions, Ares never fully disappeared. His story threads through every epoch that grapples with violence and the uneasy admiration it can inspire. Whether demonized or glorified, he stands as a collective symbol for humanity's willingness to pick up weapons in pursuit of power, survival, or ideals. Whenever peace falters, the old war god stirs in the background, a reminder that the same primal force that hammered bronze swords millennia ago still courses through the veins of modern armies and everyday individuals alike. In considering Ares' full trajectory, one sees that he transcends neat categories of good or evil. He is, rather, a reflection of how humans conduct themselves when pushed to extremes, whether in ancient Greece, imperial Rome, medieval crusades, Renaissance treatises, or modern conflicts. The spectre of war has consistently hovered, sometimes worshipped, sometimes feared, always consequential. Ares, as an entity, clarifies that violence cannot be exercised by moral condemnation alone. It is woven into the very tapestry of human civilization. Modern commentators might describe him as a cautionary metaphor, a primal reminder of our capacity for both communal defense and savage destruction. Yet the older Greeks saw more than mere caution. They recognized war as a fundamental element of fate, unstoppable and often necessary. Armies marched not out of love for bloodshed, but because survival or ambition demanded it. Ares thus appeared both monstrous and essential, an uncomfortable contradiction that still resonates whenever diplomatic efforts fail. In the Pantheon's grand drama, Ares never fully fits. Athena, goddess of calculated tactics, earned widespread reverence. Apollo, with his luminous artistry, commanded spiritual devotion. Even Dionysus, the wild reveller, offered ecstatic release that could be twisted into mania. But Ares was war unvarnished, immediate, brutal, reeking of sweat and metal. The ancients lacked illusions about the cost of violence, but acknowledged its presence in forging empires and defending homes. A temple to Ares might be smaller, overshadowed by other deities, yet when swords were drawn, prayers to him rose with urgent fervour. From a cosmic standpoint, Ares is arguably the most human-like deity, subject to rage, prone to heartbreak, swayed by familial attachments, and all too familiar with the destructive impulses that swirl in mortal hearts. He fights, fails, and fights again. Myths like the Trojan War underscore that even divine power cannot bring about clean victories. War is messy. So is Ares. Time after time he rushes into conflict, battered by contending gods or turned aside by fate, yet never extinguished. The cycle continues, reflecting the unstoppable continuity of human violence across ages. Yet amid the cruelty, traces of compassion surface. Myths telling of Ares avenging or protecting someone dear reveal a twisted sense of care. Perhaps the moral puzzle lies in the fact that war and love are not diametrically opposite, but rather two extremes of human passion. Ares' famous liaison with Aphrodite stands as a mythic testament to how destructive impulses can tangle with desires for union, each fueling the other. Far from being a cheap storyline of taboo romance, it exemplifies the contradictory ways passion manifests in our world. In examining Ares' modern legacy, one sees that we still wrestle with the same archetype. Soldiers sacrifice themselves out of fierce loyalty to country, tribe or cause. Leaders might vow peace, yet mobilize armies when threatened. People decry warfare's horrors, yet remain enthralled by her tales of valour and the adrenaline of conflict. Some even argue that competition, if not outright conflict, drives innovation and progress. Thus, the war god remains relevant, not because society idolizes mayhem, but because it struggles to escape it. Perhaps the true lesson Ares offers is about grappling with humanity's inner contradictions. We crave harmony, but prepare for battle. We condemn violence, yet permit it under certain rules. We honour heroes who defend the helpless, yet question the morality of conquest. Ares doesn't solve these contradictions, he illuminates them. By stepping into his realm, we confront the unstoppable surge that can erupt within any of us, individually or collectively, under fear, anger, or ambition. And that confrontation is neither gentle nor purely savage. It is human. Peace advocates might shudder at the thought of exalting a war deity, but ignoring him does little good. Recognizing Ares means recognizing that aggression is part of our lineage. Only through understanding that reality can we hope to channel it responsibly or mitigate its worst effects. In the end, Ares is not just the sword raised high or the shield clanging in defiance. He is the flicker of rage in the eye of someone cornered, the tremor of adrenaline before a decisive stand, the triumphant shout that echoes across a battlefield. War's form changes, from bronze spears to nuclear arsenals, but the core impulse remains. Ares stands eternal, no longer needing sacrifices in quiet shrines, yet thriving wherever conflict looms. Through him, we witness a facet of ourselves that is both awe-inspiring and terrifying, our capacity to wage war, and perhaps one day to master it. On September the 7th, 1533, Elizabeth Tudor was born at Greenwich Palace, amidst a flurry of anticipation and unease. Her father, King Henry VIII, had broken from the Catholic Church to marry her mother, Anne Boleyn, so Elizabeth's birth was charged with political tensions. The king, desperate for a male heir, found himself disappointed when the infant turned out to be a girl. Still, baby Elizabeth bore the weight of dynastic hopes. Her every coo or cry analysed for signs that the Tudor line might endure. The infant's earliest days unfolded in a court grappling with religious upheaval. Henry's new Church of England stood at odds with Rome. Courtiers whispered about the king's next move. The Queen, Anne, attempted to shield her daughter from the swirling environment, ensuring she received the best available wet nurses and comfort. However, the precariousness quickly became apparent. A few years later, Anne faced execution due to dubious charges of treason and adultery. Motherless at 2, Elizabeth was declared illegitimate by her father's decree, losing her title of princess. Raised in separate royal households, Elizabeth seldom saw Henry VIII. Various stepmothers came and went, with some offering brief maternal warmth. She formed a particularly close bond with Catherine Parr, Henry's sixth wife, who oversaw her education. Elizabeth's tutors recognised a remarkably bright mind. She excelled in languages by adolescence. She spoke fluent Latin, French and Italian, eventually picking up Spanish as well. She pored over classical texts, gleaning rhetorical finesse from Cicero and moral lessons from Greek philosophers. Even in childhood, she learned to keep her emotions cloaked, forging a calm exterior that masked inner tensions, an attribute that would prove crucial in her future reign. A fateful shift occurred when Henry died in 1547, leaving Elizabeth's half-brother Edward VI as king. Under the regency of Protestant reformers, the religious climate skewed more radical. Elizabeth, though outwardly cooperative, carefully navigated factional disputes. She relocated the household of Catherine Parr, who had remarried to Thomas Seymour. That arrangement sparked scandal. Seymour was rumoured to show Elizabeth overly familiar attention, fueling gossip that tarnished her reputation. The teenage princess soon departed, mindful that any whiff of impropriety could end her precarious position in the succession line. This brush with danger reinforced her instincts for self-preservation. Edward's short reign was followed by that of Elizabeth's half-sister, Mary I, a devout Catholic determined to restore papal authority. Mary viewed Elizabeth with suspicion, seeing in her a rallying figure for Protestant interests. As rebellions cropped up, Elizabeth found herself accused of complicity. She was taken to the Tower of London, where her mother had met her end, and then placed under house arrest at Woodstock. The gloom of potential execution hung over her, but lacking firm evidence, Mary couldn't condemn her. Over 2 years, Elizabeth trod a careful path, denying any involvement in plots while discreetly maintaining her network of Protestant allies. Eventually, Mary's failing health lifted Elizabeth from her shadow. In November 1558, Mary died, childless. Elizabeth, at 25, ascended the throne. The people welcomed her with cautious optimism, hoping for an end to religious strife. However, no one could foresee the firmness with which Elizabeth would steer the ship. She inherited a kingdom exhausted by years of persecution and entangled in European alliances. Furthermore, lingering doubts about her legitimacy and ability to produce an heir plagued the realm. Courtiers pressed for her to marry promptly, believing a queen regnant threatened stability unless a husband took the reins. Elizabeth, though aware of the political logic, also recognised that marriage might curb her autonomy. In her first weeks as queen, Elizabeth took bold symbolic steps. She chose moderate Protestant advisers like William Cecil, striving to unify the country. She declared her intent for a religious settlement that neither persecuted Catholics harshly nor caved to papal demands. She navigated a delicate balance, cognizant that either extreme could undermine her rule. She moved her court to Whitehall, re-establishing routine ceremonial events that signalled the monarchy's continuity. Observers described her as poised, with sharp eyes that hinted at an agile, strategic mind. The once exiled princess stood now at the centre of power, forging a monarchy that would come to define an era. Thus, the stage was set for a pivotal chapter in English history. Elizabeth's early experiences, maternal execution, paternal neglect, complex family ties, had shaped a cautious, perceptive approach. She had learned to conceal personal feelings behind a stately demeanour, armed with intellectual acumen gleaned from classical texts. The realm now looked to her for stability, religious compromise, and a reassertion of national identity. For Elizabeth, it was time to prove that a female sovereign, even one with a contested legitimacy, could guide England through its labyrinth of political storms. From the outset of her reign, Elizabeth I confronted a land torn by religious factionalism. Under Mary I, staunch Catholic policies reigned, with Protestant heretics burnt at the stake. Though those violent measures ended, many Catholics remained loyal to Rome. Meanwhile, radical Protestants clamoured for more extreme reforms. Elizabeth recognised that a middle path was essential for national peace. The Elizabethan religious settlement of 1559 aimed for a broad church approach. The Act of Supremacy declared her supreme governor of the Church of England, and the Act of Uniformity prescribed a moderate Protestant liturgy. While it alienated hardliners on both sides, it established a stable framework that endured. This religious compromise had consequences. Catholics abroad questioned her legitimacy, urging Mary, Queen of Scots, Elizabeth's Catholic cousin, to claim England's throne. Mary, exiled from Scotland in 1568, ended up in England, effectively under house arrest. Elizabeth, wary of dethroning a fellow anointed queen, faced a quandary. Mary's presence fueled conspiracies, yet executing her set a dangerous precedent. This predicament lingered for decades, turning Mary into an epicentre of Catholic plots that threatened Elizabeth's life and reign. Beyond religion, Elizabeth's foreign policy shaped her early years on the throne. England was militarily weak, overshadowed by Spanish might. The Queen needed alliances, but hated entangling treaties that might compromise her independence. She courted suitors from across Europe, France's Duke of Anjou, Austria's Archduke Charles, using marriage negotiations as diplomatic chess moves. Each negotiation offered short-term benefits, but she consistently evaded an actual wedding. By keeping her hand in marriage available, Elizabeth dissuaded certain powers from aggression, hoping for eventual union. The saga of the Virgin Queen was as much political strategy as personal inclination. Economically, Elizabeth inherited a treasury battered by wars. Her ministers, notably William Cecil, Lord Burghley, instituted reforms, curbing inflation and streamlining revenue collection. They supported maritime ventures, encouraging sea captains like Francis Drake to harass Spanish shipping and seize treasure. Such semi-official privateering enriched royal coffers and stoked Spanish hostility, culminating in deeper rivalries. Meanwhile, domestic industry, woolen cloth, for instance, expanded, aided by the stable environment Elizabeth's government fostered. As for the Queen herself, the court recognised her keen intellect and formidable will. She cherished erudition, employing multiple secretaries to handle a constant influx of diplomatic dispatches. Fluent in French and adept in Latin, she occasionally scribbled notes in Italian or Spanish. She revelled in masques and pageants, endorsing the arts to glorify her monarchy. She made a point of progresses, travelling with her retinue through the countryside, letting her subjects glimpse the royal presence. This practice built loyalty, for seeing their queen in person, resplendent with pearls and embroidered gowns, stirred patriotic pride. A lesser-known aspect was her reliance on intelligence networks. Elizabeth, aware that conspiracies loomed, authorised spy masters like Sir Francis Walsingham to intercept letters, employ informants, and uncover plots. This clandestine apparatus uncovered multiple assassins or traitors financed by Spain or papal agents. By revealing such threats, the Queen justified harsher policies against recalcitrant Catholics. Some criticised these tactics as oppressive, but to Elizabeth, survival mandated vigilance. Another challenge: cultural expectations for queens. She faced jabs about her gender, with some male courtiers urging a kingly partner. She responded by forging a regal persona, insisting subjects see her as both king and queen, a line reflecting her dual role. She skillfully navigated male-dominated councils, awarding title carefully to ensure no single noble overshadowed her. She also used fashion as a political tool. Her elaborate gowns, iconic ruffs, and jewel-laden wardrobes signalled the monarchy's majesty. This cultivated image buttressed her authority in an era still grappling with a female sovereign. In parallel, Elizabeth's personal circle remained small. She could be witty and charming, dancing or joking with favourites like Robert Dudley. But letting affection overshadow prudence risks scandal. Rumours flew about her closeness to Dudley, fueling suspicion that she might marry him. The potential controversy was immense, given Dudley's questionable reputation. In the end, Elizabeth never wed. She cherished her autonomy, well aware that a consort could overshadow or manipulate her. The choice drew bafflement from foreign courts, but domestically, it enhanced her mystique. The Virgin Queen identity solidified, spurring propaganda that cast her as wedded to the realm itself. Elizabeth's early reign involved balancing various tasks such as forging a delicate religious settlement, spurring economic growth, outmanoeuvring suitor entanglements, and stamping out plots. She skillfully used image and ceremony to unify the realm, though critics lurked. Her government's stability rested on an ongoing dance with foreign powers and internal factions. Despite the swirling tensions, Elizabeth projected calm confidence, forging a national identity that recognised the Queen's central role. Her mid-reign would bring graver trials, culminating in decisive conflicts that tested the mettle of both monarch and kingdom. By the mid-1580s, Elizabeth's realm faced a new wave of external threats. The ascendant Spanish Empire under King Philip II brimmed with zeal to reassert Catholic supremacy and avenge the raids on Spanish commerce by English privateers. Religious tensions spiked further after the Pope excommunicated Elizabeth, effectively urging Catholic monarchs to depose her. In response, the Queen's advisors realised that war with Spain was no longer a distant possibility but a near inevitability. They bolstered the navy, encouraging shipbuilders to refine vessels for speed and manoeuvrability. Commanders like Drake refined hit-and-run tactics designed to hamper Spain's massive, slower galleons. Additionally, the Mary, Queen of Scots dilemma reached a climactic stage. She had been implicated in multiple plots, culminating in the infamous Babington Plot of 1586, which aimed to assassinate Elizabeth and seat Mary on the throne. Caught with incriminating letters, Mary was tried for treason. Elizabeth agonised over signing Mary's death warrant. The thought of executing an anointed queen offended her sense of divine order, but counsel pressed her that Mary's continued survival endangered national security. Reluctantly, Elizabeth signed. Mary was beheaded in 1587, an act that scandalised Catholic Europe. Elizabeth feigned dismay at the news of Mary's actual execution, chastising ministers for carrying out the sentence too hastily. The sincerity of her regret remains debated. This event further incensed Spain, and soon word came that Philip II was assembling an invincible armada. In 1588, that formidable fleet sailed for the English Channel, intending to rendezvous with forces in the Low Countries and deliver an invasion. England braced for catastrophe. Elizabeth visited her troops at Tilbury, clad in armour, delivering a rousing speech about having the heart and stomach of a king. That rallying cry, though perhaps embroidered in subsequent retellings, captured the national mood. The English Navy engaged the Armada in a series of skirmishes, employing fireships to sow chaos. Stormy weather and miscalculation forced the Spanish to scatter around the northern coasts, suffering devastating losses. The triumph at sea became a cornerstone of Elizabeth's legend, though historians note the fortune of unseasonable gales played as large a role as strategic brilliance, buoyed by victory. Elizabeth's popularity soared. Poets extolled her as a goddess presiding over a fortuitous age. London's population boomed. Commerce thrived in relative security. Courtiers staged elaborate masques, celebrating Gloriana, a moniker borrowed from Edmund Spenser's allegorical poem, The Fairy Queen. This cult of Elizabeth, with pageantry and stylized iconography, shaped a golden aura around her monarchy. She bestowed knighthoods on naval heroes like Drake, though she never turned them into unstoppable political rivals. Indeed, part of her genius lay in praising men just enough to secure their loyalty, but not so extravagantly as to overshadow her own regal glow. Yet cracks surfaced. The war with Spain dragged on sporadically. English expeditions to support Protestant rebels in the Netherlands or to raid Spanish ports often ended in fiascos, draining resources. The Queen's earlier frugality turned to reluctance about fully funding new campaigns, prompting friction with bold but cash-strapped commanders. Some younger courtiers, like the Earl of Essex, grew impatient with Elizabeth's measured approach. Essex attempted to replicate despite Drake's glories. He led half-baked military forays and returned with meagre spoils. Tensions between the old Queen and these ambitious youths escalated, culminating in the Essex Rebellion of 1601, where he tried a coup. She crushed it swiftly, and Essex was executed. As Elizabeth aged, her once intimate circle diminished. Long-time advisers such as William Cecil passed away, and favoured courtiers either died or fell out of favour. The Queen, famous for her fine dresses and elaborate wigs, now faced a more solitary existence. Gossip about her vanity circulated. She insisted on controlling her image, refusing to appear as a frail matron. She demanded loyalty from ladies-in-waiting, scolding them if they dared overshadow her attire or conversation. Although the realm viewed her as Gloriana, she struggled to maintain a mythic aura behind closed doors. Diplomatically, the final years of her reign saw a cooling of tension with Spain, not via a formal peace but through mutual exhaustion. The impetus for large armadas had waned, with Spain focusing on European entanglements. England, for its part, lacked the finances to continue heavy engagements. Meanwhile, the seeds of colonial expansion were sown. English seafarers eyed North America, establishing fledgling outposts. The concept of an overseas empire was embryonic but emerging. Thus, approaching the turn of the century, Elizabeth presided over a stable yet evolving monarchy. She had defied invasion, faced down conspiracies, and reigned as an iconic figure admired across Europe. But the question of succession remained, unmarried and childless. She had never named an heir. The matter loomed, spurring subtle negotiations as different claimants circled. This final stretch of her reign tested whether the Tudor line's magic could endure beyond her mortal presence, or if it would seamlessly transition to a new dynasty. By the twilight of her reign, Elizabeth I found herself contending with the question that had dogged her for decades. Who would follow her upon the throne? No official heir had been named. Though many whispered that James VI of Scotland, a Protestant and son of the executed Mary, Queen of Scots, was the likely candidate, Elizabeth, ever cautious about naming a successor, understood that the moment she sanctioned an heir, her authority might wane. Yet the gentry and the powerful were anxious, fearing a resurgence of civil strife if the crown's transition lacked clarity. As the 1590s waned, the Queen's court saw fewer robust festivities. Elizabeth's health was not the best, and her mood darkened by the loss of cherished confidants. Once a favoured explorer, Sir Walter Raleigh fell from Elizabeth's favour. The Earl of Essex, her erstwhile golden boy, died a traitor. Meanwhile, the luminous circle that had celebrated her youth, Bess of Hardwicke, Countess of Leicester, and others, had scattered. England's population soared beyond 4 million, many living precariously in squalid conditions. Bread riots flickered in adverse harvest years, and the cost of warfare remained burdensome. Some critics murmured that the Queen's refusal to adapt to a new generation's demands indicated the monarchy was adrift. Yet Elizabeth never lost her political savvy. She carefully managed sessions of Parliament, deftly deflecting demands for certain policy changes. She employed subtle flattery, reminding them that as a mother to her people, she prized their well-being above all. This rhetorical style, combining maternal sentiments with regal authority, continued to woo the common folk. Indeed, from the countryside to London's teeming streets, loyalty to the Queen remained high, an outgrowth of national pride partly forged by that earlier victory over the Spanish Armada. In the realm of arts, the Elizabethan theatre blossomed, spearheaded by William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, and others. Though Elizabeth seldom attended public performances at the Globe, she invited theatrical troupes to court. She found enjoyment in comedic interludes, even if she publicly maintained a formal veneer. This cultural renaissance, ignited under her watch, was a point of national distinction, with travelling players bringing both dramatic flair and moral allegories to distant corners. The synergy of crowns and creativity underscored an epoch known as the Elizabethan Golden Age. Throughout, the religious settlement endured, though Puritan elements pressed for stricter reforms. Criticising the hierarchical structure of bishops, the Queen tolerated moderate Puritan pleas but cracked down on radical preachers who undermined her supreme governorship. Catholic recusants faced fines or pressure to conform, though large-scale persecution was less aggressive than during Mary's reign. Despite friction, Elizabeth's stance staved off religious civil war. This equilibrium, though not perfect, enabled commerce and exploration to flourish. Merchants ventured to the Levant, the Baltic, and the Americas, sowing early seeds of a global maritime trade. In the final few months of her life, Elizabeth retreated to Richmond Palace. She was increasingly frail, refusing medical interventions that seemed invasive. Court rumours multiplied. The Queen's mind was drifting. She was losing appetite, or she stood for hours too proud to rest. Modern historians debate the exact cause of her decline. Some speculate pneumonia or depression. She dreaded naming James publicly, but subtle negotiations with his envoys paved the way for a smooth succession. Advisors like Robert Cecil quietly prepared the details. According to tradition, Elizabeth, too weak to speak in her last hours, made a vague gesture endorsing James as successor. She died on March 24, 1603, aged 69, after 44 years on the throne, a record at the time for an English monarch. Her coffin was carried from Whitehall to Westminster Abbey, the silent crowds reflecting on an era shaped by her image. That day closed the Tudor line, with James VI of Scotland becoming James I of England, inaugurating the Stuart dynasty. Yet the Tudor brand had not ended in chaos. Elizabeth's measured approach, for all her reluctances, ensured a relatively peaceful handover. In the wake of her passing, tributes soared. Pamphlets hailed her as the wisest princess, the mother of her people, and a near-legendary figure who steered the nation from the shadows of religious tyranny. The wave of national mourning overshadowed her shortcomings, which included excessive favouritism, suspicion of rivals, and stifling certain freedoms. Over the next centuries, historians would reinterpret her story, dissecting the illusions of the Virgin Queen narrative, acknowledging her harsh treatment of dissenters, yet marvelling at her capacity to wield authority in a fiercely patriarchal world. The stage was set for the transition from Tudor to Stuart, and though overshadowed by the next monarchy's own tensions, Elizabeth's reign retained a special glow in England's collective memory, an epoch where a single woman's will shaped destiny. Immediately after Elizabeth's death, a swirl of legacies confronted the English. James I, newly ascendant, inherited a stable realm, but also the burden of living up to the fabled Gloriana. Over the ensuing decades, the myth of Elizabeth would be embellished by dramatists, historians, and genealogists, forging a romantic image of a queen unblemished by error. Yet parallel undercurrents recognised her complexities. Among the common folk, stories abounded of her witty repartee, her skill in navigating suitors, and the spectacle of her court. In the Catholic diaspora, she was demonised as a heretic who had executed Mary, Queen of Scots. This ideological tug-of-war shaped how Europe at large recalled her reign. During the 17th century, English authors occasionally staged plays referencing Elizabethan glories to critique or praise current rulers. The Elizabethan Age label took hold, conjuring a golden past full of maritime exploits and cultural refinement. Meanwhile, Puritan writers viewed the Queen more critically, noting that her religious compromise left them yearning for a more thorough reformation. Some pamphleteers portrayed her as a cunning politician, adept at double-dealing among Europe's Catholic powers. Over time, these multiple vantage points consolidated into a layered portrait. In the 18th and 19th centuries, national pride soared, fueling revivalist interest in the Tudors. Elizabeth's image was moulded by Victorian taste, emphasising her unmarried status as a demonstration of moral fortitude. Painters depicted her in elaborate ruffs, overshadowing any mention of the day-to-day hardships endured by her subjects. She became an icon of English independence, especially when the British Empire sought parallels between the forging of a national identity under Elizabeth and contemporary empire building. The Armada triumph narrative overshadowed the fact that storms aided English success. Her issues with Mary, Queen of Scots, became fodder for tragic romanticism, focusing on courtly betrayals and heartbreak. This romanticisation sometimes neglected the Queen's shrewd, often ruthless governance. Scholars of the 20th century took a more critical lens. They delved into archival documents to unearth how Elizabeth's intelligence network operated, how her finances were managed, and how propaganda shaped public perception. They passed the famed Golden Speech of 1601, analysing the rhetorical strategies she used to quell a restless parliament. The more historians explored, the clearer it became that her success hinged on forging an image that balanced motherly affection with regal severity, ensuring subjects revered rather than resented her. Scholars recognised the notion of the cult of Elizabeth, with its orchestrated pageantry, as an early form of state PR. From the perspective of women's history, Elizabeth's significance soared. She defied the misogynistic assumptions of her era, refusing to cede authority to a husband or to male advisors. That independence, though hard-won, showcased the potency a female ruler could wield in a male-dominated society. Yet the same narrative acknowledges she was no radical feminist. She often leveraged stereotypes of female frailty or used her womanly nature strategically in negotiations. Thus, her complex relationship with gender roles remains a topic of ongoing debate. Archaeological digs at palaces and old estates uncovered physical traces of her travels, like ephemeral scaffolds for pageants or remains of feasting halls. These glimpses illustrate the vast logistical machine behind each royal progress. The Queen might arrive with hundreds of courtiers and servants, imposing a heavy burden on local nobility hosting the entourage. Yet, from a political standpoint, these visits effectively reaffirmed the monarchy's presence across the realm. Over and over, Elizabeth used personal displays to connect with communities. In cultural memory, items such as the Tudor Rose, elaborate state portraits by painters like Nicholas Hilliard, or references to the Virgin Queen remain in the public imagination. Filmmakers in the 20th and 21st centuries capitalised on this allure, producing adaptations that frame Elizabeth's story with romance and triumph. Some films portray her as near saintly, others highlight her paranoia or the brutality of her crackdown on perceived threats. The continuing fascination underscores how she embodies a transitional moment in Europe, where medieval structures gave way to early modern states, with new forms of diplomacy, espionage, and ideology all converging. Thus, centuries removed from her actual reign, Elizabeth I stands as both a symbol of national identity and a figure whose complexities resonate with present debates. The interplay of female leadership, religious diversity, personal freedom, and the power of constructed image. Re-evaluating her life reveals how skillful governance can stabilise a fractious kingdom, even if it requires navigating a delicate balance between tolerance and coercion. The conversation around Elizabeth remains dynamic, shaped by each generation's vantage on monarchy, gender, and the cost of maintaining a carefully wrought facade of unity. Elizabeth's story resonates with the notion that midlife can be a time of both reflection and strategic boldness. She ascended the throne at 25, but arguably her most defining decisions, the forging of a moderate religious settlement, the careful dance of marriage negotiations, unfolded as she matured. In the face of personal regrets, lack of a direct heir, and external crises, Spanish hostility, internal plots, she repeatedly displayed resilience under the lens of older wisdom. Yet that sagacity was not innate. It sprang from a youth marked by precariousness, shaping a thorough calculation in adult life. One lesser discussed aspect is her intellectual curiosity. She was no passive figurehead. She read widely, from classical philosophers to contemporary political treatises, and engaged in theological debates with ambassadors. She wrote translations of texts, including Plutarch, honing linguistic precision. In an era when many noblewomen possessed only basic literacy, Elizabeth's depth of scholarship commanded respect. She used this knowledge to steer councils, referencing classical examples of leadership or mercy, grounding her decisions in a broader worldview than simple realpolitik. Another dimension concerns her approach to management and delegation. Faced with a swirl of court factions, some aligned with Cecil, others with Dudley, and various earls vying for influence, she balanced them by a rotating favour, ensuring no single man overshadowed the rest. This delicate manoeuvre allowed her to maintain her position as the ultimate arbiter, thereby preventing entrenched monopolies of power. While modern management gurus highlight transparency or direct leadership, Elizabeth's method was subtler. She nurtured multiple power centres, pitting them gently against each other to sustain a stable equilibrium. This method reveals a strategic cunning that, while occasionally breeding resentment, retained her supremacy in a fractious environment. The swirl of secrecy surrounding Mary, Queen of Scots, also underscores Elizabeth's careful manipulation of intelligence. She personally reviewed coded letters, weighed evidence, and authorised infiltration of Catholic circles. These actions might unnerve contemporary moral standards, yet in the cutthroat reality of 16th century politics, such espionage was standard. The difference is Elizabeth's relative subtlety. She rarely boasted of her spymaster's successes. She recognised the value of illusions, letting conspirators believe they had infiltrated her circle while, in fact, her watchers tracked every step. Age imbued her with a distinct sense of gravity. In speeches to Parliament, she framed herself as a guardian of the realm's welfare, addressing them as my lords and my good people, tapping into paternal or maternal imagery. She rarely showed overt temper in public, though courtiers recalled her sharp tongue in private, laced with scathing wit. She might banish a courtier from her presence for a trifling offence, then recall him soon after, sending the message that loyalty was paramount while partial forgiveness might be extended. This capacity to pivot from severity to magnanimity cemented her as unpredictable yet revered, a trait modern leaders might emulate in more tempered forms. Beyond the realm of politics, her personal attire and courtly fashion set trends across Europe. She championed fresh tailors to experiment with embroidered silks, extensive ruffs, and striking colour palettes. But behind the magnificence was a strategic layering of fabric. It signified her rank while concealing normal ageing or times of ill health. The resulting mystique helped define the monarchy's brand. Similarly, she championed structured ceremonies, like elaborate coronation anniversaries or public feast days. These events reaffirmed the bond between sovereign and subject, forging an emotional tie that buttressed the monarchy's intangible authority. Her approach to the arts had lasting effects. She never personally funded epic building projects like some European royals given her limited treasury, but her patronage of music, portraiture, and drama triggered a cultural efflorescence. Key composers thrived, producing refined polyphonic works performed at chapel. Her endorsement of secular drama laid the groundwork for Shakespeare's rise. She recognised that cultural prestige elevated national pride, thus investing in intangible capital that would outlast her. This fosters an analogy to modern soft power, a concept in global relations. In sum, Elizabeth's mid to late reign exemplifies how a leader can orchestrate multi-layered strategies, leaning on intellectual depth, balancing internal factions, leveraging espionage, and forging cultural identity. Her longevity on the throne was no accident. It was an evolving mastery of monarchy in an era thick with risk. For those in midlife, her model suggests that the lessons gleaned from earlier turmoil, exile, precarious legitimacy, can blossom into confident leadership when harnessed with discipline. Even so, her story underscores that behind the regal facade lay real heartbreak and regrets, particularly on questions of family and moral contradictions. That humanness only deepens the fascination with this queen who navigated a world not designed for women in power, forging a golden age from the crucible of adversity. When Elizabeth I died on March 24, 1603, at Richmond Palace, she left a kingdom dramatically changed from the one she inherited. Elizabeth averted religious civil wars, asserted an English navy against Spanish dominance, and planted the seeds of a maritime empire. Yet the Queen's final moments offered a poignant contrast to the ceremonial grandeur that had marked her public life. Accounts say she refused to rest, standing or sitting in pensive silence for hours, as if grappling with the knowledge that her story was nearly done. The question of her successor, James VI of Scotland, was all but settled. Elizabeth's last gesture, whether a whispered name or silent acceptance, cleared the way for the Stuarts, bridging the Tudors to a new era. The immediate aftermath saw an outpouring of tributes. Noble houses and commoners alike mourned the Virgin Queen, the stalwart figurehead who had reigned 44 years. Her body was transported by barge along the Thames, a spectacle of black drapes and heraldic flags. Observers lining the shores recalled how, decades earlier, a young queen had ascended to quell the chaos left by her half-siblings. Now, the realm faced another transition. But Elizabeth's half-century of leadership gave many confidence in the monarchy's stability. James's succession was mostly peaceful, a testament to the processes Elizabeth had overseen. Over the centuries, historians dissected her image with fresh angles. Some championed her as a golden archetype, praising her unwavering sense of duty. Others uncovered her manipulative use of virginity as political currency, or pointed out the authoritarian edge in how she stamped out dissent. 20th century scholarship introduced psychoanalytic readings, linking her mother's beheading to her reluctance to marry. Meanwhile, feminist analyses recognized her capacity to subvert patriarchal norms by forging a distinctly female monarchy that demanded masculine respect. Archaeological research, too, contributed. Excavations at palatial sites uncovered courtyards used for lavish tilts or dancing events, fragments of decorative tile bearing Tudor roses. Art restorations revealed how state portraits were retouched to remove wrinkles or human imperfections, reinforcing her iconic aura. The evolution of her visual propaganda parallels modern brand management, illustrating how monarchy leveraged illusions to maintain public fascination. Elizabeth's era, characterised by Drake's circumnavigation, Shakespeare's stage, and an assertive national identity, evoked a deep sense of nostalgia among everyday English folk. Actual living conditions for peasants remained harsh, but the sense of belonging to an up-and-coming realm soared. Elizabeth harnessed that pride to unify a land threatened by continental powers. She left behind no direct heir, but her intangible bequest was a monarchy reinvigorated by a sense of national destiny, though future conflicts like the English Civil War would test that unity severely. In the present, Elizabeth's story continues to enthrall. Tourists flock to the Tower of London or Hampton Court, longing for glimpses of her era's grandeur. Historians piece together details from diaries, ambassadors' dispatches, and state papers. The creative arts produce films reimagining her as everything from an iron-willed warrior to a lonely figure overshadowed by politics. Such portrayals reflect changing cultural values. We admire her resilience, critique her harshness, empathise with her personal constraints. Each generation reads new lessons into her life, whether celebrating female power or lamenting the cost of absolute monarchy. Her tomb rests in Westminster Abbey, overshadowed by the more elaborate memorial of her half-sister Mary I. Erected during James I's time, it depicts Elizabeth recumbent, ironically sharing a memorial with Mary in a symbolic burying of old rivalries. While the effigy is fairly simple, visitors often linger, mindful that the occupant reshaped Europe's power balance. The inscriptions hail her as a paragon of wisdom, praising her as of her sex the pride, of all time the wonder. The rhetoric might be thick, but it echoes how she was revered by her contemporaries. In the end, Elizabeth I stands as a testament to the synergy of personal cunning, cultural stewardship and circumstance. The child, overshadowed by a father's quest for a male heir, grew into a queen who refused to be overshadowed by any spouse or continental monarch. That improbable arc, from uncertain princess to undisputed sovereign, still captivates. Her life underscores that leadership is rarely straightforward, forging alliances, stifling conspiracies, and projecting authority demand constant recalibration. Indeed, her success lay not in an unyielding set of principles, but in agile responses to crises. Through this fluid style, she carved a stable realm from a swirl of dangers. Centuries later, that story endures, bridging history and myth, echoing that a lone determined figure, armed with intellect, cunning, and stagecraft, can shift an entire kingdom's course. In the hushed darkness of a 13th century manor house, as the last embers in the central hearth faded to soft orange glows, the lord of the manor would not retire alone. Around him, in the enormous hall, lay his household staff, family members, and perhaps even trusted servants, all arranged in a careful choreography of medieval sleep. This collective slumber, so foreign to our modern sensibilities, represents one of history's most misunderstood phenomena, the medieval relationship with sleep. Contrary to popular assumptions about the discomforts of pre-industrial life, medieval Europeans may have enjoyed sleep patterns more aligned with human biology than our current regimens. The sleep of the Middle Ages wasn't merely a functional necessity squeezed between brutal days of toil. It was an elaborate practice infused with ritual, social significance, and a profound understanding of human needs that modern science is only now rediscovering. The medieval night began not with the flick of a light switch, but with the gradual recession of daylight. As twilight descended across Europe's countryside and burgs, a natural wind-down period commenced. Without the harsh blue light of electronic devices to disrupt melatonin production, medieval bodies responded naturally to environmental cues. The dimming of the day triggered sleep hormones in perfect synchronicity with the body's circadian rhythm. Evidence from medieval household accounts, monastic records, and medical manuscripts reveals that medieval people practiced what sleep researchers now call sleep hygiene, not through scientific understanding, but through customs evolved over centuries. Families would gather around fires in the hours before bed, engaging in what one 14th century English text called the gentle telling of tales. This storytelling tradition served multiple purposes, reinforcing community bonds, passing down cultural knowledge, and, crucially, allowing the brain to transition from the active demands of daytime to the receptive state conducive to sleep. Inventories from noble households across Europe list specialized items for sleep comfort that defy our image of medieval discomfort. While commoners might sleep on straw-filled mattresses regularly refreshed with aromatic herbs like lavender and chamomile, natural sleep aids, the wealthy invested heavily in sleep quality. Featherbeds, documented in the 1380s household accounts of John of Gaunt, could contain up to 60 pounds of down. These were topped with linen sheets, woolen blankets in winter, and lightweight coverlets in summer, seasonal adaptations showing a sophisticated understanding of sleep temperature regulation. The medieval bed itself evolved into an architectural feature in its own right. Far from a simple platform, the bed became what historian Sasha Handley calls a micro-environment for sleep. High bedsteads kept sleepers above drafts, while bed curtains created microclimates that preserved body heat. Particularly in northern regions, these enclosed bed spaces maintained optimal sleeping temperatures through bitter winters without central heating. Perhaps most notably, medieval people organised their sleep around natural human ultradian rhythms. Medical texts from Salerno's famed medical school advised sleeping with the head slightly elevated, and on the right side initially for proper digestion. Then turning to the left side in deep sleep advice that echoes modern recommendations for optimizing airway positioning during sleep. Despite the absence of memory foam or adjustable bases, medieval sleepers customized their experience through ingenious means. Illuminated manuscripts show various pillow configurations, from cylindrical bolsters supporting the neck to smaller cushions tucked under elbows or knees, personalised comfort adaptations we've rediscovered through ergonomic design. Archaeological findings from cesspits in London and York have revealed remains of medicinal herbs commonly used for sleep, including valerian root and passion flower, showing sophisticated pharmacological approaches to sleep management. The physical arrangements for sleep extended beyond beds. Manor houses and even modest dwellings were designed with sleeping areas positioned to maximise morning light exposure, an architectural feature that modern chronobiologists recognise for its importance in maintaining healthy circadian rhythms. East-facing bedchambers allowed sleepers to wake naturally with the sunrise, reinforcing their internal body clocks in ways that modern blackout curtains and alarm clocks disrupt. What truly distinguished medieval sleep, however, was its social nature. Unlike our privatised, individualised approach to sleep, medieval slumber was communal. This behaviour wasn't merely for practical reasons like shared warmth or protection, although these benefits were real, but reflected a fundamentally different conception of sleep as a vulnerable yet shared human experience. Even kings were rarely alone while sleeping, attended by trusted chamberlains who slept at the foot of the royal bed, creating a sleep culture where the boundaries between private and public were permeable in ways we might find uncomfortable, but that provided unique psychological benefits. People didn't expect to sleep all night in medieval Europe when darkness fell. The idea that people should sleep 8 hours is post-industrial. Medieval medical records, diaries, household histories, and literary sources show a quite distinct pattern. First sleep and second sleep separated by a nighttime wakeful quiet. This biphasic sleep pattern was common throughout social strata. After going to bed at nightfall, medieval people had a 4-hour first sleep or dead sleep. After waking up naturally for 1 to 2 hours, they went back to second sleep until daybreak. Medieval folks used this midnight awakening as a natural window of consciousness, not sleeplessness. European monastery church records provide some of the best evidence of this interval. The monastic rule of St. Benedict scheduled midnight prayers, matins, during the wakeful hour to accommodate this natural sleep divide. Instead of fighting their biology to stay awake for devotions, monks synchronized their spiritual practices with human sleep architecture. The significance of midnight awakening goes beyond religion. Medical manuscripts from Salerno and Montpellier, Europe's top medical schools, show that doctors believed midnight waking was crucial for health. The 13th century physician Aldebrandon of Siena said that this wakeful period allowed the vapours of food to be properly distributed through the body, a pre-scientific knowledge of how sleep stages affect digestion and metabolism. This nightly waking gave regular households an unusual opportunity. It was common for homeowners to check on their property, bank fires for the second sleep, and examine their security. The 14th century guide for parish priests recommends middle night marital intercourse because the body is rested but the mind clear. The recommendation implies a profound awareness of how restful sleep influences mood and physical receptivity. Interestingly, this wakeful interlude produced various types of consciousness that current neuroscience has only recently learned to detect. Neurologists call the state between first and second sleep hypnopompic consciousness, which boosts creativity, imagery, and emotional processing. Medieval folks innately understood and practiced this distinct mental condition. Court records and diaries show how midnight wakers considered legal issues. A 15th century Ghent judge said he made his toughest decisions after consulting his thoughts in the watch between sleeps, believing it provided deeper moral insight than daylight deliberation. Craftspeople conceived new designs, farmers planned seasonal rotations, and merchants planned business initiatives during this contemplative period. Wakefulness had emotional and social benefits. Larger medieval households described night talking, intimate chats during midnight waking. These nighttime conversations allowed for exceptional emotional honesty, unlike daytime contacts confined by societal hierarchy and public presentation. A 14th century English noblewoman's diary says she learned her husband's innermost worries only in the watch between sleeps, when souls speak more truly. This split sleep pattern boosted creativity. Chaucer writes poetry during his watching times, and illuminated manuscripts often state they were written in the midnight thinking time. Medieval dream interpretation guides distinguished between dreams during first sleep, processing daily events, and those during second sleep, prophetic or insight-bearing, due to the quality of thoughts during this period. Archaeology confirms this practice's prevalence. Medieval home excavations sometimes reveal little oil lamps for nighttime activities. In household inventories across social classes, night tables with writing tools, miniature prayer books, and meditation tools are common. When modern researchers removed artificial light from test subject settings for several weeks, they automatically reverted to biphasic sleep. Strong proof that segmented sleep is our biological rhythm. Medieval people honoured this cycle rather than pushing continuous sleep, aligning with their evolved sleep architecture in ways modern civilization rarely allows. Psychological benefits make segmented sleep valuable. The midnight wake-up allowed memory consolidation and emotional processing. Modern sleep science shows that disrupted sleep can improve memory formation. A 15th century French physician advised pupils to reread difficult material before bed and allow the mind to work upon it in the midnight watching. Medieval folks knew the value of this processing time. Medieval sleep environments were more complex and deliberate than popular belief. Medieval sleeping arrangements were frequently utilitarian marvels that represented considerable household investments and years of comfort technology, unlike the crude, unpleasant platforms depicted in modern media. Archaeology from intact medieval households shows that sleep quality was important. Excavated 13th century merchant homes in London showed specialised floor designs with insulating materials packed beneath sleeping areas, including wool, straw, and even feathers in wealthier homes, to block the cold from stone or packed earth floors. This intelligent underfloor insulation shows heat transmission concepts that affect sleep quality. Medieval sleep revolved around the bed, which evolved quickly. Bed technology improved by the 13th century from simple raised platforms. Estate inventories from around Europe reveal more sophisticated bed designs with specialised comfort components. The bed's hardwood frame, termed the bedstock, has mortise and tenon joints allowing minor flexibility without squeaking, which 14th century Florence carpenter guild laws required for undisturbed rest. Medieval mattress technology improved constantly. Peasant homes still used straw-filled beds, although they were more advanced. Traditional European farming groups using medieval methods used straw beds, not loose straw piled into sacks. Specially selected straw, oat straw, was recommended for its softness. Completely dried to prevent mould and broken to provide a springier texture was used. Most homes emptied and refilled these beds seasonally. For the wealthy, mattress technology evolved. By the 14th century, merchants and artists used wool-filled mattresses, while feather beds were the height of medieval sleep luxury. These were constructed sleep surfaces, not feather sacks. Guild regulations from 14th century Paris required feather beds to be built with particular weights of different feather varieties piled for compression and rebound. The most sumptuous examples had goose down on top and stiffer feathers underneath for stability. Similar to modern high-end mattresses, medieval pillows are often forgotten sleep technologies. Modern pillows are uniform, whereas medieval pillows were individualized. Archaeological evidence and household inventories show at least 4 pillow types: neck bolsters for spinal alignment, softer head pillows for comfort, wedge pillows for medical conditions, particularly respiratory issues, and smaller support pillows for positioning. Salerno medical writings advise lifting the head for digestion disorders and supporting the legs for back pain. Bed sheets were also designed for sleep comfort. Linen sheets were valued for their breathability and moisture-wicking capacity. Even small houses had many sets of linens and regular laundry records. In winter, woolen blankets provided insulation, while silk or light wool coverlets gave summer warmth. Seasonal bedding rotation shows a profound awareness of how ambient temperature influences sleep quality. Equally inventive was sleeping room climate control. Bed curtains were attractive and microclimatic. Fully enclosed bed curtains conserved body heat in winter. Large medieval houses recorded various curtain weights for different seasons, with summer curtains blocking insects allowing airflow. This seasonal sleep environment adaptation shows a comprehensive awareness of how ambient variables affect rest quality. Medieval dwellings also showed excellent sleep management. Sound-dampening interior shutters were common in metropolitan bedrooms. In intact York and Bruges homes, archaeologists found woven rush mats put on walls near public streets as early sound insulation. Medieval folks recognised noise pollution as a sleep disruptor and addressed it with intentional design. Medieval sleep was influenced by aromatherapy. Domestic and archaeological records show aromatic herbs in bedding. These were lavender and chamomile for relaxation, mint and rosemary for insect repellent, and dried rose petals for fragrance. For decades, home manuals have recommended inserting little herb-filled sachets into pillowcases to improve sleep. Researchers even reviewed illumination for its impact on sleep quality. Medieval dwellings used candles or rushlights in bedrooms for specific purposes. When affordable, beeswax candles were recommended near beds because they smoke less than tallow. Rushlights, manufactured by immersing river rushes in fat, burned longer and dimmed to help people fall asleep. These thoughtful evening light selections follow recent advice to avoid bright light before bed. Medieval sleep environments were sophisticated enough to regulate nighttime temperature. Bed warming technologies improved in Northern Europe. Early medieval hot stones evolved into warming pans equipped with adjustable handles and ventilated lids, which diffused heat evenly without causing burns. These gadgets were used in houses of all social strata, demonstrating the importance of ideal sleeping temperatures. Medieval Europe saw a number of systematic sleep hygiene activities when the sun set. These were centuries-old practices that prepared body and mind for repose. The intricacy of these pre-sleep practices undermines the idea that scientific sleep optimization is new. The transition to night began with day-shutting rituals that separated waking and sleeping. Closing shutters or drawing curtains were symbolic thresholds. Even humble 14th century French households had practices for closing the day, typically with brief spoken phrases or prayers to signal that labour was over and rest could begin. Medieval Europeans intuitively knew the necessity of light reduction before sleep, according to archaeology. Medieval dwelling excavations reveal clever shutter designs that blocked light more completely. Rich urban homes had exterior shutters for security and inside fabric hangings to exclude remaining light by the 15th century. These dark generation investments showed how much society valued sleep. Staged light reduction was notable in medieval times. As darkness approached, homes switched from brilliant central fireplaces to dim lights. Church and monastic records show that different candle types were used for different evening activities, leading to rush dips at bedtime. Our modern abrupt shifts from brightness to darkness impede melatonin production, but this progressive dimming naturally signalled sleep. Evening meals were part of sleep preparation. Despite expectations about primitive medieval diets, household records and medical writings show sophisticated sleep nutrition. Evening meals were eaten at least 2 hours before bed to allow for partial digestion. In the evening, Salerno medical books advise lighter diets like lettuce, almonds, and warm dairy liquids mixed with mildly sedative spices to promote sleep. Physical sleep preparation was also deliberate. Cleaning before bed highlighted psychological shifts as well as cleanliness. Even in simple families without bathing facilities, people washed their hands, face, and feet before bed and for its relaxing benefits, according to housekeeping manuals. Some 15th century manor buildings had evening bathing chambers next to bedrooms for more extensive pre-sleep bathing procedures. Medieval sleep habits for stress reduction and brain clearing were unique. Monastic and household texts suggested evening reflection and concern control that mirrors modern mindfulness. 14th century merchant advice advocated examining the day's transactions and resolving mental issues before bed, since unresolved matters will otherwise disturb rest. The early observation that cognitive stimulation reduces sleep quality is extraordinary psychological insight. Bedtime prayer sequences were both spiritual practice and sleep induction. These were systematic mental activities that diverted attention from daily worries, not just religious observances. Popular nighttime prayers alternated between simple, repetitive elements, relaxing, and brief narrative segments, focusing the attention. This advanced structure naturally induced tiredness from active thought. Even bed-making was ritualized, according to household sources. Medieval folks of all classes made beds each night. It was common to shake and turn mattresses to rejuvenate their loft, arrange bedding for best warmth distribution, and sweep the area around the bed to remove dirt and symbolically clear the space for rest. Social interactions were manipulated to aid sleep transitions. Manorial records required quiet time in the evening. Sleep preparation began with specific phrases or little customs in some households. For quieter, more introspective conversation, a 15th century housekeeping manual encouraged the head of the home to say, The day is now put away. Most notably, medieval sleep rituals addressed sleep onset insomnia. Medical manuscripts provide advanced sleep treatments. They comprise mental tracing of patterns, rhythmic breathing, and progressive muscle relaxation expressed in language that resembles modern approaches. A 14th century Montpellier medical treatise discusses body scan meditation, similar to that taught in sleep clinics. Medieval sleep literature emphasized posture. Medical texts outlined ideal sleep postures for different body types and health issues. Modern understanding of how body position influences digestive processes during sleep suggests commencing sleep on the right side to help digestion before turning to the left. This was not common wisdom, but scientific observation of sleep quality. Auditory practices helped wakefulness transition. Night watch calls the hours in villages and cities, providing temporal grounding. These repetitive sound patterns may have helped maintain sleep rather than disrupt it. People say the familiar calls comforted and oriented them during brief overnight awakenings without disturbing sleep architecture. The social structure of sleep may be the biggest distinction between medieval and modern sleep. Medieval sleep was a shared, vulnerable state entrenched in well-arranged social ties that offered distinct psychological benefits not found in modern, isolated sleep. European household archaeology shows sleep arrangements that challenge privacy notions. From humble farmhouses to royal palaces, medieval sleeping places were shared. This sharing wasn't just for economic reasons, it represented attitudes about sleep vulnerability and communal protection. It started in childhood. Medieval children slept with family, unlike modern Westerners. Household inventories and architectural evidence demonstrate that wealthy people rarely had separate nurseries until the late medieval period. Young children usually slept on communal beds near parents or caregivers. This arrangement provided physical warmth and safety as well as auditory and olfactory cues from trusted people to promote sleep. Children continued to sleep together as they grew. Household and guild records show service children, apprentices, and biological children sleeping together by age. Young people slept 2 or 3 to a bed, clustered by gender and age, establishing sleep communities, groups that share sleep vulnerability and build sleep standards. The psychological benefits of these arrangements were significant. Medieval medical literature says youngsters who sleep together have fewer night terrors and sleep disturbance. Medieval folks intuitively knew that trusted persons' sensory awareness triggers parasympathetic nerve system reactions that deepen sleep. Modern sleep science has just lately recognized this. Adults slept together beyond family. Medieval residences had a central hall where servants, apprentices, and extended family slept. This setup gave psychological security rather than disrupting sleep. Household accounts provide methods for grouping sleepers to accommodate individual needs and relationships. Even the rich, who could afford separate sleeping chambers by the later medieval period, rarely slept alone. Noble household chamber accounts show that servants lay on pallets at the foot of the bed with their masters. Medieval nobility preferred reliable companions during vulnerable sleep phases over loneliness. This communal sleep design had several psychological benefits that modern sleep experts are now recognizing. Shared sleep rooms corrected sleep patterns, reducing anxiety over perceived sleep anomalies. When brief nightly awakenings occurred, the noises and presence of other sleepers reassured and reduced anxiety-induced sleeplessness. Medieval travel tales show how rooted these communal sleep obligations were. One 15th century merchant called private sleeping unnatural and disquieting to the mind. Inn regulations across Europe required tourists to share beds with strangers of the same gender until the early modern period, demonstrating how common shared sleep vulnerability was deemed. The intimacy of communal sleep areas encouraged unusual social bonds. Medieval stories emphasize pre-sleep discussions for resolving conflicts and improving relationships. Before bed, a 14th century family manual encourages settling disputes because harmony before rest brings better health to all. This incorporation of dispute resolution into sleep habits provided regular relationship healing that standalone sleep arrangements rarely do. Medieval sleep's communality improved safety. Before modern locks and security measures, numerous sleepers were protected by collective vigilance. Medieval households generally placed younger, lighter sleepers, usually apprentices or younger servants, near doorways, establishing a natural surveillance system. Household accounts recommend having different grades of sleepers with different awakening thresholds across the sleeping area. Social levelling was also achieved through sleep vulnerability. Daytime activities were hierarchical, but sleep momentarily lowered status. Snoring, shifting postures, and the universal weakness of unconsciousness made even high-status people seem more real to their subordinates, according to historical reports. This periodic reminder of shared humanity softened medieval social hierarchies. The communal sleep environment helped vulnerable populations more than our private sleep arrangements. Shared sleeping arrangements helped new mothers care for their babies at night. Village records and household narratives show that nursing mothers slept near other women who could help with evening feedings and child calming. Instead of being separated, older people were included in home sleeping arrangements, allowing the collective to adapt their natural sleep habits. Community sleep normalized nightly distress, which was important for psychological wellness. Nightmares and anxiousness were immediately relieved. Medical writings from the time prescribe a trusted sleeping companion's voice to comfort people awakening from terrible dreams, which is easier in shared sleep places than in our secluded bedrooms. Sleep historians now recognize the shift from communal to privatized sleeping, which began among the wealthy in the late medieval period, but didn't reach most communities until much later. This shift had mixed effects on human psychology. While privatizing sleep increased individual control, it eliminated many of the security and social benefits of communal sleep. Medieval understanding of dreams and nighttime consciousness was highly developed, predicting modern findings concerning dreams' effects on emotion, creativity, and problem-solving. Medieval civilization developed intricate frameworks for identifying dream varieties and promoting positive dream experiences. Medieval dream theory classified dreams by psychological cause and meaning. Medical books from Salerno and Montpellier distinguished digestive dreams, those influenced by nutrition and physical conditions, from spirit dreams, those originating from deeper psychic processes. This distinction acknowledges dreams' psychological purposes and modern awareness of how physical variables affect dream content. Medieval understanding of how sleep absorbed everyday events was sophisticated. The 13th century encyclopedist Bartholomeus Anglicus observed that the mind sorts through the day's events while the body rests, foreshadowing REM sleep memory consolidation research. Household instructions advise quickly revisiting important daily events before bed to aid this processing function, which sleep researchers now know improves memory integration. Medieval dream notebooks show that people actively engaged with their dreams. Several preserved monastic and noble household dream diaries document dream content with attention to repeating themes and emotional patterns. A 14th century Florentine merchant kept a thorough book about how he tracked dream symbols, linking them to his waking concerns and using dreams to make commercial decisions. Medieval dream practice used complex dream incubation techniques to actively influence dream material to answer specific inquiries or difficulties. The monastic records describe focusing on certain questions before sleep and utilizing visualization to bring them into dream consciousness. This goal was practical cognitive training, not just spiritual. Multiple craft guild records mention masters telling trainees to consult their dreams when designing. Archaeology supports medieval dream practice. Excavations found dream-related objects near beds. These include modest religious artifacts, symbolic emblems, and written queries or issues under pillows, physical expressions of medieval belief that sleep consciousness might address waking difficulties. Medieval nightmare treatment was centuries ahead of modern methods. Medieval dream guides advised dealing with nightmares rather than suppressing them. One 14th century physician guide advocates helping patients achieve dream re-entry, returning to terrifying dream scenes while waking and imagining altering them. This method is similar to nightmare disorder treatments that rewrite distressing content. Medieval understanding of dreams and nighttime consciousness was highly developed, predicting modern findings concerning dreams' effects on emotion, creativity, and problem-solving. Medieval civilization developed intricate frameworks for identifying dream varieties and promoting positive dream experiences. Medieval dream theory classified dreams by psychological cause and meaning. Medical books from Salerno and Montpellier distinguished digestive dreams, those influenced by nutrition and physical conditions, from spirit dreams, those originating from deeper psychic processes. This distinction acknowledges dreams' psychological purposes and modern awareness of how physical variables affect dream content. Medieval understanding of how sleep absorbed everyday events was sophisticated. The 13th century encyclopedist Bartholomeus Anglicus observed that the mind sorts through the day's events while the body rests, foreshadowing REM sleep memory consolidation research. Household instructions advise quickly revisiting important daily events before bed to aid this processing function, which sleep researchers now know improves memory integration. Medieval dream notebooks show that people actively engaged with their dreams. Several preserved monastic and noble household dream diaries document dream content with attention to repeating themes and emotional patterns. A 14th century Florentine merchant kept a thorough book about how he tracked dream symbols, linking them to his waking concerns and using dreams to make commercial decisions. Medieval dream practice used complex dream incubation techniques to actively influence dream material to answer specific inquiries or difficulties. The monastic records describe focusing on certain questions before sleep and utilizing visualization to bring them into dream consciousness. This goal was practical cognitive training, not just spiritual. Multiple craft guild records mention masters telling trainees to consult their dreams when designing. Archaeology supports medieval dream practice. Excavations found dream-related objects near beds. These include modest religious artifacts, symbolic emblems, and written queries or issues under pillows, physical expressions of medieval belief that sleep consciousness might address waking difficulties. Medieval nightmare treatment was centuries ahead of modern methods. Medieval dream guides advised dealing with nightmares rather than suppressing them. One 14th century physician guide advocates helping patients achieve dream re-entry, returning to terrifying dream scenes while waking and imagining altering them. This method is similar to nightmare disorder treatments that rewrite distressing content. Due to historical changes in sleep interactions, medieval Europeans' excellent sleep quality slowly declined. Understanding this decline helps us apply medieval sleep advice today. Late medieval European towns installed public mechanical clocks, changing sleep patterns. Early watches didn't affect sleep, but they did change the attention from environmental cues to time. Town records from the 15th century show the gradual adoption of clock time instead of sunrise and sunset as daily reference points, the first step toward divorcing human timetables from natural light cycles. Archaeology shows this window design change. Later medieval homes prioritized privacy and heat retention over natural light, although early medieval bedrooms contained windows that let in morning light. This architectural change devalues sleep-natural light alignment, which is increasingly critical for circadian rhythms. Industrialization and artificial lighting most affected medieval sleep. Although early 19th century gas illumination extended productive hours into the evening, industry schedules demanded standardized waking times unaffected by seasonal light. Early industrial society documents reveal plant owners fighting inefficient sleep patterns. In 1883, a factory manual warned against workers' persistent habit of night waking between sleep phases due to industrial schedules eliminating biphasic sleep. Sleep conditions changed. The 18th and 19th centuries saw single-family residences and individual beds replace medieval communal slumber. The architectural change increased solitude but removed shared sleep's social security and closeness. Medical records from this transitional era show rising claims of sleep difficulties due to unusual solitude at night from the new sleeping arrangements. Changes in labour habits eroded medieval notions of sleep as a transition. Natural cycles and moderate activity shifts characterised pre-industrial work. Industrial time discipline destroyed the natural wind-down time of medieval sleep patterns. Industrial and office timetables created guillotine waking, sharp alarm-driven transitions. Many found sleep uncomfortable during this change. Early mass production homogenized sleeping surfaces without regard for comfort. Yet medieval people of all classes had devised sophisticated bedding systems that met bodily demands. Historical records indicate that workshop dwellings had crude beds, unlike medieval peasants. Over centuries, sleep comfort technologies would improve. These changes lead to consolidated sleep culture, the idea that normal sleep is a single, unbroken period rather than the centuries-old biphasic pattern. Medical texts of the late 19th century pathologized nocturnal waking as a disorder. This medical reinterpretation replaced medieval sleep wisdom with modern norms. This historical transformation goes beyond discomfort. Medieval sleep practice was physically and psychologically advantageous, according to modern studies. With unprecedented rates of insomnia, sleep-disordered breathing, and circadian rhythm issues, sleep professionals call the global sleep crisis caused by suppression of natural sleep patterns. The loss of medieval sleep's midnight waking period is notable. A normal sleep break was essential biologically and psychologically. Neurological research found this interval had brainwave patterns that supported creativity and emotional processing. Industrial and post-industrial sleep practices eliminated this cognitive state by requiring continuous sleep. Medieval slumber societies offered psychological stability that modern ones lack. Modern sleep experts have established that trusted people reduce sleep delay and stress hormones. Modern sleep arrangements eliminate these benefits, creating anxiety-related sleep disruptions. Even in medieval times, seasonal sleep duration fluctuations were biologically good. Pre-industrial civilizations and historical sources show that medieval people slept longer in winter due to natural melatonin synthesis. Modern sleep schedules ignore seasonal changes, creating winter circadian misalignment. Medieval and pre-industrial sleep traditions are being rediscovered despite these losses. Sleep medicine now admits that medieval sleep practice was sophisticated and biologically sound, so we should revisit it. New sleep transition. Understanding is the best rehabilitation. After centuries of alarm clocks disrupting sleep, sleep professionals emphasize pre-sleep wind-down, reclaiming the medieval idea of sleep as a transitional activity. Modern sleep hygiene follows medieval practices of gradually reducing light exposure, quieter evening activities, and systematic pre-sleep routines. Modern technology harms and helps sleep. Screen usage influences melatonin production, yet apps and devices measure sleep and support circadian cycles. There are programs that regulate lighting throughout the day to approximate natural light progression, and alarm systems that pinpoint optimal awakening points throughout sleep cycles to recreate medieval sleep patterns. Architecture honors sleep wisdom. After decades of decreasing natural light in bedrooms, modern sleep-focused architecture prioritizes eastern exposure for morning wake-ups, reverting to medieval design. Some creative neighborhoods are investigating communal sleep solutions for uneasy sleepers. Researchers and sleep experts studied medieval segmented sleep. Biphasic sleep patterns like first and second sleep improve sleep, mood, and cognition in long-term studies. Sleep clinics increasingly recommend this routine for insomniacs who believe their sleep disorder is their body re-establishing its natural cycle. Medieval sleep surroundings were rediscovered. Modern designers emphasize natural materials, temperature regulation, and personalized support similar to those used in medieval bedding systems, following years dominated by artificial sleep environments. Adjustable firmness mattresses and weighted blankets are inadvertent homages to medieval sleepers' custom bedding. Medieval sleep still affects psychology and spirituality. Sleep experts recommend medieval home evening contemplation style mindfulness. Increasing interest in dream work and creative dream engagement rediscovers medieval ideas of dreams as valuable sources of knowledge and creativity. The rising recognition that sleep is a cultural habit motivated by societal values and goals is positive. Medieval people valued sleep quality and built social norms to protect it, unlike modern production cultures. The slow sleep movement promotes workplace and societal practices that respect natural sleep patterns. A key paradigm change is realizing that societal institutions mismatch human nature and create numerous sleep disorders. Modern companies are experimenting with flexible timetables that match natural chronotypes and seasonal changes, like medieval civilizations did. Workers were organized around seasonal light shifts and human energy cycles. These strategies apply medieval wisdom to modern conditions. Medieval sleep reminds current sleepers that many human sleep features are neither infinitely adaptable nor flawless to copy. Human nature operates best when aligned with rhythms our medieval ancestors intuitively recognized and honored. Despite great pressure to conform to industrial and post-industrial sleep demands, medieval sleep teaches us to examine whose pre-industrial sleep expertise remains physically and psychologically helpful, not to reject comfort or technical progress. Current knowledge and rediscovered old customs may help us create sleep patterns that match evolutionary and current needs. Researchers say medieval people didn't understand the neurochemistry of sleep, but they recognized its patterns and respected its requirements in ways we're only now beginning to appreciate. That appreciation can solve our sleep crisis without drugs or technology by restoring decades of pre-industrial sleep practice. Medieval sleep advice is more than just history. It offers ways to sleep better and honour our natural heritage. As research validates medieval sleep patterns and practices, we may find that rediscovering our ancestors' centuries-old knowledge of natural sleep is the best sleep advancement. For over a millennium, Constantinople stood as a marvel of human ingenuity and resilience. Perched strategically at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, its location made it a hub for trade, culture and power. The city's imposing walls, originally constructed by Emperor Theodosius II in the 5th century, were considered nearly impregnable. These triple-layered fortifications, stretching for miles, were the pride of the Byzantine Empire and the bane of invaders. By the mid-15th century, however, the Byzantine Empire was a shadow of its former self, reduced to the city of Constantinople and a few scattered territories. The once mighty empire that had ruled vast regions now found itself encircled by the rising power of the Ottoman Empire. To the east, Sultan Mehmed II, an ambitious and brilliant leader, had set his sights on conquering the city, seeing it as the key to solidifying his rule and expanding his domain. Inside the walls of Constantinople, Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos faced an uncertain future. With only a few thousand defenders, comprised of weary Byzantine soldiers, and a handful of foreign allies, the city was woefully underprepared for the onslaught that loomed. Supplies were dwindling, and the population, though fiercely loyal, lived under the constant shadow of impending doom. Yet, despite the odds, the emperor refused to surrender. He was determined to fight to the end. As the Ottomans prepared for their siege, they brought with them an arsenal unlike anything the world had seen before. Among their weapons was a massive cannon, constructed by a Hungarian engineer named Orban. This cannon, capable of hurling enormous stone projectiles, was designed to breach even the strongest walls. The Ottomans also amassed a fleet to blockade the city by sea, ensuring that no reinforcements or supplies could reach the defenders. This stage was set for an epic confrontation that would decide the fate of Constantinople and, with it, the Byzantine Empire. Imagine the tension that gripped the city as its inhabitants prepared for the siege. Picture the anxious faces of soldiers standing watch on the walls, the whispered prayers in the Hagia Sophia, and the determination etched on the emperor's face as he rallied his people. As you visualize the city on the brink of one of history's most defining moments, let its story remind you of the face of overwhelming odds. The tale of Constantinople begins not with surrender, but with hope, a flickering light against the encroaching darkness. On April 6, 1453, the Ottoman forces began their assault on Constantinople. Sultan Mehmed II, commanding an army of nearly 80,000 soldiers, surrounded the city by land and sea. His troops included elite janissaries, heavy artillery units, and cavalry, all meticulously prepared for the battle. In stark contrast, the defenders of Constantinople, numbering only about 7,000, relied on the strength of their walls, their limited resources, and their unwavering determination to hold off the invaders. As the siege commenced, the Ottoman cannon began its relentless bombardment. Each thunderous shot shook the ground, sending massive stones crashing into the city's formidable walls. The defenders scrambled to repair the damage as quickly as possible, working day and night to reinforce the crumbling sections. Yet, despite the damage, the walls of Constantinople held firm, frustrating the attackers and delaying their advance. By sea, Mehmed's fleet blockaded the Golden Horn, the narrow inlet that provided access to the city's harbour. In a bold and desperate move, the Byzantines constructed a massive chain boom across the entrance to the harbour, preventing Ottoman ships from breaching this vital area. For weeks, the two sides engaged in fierce skirmishes on the water, with neither gaining a decisive advantage. Within the city, life became a mix of hope and despair. Citizens prayed fervently in the grand Hagia Sophia, seeking solace and strength. Meanwhile, Emperor Constantine XI worked tirelessly to inspire his people, walking among the defenders on the walls, offering words of encouragement and sharing in their hardships. His presence was a source of unity in a city under siege. Sultan Mehmed II, determined to break the stalemate, devised a bold plan to outflank the city's defences. Using an extraordinary feat of engineering, he ordered his troops to transport ships overland on greased logs, bypassing the chain boom and launching them into the waters of the Golden Horn. This manoeuvre shocked the defenders and marked a turning point in the siege. As the weeks wore on, the defenders of Constantinople grew more exhausted. Supplies dwindled, and morale wavered as the walls suffered greater damage, yet they continued to resist, determined to protect their home against all odds. Imagine the long nights spent on the battlements, the glow of torches illuminating weary faces, and the echoes of cannon fire reverberating through the air. The siege was becoming a battle of attrition, with both sides pushing their limits. The city remained a symbol of defiance, even as the odds seemed increasingly insurmountable. The question lingered: how much longer could Constantinople hold out? As April turned to May, the siege of Constantinople escalated into a relentless struggle. The Ottoman bombardment grew fiercer, cannons fired day and night, chipping away at the once mighty Theodosian walls. Dust and debris filled the air, coating the streets and homes of the city. Despite the constant destruction, the defenders worked tirelessly to repair breaches, often under the cover of darkness. Every stone they placed was an act of defiance against the overwhelming forces pressing in around them. Inside the city, the mood shifted between grim determination and quiet fear. Emperor Constantine XI continued to rally his people, addressing soldiers, citizens and priests alike. His words were simple but powerful, reminding them that they were fighting not just for their lives but for their culture, faith and history. Families huddled together in their homes, offering whispered prayers for protection. In the Hagia Sophia, the city's spiritual heart, the clergy led solemn services, their chants echoing in the grand dome chamber. Outside the walls, Sultan Mehmed II adjusted his strategy. Recognizing the defenders' stubborn resistance, he ordered his engineers to dig tunnels beneath the city's walls in an effort to weaken their foundation. Byzantine forces countered this threat by sending teams of sappers to intercept the tunnels, leading to deadly confrontations beneath the ground. These underground battles, fought in narrow, dimly lit passageways, added another layer of desperation to an already harrowing siege. The Ottomans also intensified their efforts on the Golden Horn. The fleet, now partially inside the harbour thanks to Mehmed's audacious manoeuvre, launched a series of attacks on the Byzantine navy. The defenders fought valiantly, using fire ships and skilled tactics to hold off the superior Ottoman fleet. But their resources were stretched thin, and each victory came at a high cost. The city's residents faced growing hardships. Food supplies dwindled, forcing strict rationing and leading to widespread hunger. The constant noise of the siege, cannon blasts, the clash of swords, and the cries of battle made restful sleep nearly impossible. And yet, the people endured, drawing strength from their shared purpose and their leaders' unyielding resolve. As May progressed, the city's defenders began to realize that relief from the outside was unlikely. The Venetian and Genoese fleets, though sympathetic to the Byzantine cause, were entangled in their own conflicts and slow to act. Constantinople stood alone against the might of the Ottoman Empire. The stage was set for a climactic confrontation. The city was battered but unbroken, its defenders refusing to yield despite the impossible odds. The Ottomans, frustrated by the slow progress of the siege, prepared for an all-out assault to breach the walls and claim their prize. The air was heavy with tension, every moment pregnant with the possibility of triumph or tragedy. As the final days of the siege approached, one could feel the weight of history bearing down on Constantinople. The city's fate hung in the balance, and the world watched, waiting to see how this epic struggle would end. Yet as the cannon blasts faded into the distance and the days turned into long quiet nights, imagine the peaceful stillness settling over the defenders of the city. The weight of the struggle seemed to lift, replaced by a soft calm that allowed weary eyes to rest, even amidst the constant pressure of the siege. Slowly, the heartbeat of the city began to quiet, like a soft lullaby in the air, gently easing the soul into a place of quiet surrender. As you picture these final moments, let the rhythm of the battle fade into the background, replaced by the peaceful embrace of rest. Feel your breath deepen, your body relax, and your thoughts drift like the gentle breeze over the sea. Sleep now as the city too prepares for the quiet of its inevitable change. On May 29th, 1453, after nearly 2 months of relentless bombardment and siege, Sultan Mehmed II ordered his forces to make their final push. The battered walls of Constantinople, once thought impenetrable, could no longer hold against the might of the Ottoman army. As the sun rose on that fateful morning, The air was thick with tension, and the distant rumble of approaching soldiers could be heard over the stillness of the city. The defenders, though exhausted and outnumbered, had one final opportunity to hold the line. Emperor Constantine XI, fully aware of the gravity of the moment, donned his armour and walked once more among his soldiers. His face, normally calm and composed, now carried the weight of his kingdom's fate. The emperor's rallying cry was simple: freedom or death, and he urged his soldiers to fight for their city and for their lives. Meanwhile, on the Ottoman side, Sultan Mehmed II had prepared for this day with meticulous care. His engineers worked tirelessly to breach the walls using battering rams, and his elite Janissary troops positioned themselves to take the city by force. A final, massive cannon barrage rang out across the city as the Ottomans made their move. With each blast, the walls of Constantinople groaned, and the defenders scrambled to repair what they could, but the damage had taken its toll. At the same time, the Ottoman fleet, now fully in position within the Golden Horn, moved to blockade the last remaining escape routes by sea. Constantinople, once a beacon of power and culture, was now a city trapped. Its streets, filled with the sounds of combat, became narrow avenues of despair and defiance. As the battle raged in the city, the defenders fought valiantly, but it was clear that the odds were stacked against them. The walls were crumbling. The artillery had breached a gap large enough for the Ottoman forces to swarm in. The fighting grew fiercer, house by house, street by street, as the city's residents and soldiers tried to push back the invaders, but there were too many Ottomans, and their determination to conquer the city was overwhelming. As the day wore on, the fate of Constantinople was sealed. By afternoon, the Ottomans had broken through the walls, and the city began to fall. Emperor Constantine XI, realizing that the end was near, fought bravely until the very last. But when the Ottoman forces entered the city, they found no mercy. The city was overrun, and its defenders, exhausted and outnumbered, were either captured or slain. The fall of Constantinople was not just the fall of a city, it was the end of an era. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been a powerful force in Europe and Asia, was no more. The city, now in Ottoman hands, would be renamed Istanbul and become the new capital of the Ottoman Empire. As you reflect on the fall of this great city, imagine the silence that followed the chaos of battle. The cries of the defeated soldiers faded into quiet, and the city, now under new rule, began its transformation. The once grand buildings, the churches, and the bustling marketplaces were left to be reborn into something new. Let the stillness of this moment wash over you, as the world that once was fades away, and a new world takes its place. As you feel the weight of this chapter settle into the quiet of the night, let the sounds of the world outside fade into a soft background hum. Close your eyes and feel the peace of history unfolding, letting the past gently drift away. Sleep now, as time itself slows, and the city's story becomes a part of your dreams. The fall of Constantinople marked the end of one era and the beginning of another, reverberating far beyond the walls of the ancient city. As the Ottomans took control, they reshaped not only the city's physical appearance, but also its cultural, political, and religious landscape. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been the protector of Christian Orthodox traditions, was gone. The city of Constantinople, now Istanbul, would become the heart of a new empire, the Ottoman Empire, bringing with it a wave of change that would echo through history for centuries. The fall of Constantinople was a pivotal moment for Europe, signalling the end of the medieval period and the start of the Renaissance. With the loss of one of the most important Christian cities, scholars, artisans, and intellectuals fled to the west, carrying with them priceless knowledge and manuscripts. The Greeks, who had lived under Byzantine rule for generations, brought their learning to places like Florence, Venice, and Rome. The rediscovery of classical texts and ancient Greek philosophy fueled the Renaissance, sparking a new era of intellectual and artistic flourishing. But the impact of the city's fall was not just felt in the West. For the Ottomans, capturing Constantinople was a moment of immense pride and significance. Sultan Mehmed II, now known as the Conqueror, solidified his legacy and the Ottoman Empire's power. He established a new capital that would rival all other cities in the world, renaming it Istanbul, and began transforming it into a thriving metropolis. The Hagia Sophia, once a Christian cathedral and a symbol of Byzantine glory, was converted into a mosque, and the city's skyline would be dominated by the grand minarets of Ottoman mosques. the Ottomans also began to expand their empire, pushing further into Europe, Asia, and Africa. Constantinople's fall opened up new trade routes and positioned the Ottomans as the dominant force in the eastern Mediterranean. The city's strategic location between Europe and Asia gave the Ottomans control of crucial land and sea trade routes, further strengthening their empire. In the centuries that followed, the legacy of Constantinople would continue to shape the world. For the East, it became a symbol of Ottoman strength and prosperity. For the West, it served as a reminder of the fragility of empires and the shifting tides of history. The fall of Constantinople was more than just a military victory. It was a symbolic event that signalled the changing balance of power in the world. As you reflect on the long-reaching consequences of this moment in history, imagine how the passing of centuries can transform a city, how the echoes of one era can reverberate into the next. Feel the calmness of time moving forward, each breath slower, as you let the weight of these changes settle into your thoughts. The past is a river, constantly flowing, and Constantinople's fall was but one ripple in the vast current of history. Let this ripple guide you into a peaceful place of reflection, where the weight of time and change lifts, and you feel the peace of quiet understanding. Though the city of Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453, the spirit of its ancient civilization would never be fully extinguished. The echoes of its grandeur, its wisdom, and its role as the crossroads of empires resonated through time. The Byzantines, though defeated, had left an indelible mark on the world. The artifacts, the knowledge, and the stories of their culture continued to influence not only the Ottomans, but the entire world for generations. Even the name Constantinople itself would live on in the hearts of those who revered its history. For the Ottomans, the transformation of the city into Istanbul was more than a conquest. It was a blending of two worlds. The Greek Orthodox and Christian heritage of Constantinople mixed with the Islamic Ottoman culture, creating a rich and diverse society that would flourish for centuries. The city's iconic Hagia Sophia, once a Christian church, stood as a testament to this blending, a symbol of the city's enduring beauty and the confluence of different faiths, traditions, and ideas. Over time, Istanbul would become a global hub for art, science, and trade, fostering an environment where diverse cultures and ideas could meet. Scholars, artists, and merchants from all corners of the world passed through the city, contributing to its ongoing legacy as a place of knowledge and exchange. As you reflect on the lasting impact of Constantinople, imagine how the quiet passage of time can allow a city's legacy to endure long after its walls have crumbled. The stories of Constantinople's rise, its cultural riches, and its eventual fall are woven into the fabric of history. And just as the city evolved, so did the stories of the people who lived there, stories that still inspire awe and contemplation today. Now, as the quiet night settles in, let yourself be carried away by the soft waves of time. The distant sounds of the past are now mere whispers in the night, fading into a calm silence. The story of Constantinople, its rise and fall, and its everlasting influence, now rests softly in the back of your mind. Allow this story to guide you into a deep and peaceful rest, where the weight of history lifts and only the soothing silence remains.